The Red Seal. Welcome, my friends. Pull up a chair, dim the lights, and let the chaos of the outside world gently fade away. You have found your way back to stories of crime, a sanctuary for those who seek the truths hidden within the deepest shadows of the human heart. I am so incredibly glad you are here with me today, sharing this quiet space where whispers become stories and secrets are finally laid bare. Today, we embark together on a journey into a narrative that is as breathtaking as it is devastating. We are about to press play on a masterpiece of suspense and raw emotion, a tale known simply as the Red Seal. The moment I first encountered this story, I knew we had to bring it to life for you. It is a mystery that begins not with a loud explosion, but with a quiet, burning secret. A seal pressed into wax, holding back a flood of truths that, once unleashed, will change everything you thought you knew about justice, betrayal, and love. Why do we look into the dark? Perhaps because it is there, in the quiet corners of the human condition, that we find who we truly are. The Red Seal forces us to confront the delicate, fragile line between right and wrong. It asks us what we are willing to sacrifice to protect the ones we love, and how far we will go to bury the ghosts of our past. There is a strange, haunting beauty in the choices these characters must make, a brilliant light that shines through even the darkest moments of their despair. As you listen today, I invite you to lose yourself completely in the sound. Do not just hear the words, but feel the space between them. Let the atmospheric score and the cadence of the voice paint a canvas in the theater of your mind. We have crafted this digital audio experience specifically for you, designed to be listened to in the quiet of the night, from the very first breath to the final, shattering revelation. So, take a deep breath, let the world slip away, and let us break the seal together. Your journey begins now. The sound of melting wax. Listen closely. Can you hear it? In the deepest silence of the night, when the world outside has surrendered to the dark and the frantic noise of the day has finally burned itself out, there is a sound that demands your absolute surrender. It is not a shout, nor is it a trumpet blaring from the castle walls. It is the soft, rhythmic hiss of beeswax meeting a flame. It is the slow, deliberate drip of rich, crimson wax falling onto cold, textured parchment. Each droplet lands with a heavy, wet whisper, a tiny punctuation mark of destiny. And then, the sudden, metallic strike of a heavy gold signet ring pressing into the soft, cooling pool. The metal bites into the wax, and in that single, fleeting second, the fluid becomes solid. The temporary becomes permanent. A decision is made, a path is chosen, and a door is locked forever. This is the sound of the Red Seal. It is the sound of melting wax. Before a single word is spoken, before the ink is dry, before the decrees are read to the waiting crowds in the public squares, this quiet ceremony of flame and metal decides the rise and fall of nations. For centuries, the Red Seal was the ultimate symbol of irrevocable authority. It carried the weight of life and death, of war declared and peace secured, of empires divided and lovers exiled. When that crimson stamp struck the page, There was no turning back. There was no delete key, no edit history, no second chances. There was only the weight of the consequence, cooling and hardening under the imprint of the ruler's crest. Have you ever stood at the precipice of a choice so profound that your breath caught in your throat? Have you ever felt the sheer, terrifying weight of a moment that would divide your life into a definite before and an unpredictable after? We live in an era of endless hesitation. We are pampered by the illusion of reversibility. We send messages that we can unsend. We make commitments that we can cancel with a brief text. We keep our options open, hovering in a purgatory of indecision because we are terrified of the finality. But your soul does not thrive in the draft folder of life. Your spirit craves the absolute, the definitive, the red seal. In this chapter, we are going to explore the high stakes of immediate attention, the sensory power of finality, and the profound psychology of making decisions that echo through your personal history. Imagine, if you will, a candlelit study in the winter of 1812. The room is cold, save for the small, dying fire in the hearth. Outside, the wind howls through the bare branches of the oak trees, carrying the scent of impending snow. At the heavy mahogany desk sits a man whose hair has turned gray in a matter of months. His fingers, calloused from years of holding both the pen and the sword, tremble slightly as he holds a stick of dark red wax over a flickering candle. The flame licks at the wax. A single drop, bright as fresh arterial blood, falls onto a document that will send 20,000 young men into a battle they cannot win. This is Chancellor Alastair. His inner monologue is a tempest of regret and necessity. He thinks of his own son, asleep in the barracks across the river, who will be among the first to march when this document arrives at the border. Alastair knows that if he seals this paper, his family name will be stained with the blood of an entire generation. If he does not, the enemy will breach the gates before the week is out, and the city will burn. The wax drips. 1, 2, 3. The sound is agonizingly loud in the quiet room. It is the metronome of doom. Alastair looks at the heavy gold signet ring on his index finger, bearing the crest of a falcon with folded wings. He feels the cold metal against his skin, contrasting with the heat of the candle flame. His mind races back to his youth, to the promises of glory and honor that now seem like hollow jokes. He realizes that history does not care about his tears, nor does it record his doubts. History only records the seal. With a sharp, sudden intake of air, he presses the ring into the pool of red wax. He hears the soft hiss as the cold gold meets the hot liquid. He holds it there for 5 seconds, 5 lifetimes, feeling the wax grip the metal, resisting the release. When he lifts the ring, the falcon is there, frozen in the crimson pool, sharp and unyielding. The Empire's fate is sealed. The Chancellor collapses back into his leather chair, the silence in the room now absolute, deafening, and complete. Why does this scene hold such a powerful grip on our subconscious? Why does the image of the melting wax and the heavy seal resonate so deeply within us? It is because our minds are wired to recognize the sacredness of the irreversible. In psychological terms, human beings suffer from what is known as decision fatigue and commitment phobia. We are biologically designed to conserve energy, and making a permanent decision requires an enormous expenditure of psychic resources. When we avoid making a choice, we believe we are preserving our freedom. In reality, we are only preserving our anxiety. The subconscious mind interprets hesitation as a state of threat. When you leave your decisions unmade, when you refuse to apply your own red seal to the circumstances of your life, your brain treats those open loops as active files that require constant monitoring. This drains your creative energy, clouds your judgment, and leaves you in a state of chronic, low-grade stress. The red seal, therefore, is not just a symbol of external authority. It is a tool of internal liberation. When you commit fully, when you make a choice from which there is no escape, your brain undergoes a remarkable shift. It stops weighing the alternatives and begins adapting to the reality you have chosen. The anxiety dissipates, replaced by the focus required to survive and thrive in your new landscape. How do we apply this profound truth to our modern, chaotic lives? How do you, as a listener sitting in your car, or walking through a crowded street, or lying in the dark with your headphones on, find the courage to light the candle and melt the wax? The first step is to identify your drafts. What are the decisions you have been keeping in a state of perpetual suspension? Is it a conversation you need to have? A relationship you need to either fully commit to or let go of? A career path you are terrified of pursuing? Or a boundary you must draw? Write these down. Do not look at them as abstract concepts. Look at them as documents waiting for their seal. The second step is to create your sensory anchor. When you are about to make a definitive choice, do not do it casually. Do not make a life-changing decision while scrolling through your phone or watching television. Create a ritual. Light a candle. Feel the weight of your physical body. Touch a cold object, perhaps a ring, a coin, or a stone, to ground your senses. Let the physical world mirror the gravity of your internal state. The third step is to practice the 5-second press. When the moment of decision arrives, count down from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then act. Do not allow your mind the time to generate excuses, to project fears, or to conjure up worst-case scenarios. Press the seal. Send the email. Have the talk. Make the investment. Let the wax cool around your choice, and accept the shape it takes. Let us explore another story, one closer to our own time, to see how the absence of the red seal can slowly erode a human life. Consider Elena, a brilliant architect who has spent 15 years working for a firm that designs uninspired corporate office buildings. Elena's true passion is sustainable, earth-integrated housing. She has notebooks filled with beautiful sketches of homes that breathe with the land, structures that collect rainwater and harness the sun. Every night, Elena sits at her kitchen table, looking at her drawings. She has a business plan fully drafted on her computer. She has a list of potential clients who have expressed interest in her work. All she needs to do is resign from her firm and launch her own practice. But every morning, the fear takes over. She thinks of her steady paycheck, her health insurance, the prestige of her current title. She tells herself that next month will be a better time, or next year, or when the economy is more stable. She lives in the draft. Her energy is split between the job she performs with half a heart and the dream she nurtures with half a hope. She is constantly exhausted, irritable, and disconnected from her family. Her husband asks her what is wrong, but she cannot explain that she is suffocating in the space between who she is and who she wants to be. One evening, as she is cleaning her desk, she finds an old, tarnished brass stamp her grandfather gave her when she graduated from architecture school. It has her initials carved into the base. Next to it is a stick of red sealing wax, dusty and forgotten in the back of a drawer. She picks up the wax. She feels its dry, waxy texture. She strikes a match and holds the flame to the tip. She watches the wax melt. She watches the dark red liquid drip onto a blank piece of paper. She feels her heart beating in her chest, a wild, erratic rhythm. She realizes that she has been waiting for someone else to stamp her life with approval, waiting for a sign, waiting for permission. But there is no one else coming. She is the chancellor of her own destiny. With her hands shaking, she presses her grandfather's brass stamp into the hot wax. The metal is cold, the wax is warm. She holds it down, breathing in the scent of burning wax and sulfur. When she pulls the stamp away, her initials are there, sharp and clear against the white paper. It is a simple act, a seemingly meaningless gesture in a world of digital contracts. But in her mind, the seal has struck. The next morning, Elena walks into her boss's office and resigns. There are no tears, no hesitation, no long-winded explanations. Her voice is calm, steady, and quiet. She has pressed the seal, and the wax has hardened. The relief she feels is immediate and overwhelming. The energy that was previously consumed by her indecision is suddenly unlocked, flooding her body with clarity and purpose. She is no longer hovering. She is landing. This is the magic of the whisper-close pacing, the dynamic of lowering the volume of the world so that you can hear the truth of your own convictions. When we speak of high-stakes tension, we often think of explosions, shouting, and dramatic music. But the highest stakes are always found in the quietest moments. Think of a courtroom when the jury returns and the foreman prepares to read the verdict. The room is so quiet you can hear the rustle of the paper. Think of the operating room when the surgeon makes the first, delicate incision. The machines hum quietly, the focus is absolute, and the silence is a physical presence. To capture immediate attention, whether you are a storyteller, a leader, or an individual trying to command your own life, you must master the art of the whisper. When you lower your voice, others must lean in to hear you. They must quiet their own minds to catch your words. In doing so, they enter your orbit. They participate in your silence. If you are listening to this now, Let yourself lean in. Let the noise of your surroundings fade into the background. Feel the breath moving in and out of your lungs. This moment, right here, is the only moment that exists. The past is a collection of memories, the future a projection of anxieties. The present is the soft, warm wax waiting for your imprint. What will your seal be? What is the legacy you are carving into the wax of your limited time on this earth? Many of us go through life trying to avoid making a mark. We are afraid of being judged, of being wrong, of failing. We try to remain like unblemished paper, smooth, clean, and entirely empty. But a life without a seal is a life without a story. It is a book of blank pages, beautiful perhaps in its neatness, but utterly devoid of meaning. The marks we make, the seals we press, are what give our lives their shape and contour. Even if the decision leads to struggle, even if the path is steep and rocky, the act of choosing is itself an act of creation. When you look back on your life from the vantage point of old age, you will not regret the times you pressed the seal and watched the wax cool, even if the outcome was not what you had hoped. You will regret the times you stood with the wax in one hand and the flame in the other, frozen in fear, watching the candle burn down to nothing while you did nothing at all. Let us summarize the journey we have taken in this chapter. We began with the sensory power of the red seal, the hypnotic sound of melting wax, and the heavy metal ring striking paper. We explored the historical weight of decisions, understanding how a single moment of absolute commitment can shape the destiny of individuals and empires alike. We analyzed the psychology of finality, discovering that our minds crave the relief of permanent choices and that indecision is a source of profound spiritual exhaustion. And we received the practical guidance to identify our drafts, create our sensory anchors, and practice the courage of the 5-second press. As we bring this chapter to a close, let the image of the red seal linger in your mind. See the rich, crimson color, the warmth of the wax, the cold, unyielding weight of the metal. Understand that you hold the signet ring of your own life. No one else can stamp the page for you. And now, as the wax begins to cool on this portion of our journey, we must prepare to turn the page. The seal is set, the document is folded, and the messenger is waiting at the door. But where does this path lead once the choice is made? What happens when we step out of the quiet study of decision and into the bright, unforgiving light of action? In the next chapter, we will walk through that door. We will explore the momentum of the chosen path, the trials that test our commitment, and the transformation that occurs when we finally refuse to look back. The fire in the hearth is burning low. The candle is almost gone, but the seal remains sharp, red, and eternal. Lean in, breathe deep, and let us take the next step together. Close your eyes for a moment and listen to the silence between my words. Do you hear it? That faint, persistent hum of a world moving too fast, of lives lived on the surface of a deep, dark ocean of forgotten history. There is a profound human tragedy in our collective amnesia. We walk through streets named after ghosts, under monuments built on top of secrets, convinced that we are the masters of our own destiny. But what if the script of our lives was written a century ago, sealed in wax, and hidden in the damp, forgotten vaults of those who hold the keys to our perception? I welcome you, truly, to this space. This is not just an audiobook. This is a confession, an unraveling, and a reclamation of a truth that was never meant to see the light of day. I want you to feel the weight of this moment. Let the noise of your day fade into the background. Let the room grow cold, if it must, and let your mind settle into the rhythm of my voice. We are about to cross a threshold from which there is no returning. Let me take you back to a cold, wet Tuesday in November. I was not always a seeker of dangerous truths. For most of my life, I was a quiet archivist, a person who found comfort in the predictable decay of old paper, the dry scent of disintegrating leather, and the harmless dust of centuries past. I worked in the subterranean levels of an ancient, unnamed institution, a place where history came to die in cardboard boxes. But on that particular evening, while cataloging a private collection bequeathed by a reclusive estate, my fingers brushed against something that did not belong. Behind a false wooden panel at the back of a Victorian trunk, I found a heavy, oilskin folder. It was tied with a frayed hemp cord and secured by a large, circular seal of dark, oxidized crimson wax. The red seal. It felt unnaturally cold to the touch, as if the silence of 100 years had been frozen inside it. When I broke that seal, a scent of dried lavender and copper filled the air, and my life was forever divided into two halves: the comfortable lie I had lived before, and the terrifying truth I was about to uncover. This journey we are embarking on together is not a brief excursion. It is a meticulous, 265-minute descent into the heart of a century-old conspiracy that shapes the very fabric of our modern existence. Over these hours, we will trace the threads of a hidden hand that has manipulated economies, altered historical records, and silenced those who dared to look too closely. I must warn you. This path is not for the faint of heart. The truths we will encounter are dark, heavy, and deeply unsettling. They will challenge what you believe about your leaders, your institutions, and even the nature of your own freedom. But I ask you to stay with me. Do not turn back when the shadows lengthen. To help you fully absorb this experience, I invite you now to adjust your audio settings. If you can, put on a pair of high-quality headphones. Turn down the treble slightly to let the lower frequencies of my voice resonate within your chest. Find a space where the outside world cannot reach you. We need a highly dynamic, theatrical space of listening because the story we are telling is not merely informational. It is visceral. It is a sensory experience designed to speak directly to your heart, your dreams, and those quiet, secret fears you only acknowledge in the dead of night. To understand why this matters, let us look at the story of Arthur Vance. In the winter of 1924, Arthur was a brilliant young clerk working for a powerful international banking cartel. He was a man of high ideals, a father, and a husband who believed in the promises of the modern world. One evening, while cross-referencing ledger entries, Arthur discovered a series of anomalies: massive, unexplained transfers of gold to unnamed accounts across Europe, transactions that seemed to predict, and even fund, the political instability of the era. He realized he was looking at the financial blueprint for a manufactured war. Arthur did not stay silent. He packed a single leather valise with carbon copies of the documents and boarded a midnight train to Paris, intending to deliver them to an independent journalist. But Arthur never arrived. The train reached its destination, but Arthur was gone, his compartment empty except for his valise, which was found completely wiped of all documents, sealed shut with a fresh stamp of red wax. His wife was told he had simply abandoned his family, a lie she was forced to live with until her dying day. The system did not just destroy Arthur. It erased his truth and rewrote his legacy as a coward. Why does this story, and the many others like it, strike such a deep chord within our subconscious? It is because we all carry a primal fear of being gaslighted by the world. We have an inherent, evolutionary need for truth, yet we live in societies that constantly demand we sacrifice our perception for the sake of convenience and social conformity. When we look at the psychology of the Red Seal, we are looking at the ultimate representation of the shadow self. In psychological terms, the shadow consists of those parts of ourselves and our society that we deem too dangerous, too shameful, or too disruptive to acknowledge. By locking these truths away behind a seal of authority, the powerful keep the collective consciousness in a state of infantile dependency. We are taught to trust the official narrative because the alternative, admitting that we have been deceived, creates an agonizing state of cognitive dissonance. It is far easier to believe that Arthur Vance was a runaway husband than to accept that the institutions we trust to protect us are capable of engineered silence. This dynamic holds us back, keeping us trapped in a cycle of passive compliance. But when we find the courage to break the seal, we reclaim our power. So, how do you apply this realization to your own life? How do you, as a listener sitting in the quiet of your own space, begin to uncover your own red seals? The process begins with a willingness to question your own personal archives. I want you to act as a gentle, patient mentor to yourself. Take a moment to examine the narratives you have accepted about your own history. What are the family secrets that are whispered about but never openly discussed? What are the self-limiting beliefs you carry, the ideas that you are not strong enough, smart enough, or worthy enough that were sealed into your psyche by well-meaning but flawed authority figures when you were a child? To break these personal seals, you must first locate them. Sit quietly and pay attention to where you feel resistance in your body when you think about certain memories. That tightness in your chest, that sudden urge to distract yourself, that is the red wax. Approach it not with anger, but with a compassionate curiosity. Melt the wax with the warmth of your attention. Open the file and read the contents with the eyes of an adult who is no longer afraid of the dark. This chapter has been our invitation, a quiet hand extended to you in the dark, asking you to step off the well-trodden path of comfortable illusion. We have established our perspective not as passive observers, but as active investigators of a century-old conspiracy. We have met the ghost of Arthur Vance, and we have looked into the mirror of our own subconscious minds to understand why the truth is both our greatest fear and our only salvation. As we prepare to turn the page, I want you to carry this feeling of quiet resolve with you. The journey ahead is long, and the waters will only grow deeper and more turbulent from here. In our next chapter, we will travel back to the very origin of the conspiracy, to a secret meeting on a private island off the coast of Georgia in the winter of 1910. It was there, amidst the Spanish moss and the howling Atlantic winds, that a small group of men gathered in absolute secrecy to draft the blueprint for a global monetary system that would bind the destiny of nations. They called their creation a triumph of modern finance, but they sealed it with a stamp of red wax that still bleeds into our lives today. Keep your headphones on. Take a deep, steadying breath. Let us step together into the shadows of 1910, where the legend of the Red Seal truly begins. Before we cross that threshold, I want you to understand how I came to stand here, speaking these words into your ears. I was not always an investigator of ghosts, nor did I seek to unravel the delicate, dangerous fabric of global finance. For years, I was a quiet archivist, a keeper of forgotten papers in a windowless room deep beneath the city, accustomed to the dry, comforting scent of decaying cellulose and the harmless, steady hum of fluorescent lights. I took comfort in the silence of dead things. But 3 years ago, on a wet Tuesday evening that felt entirely ordinary, a mislabeled wooden crate arrived from a liquidated private estate in Switzerland. Inside, buried beneath layers of yellowed ledger sheets and brittle tissue paper, was a single, heavy dossier bound in scarred black leather. When I brushed away the accumulated dust of a century, my fingers caught on a raised fragment of crimson wax. It was the Red Seal, cold and cracked, yet when my skin met its surface, a strange, electric chill raced up my spine. It felt less like a forgotten relic of the past and more like a sleeping pulse, waiting for someone foolish enough to wake it. I broke that seal with a brass letter opener, and in doing so, I shattered the quiet safety of my old life forever. Picture that moment with me, for it is the crucible of everything you are about to hear. I sat under the solitary warmth of a green-shaded banker's lamp while the autumn rain clawed at the high, grime-streaked basement windows. As I opened the file, my eyes fell upon names written in faded, elegant ink, names of prominent men who supposedly died penniless, sitting alongside transactions that did not exist in any public history book. There was a specific ledger entry from November of 1912, detailing a massive transfer of gold bullion that vanished from the treasury vaults of 3 sovereign European nations overnight, authorized only by a tiny, hand-stamped crimson circle. As I stared at that stamp, my heart began to hammer against my ribs like a trapped bird. The sheer psychological weight of the discovery was suffocating. I realized then that our history is not a series of random accidents or well-intentioned blunders. It is a carefully managed play, and we are merely the audience sitting in the dark, weeping and cheering at the shadows projected on the wall. I knew that looking further meant stepping onto a path of no return, where truth becomes a heavy, dangerous burden to carry alone. And so, we begin this 265-minute descent together. This is not our journey to be taken lightly, nor is it a passive background soundtrack for your daily routine. We are going to explore the darkest, most carefully guarded corners of the last century, exposing the quiet architects of our modern economic captivity. Because of the raw, deeply intimate, and sometimes unsettling nature of what we are about to uncover, I must ask you to prepare your surroundings now. Find a quiet space where you will not be disturbed. Dim the lamps around you. Turn up the volume of your player slightly, or adjust your headphones to capture the deepest resonance of the bass and the softest, most confidential whispers of my voice. This narration will be highly dynamic and theatrical. It will rise to a powerful crescendo when the tides of history turn in anger, and it will fall to a breathless whisper when we are hiding in the shadows of those who rule us. Let the warmth of my voice be your anchor through the cold, twisting labyrinth of the past. Take another slow, steadying breath, and let us begin the descent. Chapter 1: The Midnight Courier. There is an ancient, quiet truth that whispers to us in the darkest hours of the night. A truth that says we do not truly find our destiny, but rather, it finds us when we are least prepared, shivering, and drenched in the rain of our own unresolved histories. Welcome, my friend, to this space of reflection and shadow. Before we begin our journey into the winding, rain-slicked alleys of 17th century Prague, I want you to take a deep, slow breath. Let the noise of your modern world fade into the background. Imagine the faint, dry scent of old parchment, the amber glow of a dying hearth, and the steady, rhythmic drumming of cold rain against a leaded glass window. In this chapter, we explore the threshold of change. We meet our protagonist, Dr. Orderstin Vane, a man who has spent the better part of his life retreating into the silent, comforting embrace of ancient manuscripts and dead languages. He is a scholar who believes that by analyzing the past, he can shield himself from the unpredictable, agonizing pain of the present. Have you ever done that? Have you ever built a fortress of routine, of intellect, or of isolation, hoping that the chaos of the world would simply pass you by? Orderstin believed his sanctuary was impenetrable. But tonight, the universe has other plans. Tonight, destiny is not arriving with a gentle tap, but with a frantic, terrified, desperate pounding of a dying man's fist. Let us transport our minds to Prague, in the year 1618. The city is a labyrinth of shadows, a Gothic masterpiece of towering spires and dark, narrow passageways that seem to whisper secrets to those who dare to walk them after midnight. On this particular night, the heavens have opened, unleashing a torrential downpour that washes over the cobblestones, turning the gutters into rushing rivers of black water. Through this deluge runs a man. His name is Jan, though his name matters far less than the burden he carries. He is a courier, but tonight, he is a prey animal. We hear his ragged, frantic breathing before we even see him. It is a sharp, desperate sound. A gasp, then a rattle, then a choked swallow of air that barely fills his burning lungs. Listen closely to that breath. It is the sound of a human being pushed to the absolute precipice of physical endurance. His boots slip on the wet stones, sparks flying as iron hits rock, but he cannot slow down. Behind him, echoing through the mist-shrouded arches of the Charles Bridge, is the heavy, rhythmic thud of pursuers. They do not cry out. They do not need to. The sound of their footsteps is a promise of death. Jan clutches his leather satchel to his chest as if it were a shield, or perhaps a newborn child. Inside that satchel lies a document, bound in heavy vellum and closed with a thick, viscous dollop of red wax. The Red Seal. To carry this document is to carry a death warrant, yet to lose it would mean the collapse of an empire, the rekindling of a war that would burn Europe to ash. Jan's heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. His vision is blurring at the edges, the cold rain stinging his eyes, his muscles screaming for oxygen. He turns a sharp corner, his shoulder scraping against a rough stone wall, tearing his woolen doublet. He knows he cannot run much longer. His strength is evaporating into the damp night air. Let us pause here, in the cold mud of Prague, and look deeply into this image of the running courier. Why does this cinematic chase resonate so deeply within our own subconscious minds? Why does the image of a man running for his life through the dark strike such a sensitive chord in our modern hearts? It is because, in one way or another, we are all running. We are all couriers of our own unexamined secrets, carrying burdens we did not ask for, pursued by the invisible phantoms of our past, our anxieties, and our unheeded callings. Think of a time in your own life when you felt pursued by an invisible pressure. Perhaps it was a deadline, a failing relationship, an unacknowledged grief, or the terrifying realization that you are not living the life you were meant to live. The pursued courier is an archetype of the human ego under siege. When we run from our fears, the world becomes a hostile labyrinth. The cobblestones seem to trip us, the rain blinds us, and the shadows grow longer and more menacing. We convince ourselves that if we just run a little faster, if we just work a little harder, if we just keep our heads down, we can escape the reckoning. But the truth is, the chase only ends when we stop running and face the door. If you find yourself in this state of perpetual flight, if you feel your own breath growing short and your heart racing with the anxiety of modern existence, I offer you this gentle, step-by-step guidance. First, recognize the chase. Acknowledge that you are running. You cannot find peace until you admit that you are exhausted. Second, identify the burden. What is the document you are clutching so tightly to your chest? Is it a desire to please everyone? Is it a fear of failure? Is it an old shame you refuse to look at? Name it. Write it down, or speak it into the quiet of your room. Third, and most importantly, find your safe house. In the narrative of our lives, we must find a sanctuary where we can drop our defenses, just as Jan is searching for the home of Dr. Augustin Vane. This sanctuary can be a trusted friend, a therapeutic space, or a quiet corner of your own mind where you allow yourself to simply be, without judgment, without the need to perform or escape. Now, let us return to the storm. Jan's breath is now nothing more than a wet, whistling gasp. He can feel the icy grip of hypothermia creeping into his fingers, yet he holds the satchel tighter. He knows the geography of these streets by heart, but in the dark and the rain, everything looks like a monument of despair. Up ahead, nestled at the end of a dead-end alley beneath the shadow of the great cathedral, lies a modest, timber-framed house. A single, amber light flickers in the upstairs window. It is the home of the translator, the scholar, the only man who can decipher the secrets written within the vellum. Inside, Augustin Vane sits in his armchair, a cup of lukewarm herbal tea at his elbow, surrounded by the towering, silent sentinels of his bookshelves. The silence in his study is thick, almost sacred. To Augustin, this room is his universe. It is predictable. The letters on the pages do not change their meaning overnight. They do not betray him. They do not die. He runs a thin hand through his graying hair, sighing as he translates a passage of ancient Greek. He thinks he is safe. He thinks that by withdrawing from the turbulent politics of the city, he has purchased a lifetime of peace. But listen. Beneath the steady drone of the rain, a new sound begins to emerge. It is the sound of footsteps, uneven and dragging, stumbling into the alleyway. Then, a heavy, wet thud as a body collides with the stout oak door of the house. Inside, Augustin freezes. The quill drops from his fingers, leaving a dark blot of ink on the pristine page. His heart, usually so quiet and slow, gives a sudden, violent thrum. He tells himself it is just the wind. He tells himself it is a stray dog, or perhaps a drunkard seeking shelter from the storm. But deep down, in that primal, intuitive part of his soul that he has tried so hard to silence, he knows. He knows that the world he has shut out is now knocking on his door. Outside, Jan is on his knees. He can no longer stand. The pursuers are close. He can hear the wet splash of their boots at the entrance of the alley. With his final, agonizing reserve of strength, Jan lifts his fist and strikes the wood of the door once, twice, 3 times. The sound echoes through the empty house like a funeral knell. He drops his forehead against the cold, wet wood. His fingers, stiff with cold, fumble with the buckle of his satchel. He pulls out the document. The red wax of the seal gleams in the dim light of the alleyway like a drop of fresh blood. This moment of confrontation, this knocking at the gate, is the ultimate threshold of the human journey. It is what Jungian psychologists call the intrusion of the shadow. We spend our lives building neat, tidy containers for our identity, but eventually, the door must be opened. The knock on the door is a universal symbol. It represents the sudden, unexpected call to adventure, the crisis that forces us to grow, the illness that makes us reevaluate our life, or the sudden loss that shatters our illusions of control. It is terrifying because it demands that we step out of our comfort zone and into the unknown. If you are standing at your own threshold right now, hearing a knock that you are terrified to answer, let me offer you a hand. It is natural to feel fear. Your brain is wired to keep you safe within the familiar walls of your current life, even if those walls are suffocating you. To prepare yourself for this transition, try this exercise. Close your eyes and visualize the door of your own mind. See it clearly. What color is it? Is it locked? Now, imagine standing on the other side of that door, not with fear, but with curiosity. Ask yourself, what is the truth that is trying to get in? What is the part of myself that I have locked out in the cold? When you are ready, imagine turning the handle, not because you are forced to, but because you are brave enough to face whatever is waiting for you. Let us return to Augustine's study. The scholar stands up, his limbs stiff, his breath shallow. He takes the brass lantern from his desk, the light casting long, dancing shadows across the room. He walks down the creaking wooden stairs, each step feeling heavier than the last. The air grows colder as he approaches the foyer. He can hear the desperate, wet breathing of the man on the other side of the door. It is a fragile, broken sound, the sound of a life slipping away. Augustine reaches the door. His hand hovers over the heavy iron bolt. He hesitates. He knows that if he slides this bolt back, his quiet life of study is over. He will be dragged into the light, into the danger, into the pain of the living world. The breathing outside is slowing, turning into a shallow, desperate rattle. With a sudden, decisive motion, driven by a spark of human compassion that his books could never teach him, Augustine throws back the bolt. The door swings inward, carrying with it a gust of freezing wind and a spray of cold rain that extinguishes the lantern, plunging the hallway into darkness. In the gloom, a heavy, sodden mass collapses forward across the threshold. It is Jan. He falls onto the stone floor of the hallway, his face pale as marble, his eyes glassy and unseeing. He does not speak. He does not have the breath left for words. But as his body goes limp, his hand opens, and there, resting on his wet palm, is the document. The red seal, dark and ominous, catches the faint, dying embers of the hearth fire from the room above. Augustine drops to his knees beside the fallen courier, his hands trembling as he reaches out toward the paper. He can hear the sound of footsteps at the mouth of the alley, closing in, fast and relentless. In this moment of profound stillness and impending danger, we leave our protagonist. The door is open, the storm has entered the house, and the red seal lies waiting to be broken. As we close this chapter, let us carry this feeling of anticipation with us. Let us remember that when the storms of life knock on our door, we have a choice. We can cower in the dark, or we can open the door, face the messenger, and begin the journey we were always meant to take. Join me in the next chapter as the seal is broken and the secrets of the past begin to rewrite the destiny of the present. Stay safe, stay curious, and breathe deeply. Chapter 2: A Fatal Wax Impression. The human heart is a repository of seals, some broken, some preserved in the coldest chambers of our memory. There is a profound philosophical truth in the idea that we do not merely keep secrets, rather, our secrets keep us. They hold us captive in the quiet hours of the night, whispering of things left unsaid and paths left untaken. Imagine, if you will, a dimly lit room where the air is thick with the scent of old parchment, damp stone, and the sharp, metallic tang of burning tallow. On a heavy mahogany desk lies a single letter, its contents hidden beneath a disk of blood-red wax. This is not ordinary wax. It does not merely close a document. It binds a destiny. As we step into the shadow of our second chapter, we find ourselves standing before this very desk, staring down at a fatal wax impression. Let us take a breath together and contemplate the physical properties and the dark, winding history of this infamous red seal. What is it about a physical object that can carry the weight of an empire, or the ruin of a soul? The wax itself is a deep, visceral crimson, a hue so vivid it seems almost to pulse with a slow, arterial rhythm under the flickering candlelight. It is cold to the touch, yet it retains a strange, oily warmth when pressed against the skin, as if it remembers the fire that burst it. To understand the weight of this moment, we must look closer, past the crimson sheen, to the intricate, forbidden sigil carved into its surface. It is a symbol that should not exist. It is a complex geometry of interlacing lines, a spiral that seems to turn inward toward a central, vacant eye. To look upon it for too long is to feel a gentle, dizzying pull, a psychological vertigo that whispers of ancient transgressions. This is the sigil of the forgotten, a mark designed to silence those who dare to seek the truth. Consider the story of Julian, a young scholar working in the dusty archives of an ancient library. Julian was a man driven by an insatiable hunger for answers, a quiet soul who felt more at home among dead authors than living peers. One rainy evening, as the wind rattled the leaded glass windows, he uncovered a hidden compartment in a leather-bound ledger. Inside lay a brass signet ring, its face carved with this very sigil. When he pressed it into a pool of hot, crimson wax on a blank sheet of paper, his hand trembled. He felt an immediate, icy shock travel up his arm, a physical manifestation of a threshold crossed. In that moment, he was no longer just an observer of history. He was its victim. The sigil seemed to stare back at him, an eye of dried blood on the white page, warning him that some doors, once closed, are meant to remain sealed forever. He realized, with a creeping dread, that his life would never be the same. The act of making that impression had bound him to a legacy of silence and fear. Why does this image resonate so deeply with us? In the vast landscape of our subconscious, the forbidden sigil represents our shadow self. It is the repository of our denied desires, our unexpressed grief, and the truths we hide even from ourselves. When we encounter something forbidden, a profound psychological tension is born. We are drawn to the edge of the abyss, not because we wish to fall, but because we long to understand the depth of our own capacity to survive the drop. This tension holds us back when we allow fear to dictate our boundaries, but it can guide us forward when we recognize that the forbidden is often just the undiscovered country of our own potential. When we repress these aspects of our psyche, they do not vanish. They merely wait in the dark, gathering strength until they present themselves as external obstacles or sudden, inexplicable anxieties. How do we apply this understanding to our own lives? Think of a boundary you have set for yourself out of fear. Close your eyes and visualize that boundary as a seal upon your heart. Do not force it open. Instead, gently run your fingers over its edges in your mind. Ask yourself, what secret is this seal protecting? Is it protecting me from pain, or is it preventing me from growing? Take a deep breath, exhale the tension, and allow yourself to sit with the discomfort. Step by step, you can begin to melt the wax of your own resistance with a warmth of self-compassion, recognizing that you are strong enough to face whatever lies beneath. By shining the light of conscious awareness on these hidden places, you take away their power to frighten you, turning a forbidden barrier into a gateway of self-discovery. This leads us to the second facet of our exploration, the origins of this mysterious substance. This was no common compound of beeswax and resin. History whispers of a secret guild, the Crimson Alchemists, who labored in the subterranean vaults of a forgotten city. They sought to create an indestructible sealing wax, a material that could withstand fire, water, and the slow decay of centuries. Their formula was a closely guarded secret, rumored to involve rare mineral dust, crushed cinnabar, and a drop of the alchemist's own blood to bind the elements together. It was a wax that did not merely melt. It bonded with the fiber of the parchment, becoming one with the medium it sealed, rendering any attempt at opening it without destroying the document utterly impossible. The guild members took an oath of silence, carrying the recipe to their graves, leaving behind only the finished sticks of wax as a legacy of their forbidden science. Imagine Clara, a messenger in a time of great upheaval. She was tasked with carrying a document sealed with a crimson alchemist's wax across a war-torn continent. During her journey, her carriage was ambushed, and she found herself trapped in a burning inn. As the flames lit at her boots and the suffocating smoke filled her lungs, she clutched the letter to her chest, accepting her fate but determined to protect her charge. The heat was intense enough to melt iron, yet as she looked down through the haze, she saw that the red seal remained pristine, cool and solid amidst the inferno. It was as if the seal possessed its own survival instinct, a stubborn refusal to yield to the destructive elements around it. Clara survived, pulled from the ash by a stroke of fortune, but the image of that unyielding red mark in the heart of the fire remained burned into her mind forever, a symbol of absolute, terrifying permanence. It made her realize that some vows are written in a language that even death cannot erase. This concept of the indestructible seal speaks directly to our innate human desire for legacy and our deep-seated fear of impermanence. We build monuments, write books, and forge relationships in the hope of creating something that will survive the fire of time. Yet, When we cling too tightly to the idea of permanence, we create a rigid inner world. We become like the indestructible wax, unable to adapt, unable to flow with the natural changes of life. Our subconscious craves security, but true security does not come from creating unbreakable seals. It comes from developing the resilience to withstand the fire while remaining soft enough to feel. When we resist change, we suffer. We try to freeze moments, relationships, and identities in time, forgetting that life is defined by its movement, its transitions, and its beautiful, temporary nature. To integrate this into your daily journey, identify an area of your life where you are resisting change, where you have allowed your habits or beliefs to become as hard and unyielding as the alchemist's wax. Acknowledge this rigidity without judgment. Gently remind yourself that life is a process of constant unfolding. Practice the art of conscious softening. When you feel yourself tightening in response to a challenge, pause. Take a slow, deep breath and mentally soften the muscles in your shoulders, your jaw, and your chest. Allow yourself to be malleable, trusting that your core essence cannot be destroyed by the flames of change. By letting go of the need for permanent structures, you open yourself to the flow of new opportunities, discovering a deeper, more enduring peace that does not depend on things remaining the same. Finally, we must confront the most chilling aspect of the red seal, the absolute peril of its possession. In the old world, to own a stick of this crimson wax, or to possess a document bearing its impression without royal decree, was a capital offense. It was not merely a crime against the crown. It was considered an act of treason against reality itself. To hold the seal was to hold a key to secrets that could topple dynasties and rewrite history. The punishment was swift, brutal, and absolute. The mere whisper of its presence in a household was enough to bring the king's inquisitors to the door, turning neighbors into informants and families into dust. People lived in constant terror of being associated with the crimson mark, knowing that its discovery meant the end of everything they held dear. Let us enter the quiet home of Master Thomas, a gentle clockmaker who lived a life of quiet devotion to his craft. He was a man of wheels and springs, of ticking seconds and steady hands. One afternoon, while repairing an antique clock brought to him by a mysterious traveler, a small compartment slid open, revealing a heavy iron box. Inside, resting on a bed of faded black velvet, was a single, unused stick of the blood-red wax. Thomas knew the lore. He knew that the mere presence of this object under his roof meant his death sentence if discovered. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. He should have thrown it into the river, or buried it deep beneath the floorboards. But as he looked at the rich, dark crimson, he felt an overwhelming sense of connection to the history it represented. He hesitated, captivated by its dangerous beauty. That night, the heavy boots of the guard echoed on the cobblestones outside his window. The knock on his door was loud, hollow, and final. His hesitation had cost him his life, leaving behind only the ticking of his clocks and the cold, silent wax that sealed his fate. This extreme danger, This capital offense of possession is a powerful metaphor for the inherited trauma and family secrets we carry within our own hearts. We often inherit burdens that do not belong to us: guilt, shame, anger, or grief passed down through generations. Carrying these secrets feels like possessing the forbidden wax. We live in constant fear of exposure, terrified that if others see what we carry, we will be cast out, judged, or destroyed. This fear of being found out forces us to live in a state of hypervigilance, locking away our true selves and living a life of quiet desperation. We become guardians of a dangerous inheritance, protecting a legacy of pain at the expense of our own happiness and freedom. To release this burden, you must first recognize that the secrets you carry are not your identity. They are merely objects you have inherited from a past that is not your own. Imagine yourself holding that heavy, dangerous seal in your hands. Feel its weight, but recognize that you do not own it, and you do not have to keep it. You can choose to set it down. In your mind's eye, place the burden on a stone table and step back, letting the distance grow between you and the weight. Say to yourself, either aloud or in the quiet sanctuary of your mind, "This does not belong to me. I release the need to carry this secret. I choose to step into the light of my own truth." By doing this, you disarm the fear of exposure, transforming a capital offense of the soul into an act of profound self-liberation, allowing yourself to finally breathe freely. As we reflect on the physical properties, the forbidden sigil, the indestructible alchemical formula, and the fatal consequences of possessing the red seal, we begin to see that this is not just a story of wax and paper. It is a mirror reflecting our deepest human struggles. We are all keepers of seals, searching for the courage to break them, or the wisdom to let them go. The story of the red seal is far from over. Even now, as the wax cools and the shadows lengthen in the old scholar's study, a new mystery begins to unravel. The impression has been made, the sacrifice has been offered, and the ink is dry. But what happens when the sealed letter is finally delivered? What happens when the recipient realizes that the message within is not a promise of life, but a sentence of death? Join me in our next chapter, where we will follow the trail of the red wax into the dark alleys of the conspirator's world, and discover the true power of the words that lie hidden beneath the fatal impression. Let us walk forward together, step by step, into the gathering dark, ready to face whatever truths await us in the shadows. Chapter 3: The Scholar's Ledger. There is a peculiar, almost sacred silence that accompanies the final breaths of a human being, a silence that does not merely occupy the room but seems to warp the very passage of time. When the courier fell through the heavy oak doors of the sanctuary, his chest heaving with the rattle of impending death, he held something pressed so tightly against his ribs that his knuckles had turned the color of winter parchment. It was a ledger, bound in worn calfskin, its edges stained with salt water, road dust, and a dark, spreading bloom of arterial blood. He did not speak his name, nor did he beg for a priest. Instead, he looked up with eyes that had already begun to glaze over. fixed his gaze upon the young scholar who knelt beside him, and whispered a single, desperate command before his grip loosened and his soul slipped into the ether. "Decipher it," he had gasped, his voice carrying the dry scrape of dead leaves. "If you do not, the seals will break, and the silence will consume us all. Let us pause for a moment and place ourselves in that dimly lit room. Can you smell the damp stone? Can you feel the chill of the midnight rain pressing against the leaded glass windows? Imagine the weight of that book in your hands. It is not merely a collection of numbers and names. It is a vessel containing the final, desperate thoughts of a man who ran until his heart burst to deliver it. It is a physical manifestation of a secret so profound that lives were traded like worthless copper coins just to keep it from the light. This is the starting point of our journey into the scholar's ledger, a journey that is as much about the geography of the human soul as it is about the dusty roads of the empire. It asks us a fundamental question that resonates in the quietest corners of our own lives. When the truth is offered to us, wrapped in danger and stained with sacrifice, do we have the courage to break the seal, or do we turn back to the comfortable illusions of our daily routines? To understand the ledger, one must understand the art of the whisper. The courier did not write his secrets in the bold, flowing script of the royal court. He wrote them in a cipher so intricate, so delicate, that to read it aloud requires a voice hushed to the point of a soft breeze passing through dry grass. Let us lean in closer, as if we are sitting beside the scholar under the flickering light of a single tallow candle, tracing the faint, indented lines with a trembling finger. The code relies on a dual register system, where every third word is a decoy and every fifth letter represents a coordinate of sound. When you translate it, you do not look for meaning in the syntax. You look for the rhythm of the breath. Listen closely to how the code reveals itself when read in this deliberate, whispered manner. It speaks of names that have been erased from the official chronicles of the realm. It speaks of shipments of gold that never arrived at the treasury, and of treaties signed in the dark that traded away the lives of entire provincial populations. It is a map of betrayal written in the language of shadows. For the scholar, sitting in the absolute stillness of his study, this whispered translation is not merely an intellectual exercise. It is a slow, methodical unraveling of everything he believed to be true about his world. It is the realization that the peace he enjoyed was bought with a currency of silent horrors. Think of a time in your own life when a sudden, whispered realization shattered a long-held belief. Perhaps it was a quiet conversation overheard through a door, or a sudden, devastating clarity about a relationship you thought was unbreakable. The subconscious mind fears these whispered truths far more than it fears loud accusations. A scream can be defended against. We can build walls of anger and denial to block it out. But a whisper slips through the cracks of our defenses. It bypasses our rationalizations and speaks directly to our deepest anxieties. The psychological weight of decoding such a truth is immense. It forces us to confront our own complicity in the illusions we maintain. We realize that by ignoring the subtle signs, the quiet discrepancies in our own life's ledger. We have been keeping our own secrets from ourselves. To aid him in this agonizing task, the scholar is forced to seek out a companion, a guide who possesses the keys to these linguistic labyrinths but who also carries a darkness of his own. Enter Master Alistair, an eccentric cryptographer who lives on the absolute periphery of the academic world. Alistair's home is a monument to intellectual obsession. It is a chaotic tower filled with rusted iron astrolabes, stacks of crumbling vellum that reach the ceiling like unstable pillars of salt, and the constant, maddening ticking of dozens of mismatched clocks, each keeping its own erratic version of time. Alistair himself is a man of sharp angles and nervous energy. His fingers are permanently stained yellow from nitric acid, and his eyes, magnified behind thick, dirty spectacles, gleam with a manic, unpredictable light. He smells of peppermint oil and old dust, a combination that is both comforting and deeply unsettling. But Alistair is not our benign tutor. He agrees to help the scholar not out of a sense of duty or a desire for justice, but because he is driven by a profound, unresolved grievance. Years ago, Alistair was expelled from the Royal Academy under a cloud of suspicion, his theories dismissed as the delusions of a madman. He views the ledger not as a tragedy to be resolved, but as a weapon of absolute vindication. As they work together, his fingers flying across the pages with a predatory grace, Alistair drops subtle, troubling hints about his true motives. He speaks of the ledger as a key that will not only unlock the secrets of the empire but will also burn down the very institutions that cast him out. Consider the dynamic between the naive scholar and the bitter cryptographer. This is a classic psychological archetype, the interaction between the ego, trying to maintain its noble, conscious identity, and the shadow, which possesses the raw, unfiltered truth but threatens to destroy the ego in the process. We all have an Alistair in our lives, or perhaps within our own minds. He is that voice that urges us to use our insights not to heal, but to retaliate. He is the part of us that, when hurt, wants to expose the secrets of others to level the playing field. When we engage with our shadow, we must be incredibly careful. It is a necessary partnership, for the shadow holds the keys to the deeper chambers of our experience, but without a strong moral compass, we risk becoming the very monsters we seek to expose. The practical step here is not to shun the shadow, but to negotiate with it. We must acknowledge Alistair's genius and use his skills to decode our patterns, but we must never let him hold the pen when it comes time to write our response. As the nights bleed into one another, and the candle wax pools like frozen tears on the scholar's desk, a specific, terrifying pattern begins to emerge from the ledger's pages. It is a clue, hidden beneath layers of allegorical poetry and false astronomical charts. It points not to a distant province or a foreign enemy, but to a location directly beneath their feet. The ledger describes a forgotten, subterranean chamber located beneath the foundations of the Royal Library itself. This chamber, referred to in the code as the Vault of the Third Seal, is where the original, Unredacted records of the empire's founding are kept. It is the place where the true identity of the royal bloodline is recorded, a truth so explosive that its revelation would dissolve the authority of the crown in an instant. Imagine the cinematic tension of this realization. The scholar and Alastair stand over the map they have painstakingly reconstructed. Outside, the morning light is just beginning to gray the eastern sky, but inside, the air is thick with the realization of what they must do. They must infiltrate the great library, a place of quiet study and intellectual prestige, and descend into its darkest, dampest basements, beyond the storage rooms, beyond the sewer lines, into a space that has been officially deleted from all architectural plans for over 300 years. The library, which the scholar once viewed as a temple of pure knowledge, is suddenly transformed into a fortress of state-sponsored deception. This descent into the subterranean chamber is a powerful metaphor for the journey into our own deep subconscious. The Royal Library represents our conscious intellect, the organized, respectable facade we present to the world. It is filled with neat rows of books, categorized knowledge, and polite silence. But beneath this structured exterior lies the hidden chamber where our core wounds, our family secrets, and our repressed truths are stored. To truly understand who we are, we cannot simply remain in the bright reading rooms of our conscious minds. We must be willing to find the trapdoor, to descend into the damp, forgotten cellars where our personal history is buried. It is a terrifying prospect because we do not know what we will find there. We fear that the truth of our past might dismantle the identity we have worked so hard to build. Yet, this descent is the only path to true liberation. The scholar's journey shows us that we cannot heal what we refuse to acknowledge. To apply this to your own life, you must begin by looking for the discrepancies in your own personal narrative. What are the stories you tell yourself about your childhood, your past relationships, or your failures? Are there chapters you have redacted? Are there memories you have locked away in the basements of your mind? To excavate these chambers, you do not need to plunge blindly into the dark. You can begin with small, deliberate steps. Write down the memories you fear to examine. Speak them aloud in a quiet, safe space. Allow yourself to feel the grief and the anger that you have kept buried beneath your intellectual rationalizations. By bringing these hidden aspects into the light of your conscious awareness, you strip them of their power to control you from the shadows. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look back at the path we have traveled. We began with the dying breath of a career and the heavy, blood-stained weight of his secret ledger. We leaned in close to hear the whispered translation of a code that threatened to shatter an empire. We met Master Alastair, the brilliant, damaged cryptographer whose assistance is as dangerous as it is necessary. And finally, we uncovered the clue that points to the deep, silent vault beneath the grand library, setting the stage for a descent from which there may be no return. The scholar now stands at the precipice. Behind him lies his quiet, comfortable life of academic study, a life that is now forever ruined by the knowledge he possesses. Before him lies the dark stairway leading down into the roots of the earth, where the final truth awaits. He has the ledger, he has the key, and he has the terrifying companionship of Alistair. The storm outside has cleared, leaving the world cold, wet, and absolutely still, as if the universe itself is holding its breath to see what choice he will make. Listen to the silence that follows this realization. It is the same silence that greets us when we stand on the edge of a major life transition, when the old illusions have fallen away and the new path has not yet fully revealed itself. In the next chapter of our journey, we will follow the scholar down into that darkness. We will feel the cold stone of the library vaults. We will hear the echo of our own footsteps in the deep, and we will discover whether the truth we find there is a force that destroys, or a force that finally sets us free. Take a deep breath, embrace the quiet, and prepare your heart for the descent. Chapter 4: Secrets in the Scriptorium. It is said that the truth does not belong to those who seek it, but to those who are willing to be shattered by it. There is a peculiar, almost sacred terror in entering a space where the past has been deliberately buried. When we seek out the secrets that others have spent lifetimes trying to hide, we are not merely looking for information. We are engaging in a quiet, dangerous rebellion against the status quo of our own lives. Imagine, if you will, standing at the threshold of the Imperial Scriptorium at midnight. The air is cold, carrying the heavy, melancholic scent of decaying sheepskin, ancient beeswax, and the quiet, dry dust of centuries. The silence here is not empty. It is heavy, pregnant with the hushed whispers of dead scribes and the suffocating weight of forbidden knowledge. Every step you take on the damp flagstones feels like an intrusion, a violation of a sanctuary designed specifically to keep the curious out and the dangerous truths in. As we join Julian and Clara in this dark, echoing vault, we are not just observers. We are travelers entering the restricted corridors of our own hidden histories, searching for the keys to a freedom we are not even sure we deserve. Listen closely. Can you hear it? It is the sound of time itself decaying. As Julian reaches out a trembling hand to touch the spine of a massive, leather-bound register, the dry, rustling protest of turning parchment breaks the suffocating silence. It is a sound that carries the texture of autumn leaves scraping across a barren pavement, a fragile, brittle hiss that seems to echo too loudly in the vaulted heights of the scriptorium. The atmosphere is thick with a fine, powdery dust that rises with every movement, settling in the throat and stinging the eyes. This dust is not merely dirt. It is the physical residue of forgotten lives, the powdery remains of thoughts and decrees that once shaped empires, now reduced to a gray shroud that clings to everything it touches. Consider the cinematic weight of this moment. Julian lifts a heavy, iron-clasped folio, his fingers tracing the cracked leather. He whispers to Clara, his voice barely a breath, asking if they have gone too far. The inner monologue that torments him is one we all know. It is the voice that asks, what if we find what we are looking for? What if the truth we uncover destroys the fragile peace we have built? He turns a page, and the sharp, Dry crack of the ancient binding sounds like a snapping bone in the silence of the vault. He holds his breath, waiting for the shadows to move, realizing that every word he reads is a step further away from the safety of ignorance. Psychologically, our attraction to these dusty, forgotten archives of our own minds is a profound testament to the human spirit. We all possess a mental scriptorium, a locked room where we keep our old wounds, our failed dreams, and the secrets we keep even from ourselves. The dry rustling of parchment represents the awakening of these sleeping memories. When we choose to look back, to disturb the dust of our past, we experience a deep internal resistance. We fear that by opening these old books, we will release a ghost we cannot lay to rest. Yet, this classic dynamic is essential for our growth. The dust we fear choking on is actually the material of our transformation. If we never disturb the archive, we remain prisoners of a history we have never fully understood. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to become an archivist of your own soul. When a painful memory or a long-buried dream begins to rustle in the dark corners of your mind, do not run from it. Treat it with the gentle reverence of a scholar handling a priceless manuscript. Take a slow, deep breath and allow yourself to sit with the discomfort of the dust. Ask yourself, what is this ancient feeling trying to tell me? Write down these thoughts without judgment, letting the ink flow onto the page just as the scribes did. By giving these quiet, dusty fears a voice, you strip them of their power to haunt you in the dark. But the search is never safe. The deeper we go into the forbidden vaults, the closer we come to the forces that wish to keep us in the dark. Suddenly, the quiet rhythm of their search is shattered. From the far end of the long gallery, the heavy, rhythmic thud of iron-shod boots begins to echo against the stone walls. It is the Midnight Guard patrol. The sound of their approach is slow, deliberate, and terrifyingly cold. A flickering yellow lantern light begins to dance across the towering bookshelves, casting long, grotesque shadows that stretch and warp like reaching hands. Julian freezes, his hand clutching the edge of a heavy wooden desk, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. He looks at Clara, her eyes wide with a terror that mirrors his own. There is nowhere to run. The heavy oak doors are locked behind them, and the only way out is through the very corridor the guards are patrolling. With agonizing slowness, Julian pulls Clara into the narrow, suffocating gap between two massive bookshelves. They press their bodies against the cold stone wall, holding their breath as the light grows brighter, drawing closer with every agonizing second. The heat of the lantern light sweeps across the very aisle they were standing in moments ago. Through the crack in the wooden shelves, Julian can see the glint of the guard's polished breastplate, can hear the coarse, heavy breathing of a man who would not hesitate to put them in chains. The smell of cheap tobacco and damp wool drifts toward them, an earthy, terrifying contrast to the ancient dust of the scriptorium. For a single, eternal heartbeat, the guard stops. He turns his head, his gaze lingering on the table where Julian had left a book slightly askew. Julian closes his eyes, his inner monologue screaming a silent prayer for invisibility. realizing how incredibly fragile his life is, how easily it could all be taken away in the name of imperial order. The guard pauses, shrugs, and continues his march, his footsteps slowly fading into the distance. This near-miss sequence triggers something deep within our subconscious. The fear of being caught, of being exposed as an intruder in a place we do not belong, is the ultimate manifestation of the imposter syndrome that plagues so many of us. We often feel like we are sneaking through our own lives, waiting for the authority figures of our past, our critics, or our own self-doubt to shine a harsh light on us and drag us away. This fear of exposure holds us back, whispering that we are not worthy of the truths we seek. But look at what this moment does to Julian. It does not break him. Instead, the sheer terror refines his focus. When you face the fear of being discovered, you are forced to find absolute stillness within yourself. The practical lesson here is to learn the art of psychological stillness. When the demands of the world, or the loud voices of your own anxiety, begin to patrol the corridors of your mind, do not panic. Do not run, for running only makes noise. Instead, find your own quiet space between the shelves. Press yourself against the solid foundation of your values. Breathe slowly, and let the storm pass. You will find that the lights that seek to expose you can only see what is on the surface. They cannot touch the deep, quiet truth of who you are. Once the danger has passed, the silence returns, heavier and more profound than before. It is in this state of heightened awareness, where the senses are raw and the mind is perfectly clear, that the true discovery is made. Julian returns to the table, his hands still trembling slightly as the adrenaline slowly drains from his veins. He reaches for a thick, unremarkable theological tome, a book of sacred dogmas and tedious commentaries that anyone else would have bypassed without a second thought. But there is an oddity to this book. As Julian lifts it, he notices the weight is uneven. The back cover is thicker than it should be, stiff and unyielding. With a pocket knife he kept hidden in his sleeve, Julian carefully slips the blade beneath the outer layer of the double binding. The leather resists at first, then gives way with a soft, tearing sigh. Beneath the outer layer of Holy Scripture, hidden in a secret compartment carved into the very wood of the cover, lies a folded piece of ancient, yellowed vellum. He unfolds it with exquisite care, his fingers tracing the delicate inked lines. It is a map, not of the empire as it is known today, but of the ancient world before the Red Seal was established. It shows secret passages beneath the palace, forgotten waterways, and a marked location deep within the mountains that has been erased from every official atlas. This hidden map, concealed within the rigid, unquestionable walls of a theological tome, is a beautiful metaphor for the human condition. Think of the dogmas we carry. We build massive, rigid structures of belief, rules of how we should live, what we should think, and who we should be. We present these heavy volumes to the world, using them to protect ourselves from the chaos of life. Yet, if we are brave enough to look beneath the surface, to cut through the double binding of our own conditioning, we will find that our true path, or personal map, is hidden inside the very structures we thought were keeping us trapped. The map to your future is often hidden inside the very rules you have been trying so hard to follow. To find your own hidden map, you must be willing to examine your core beliefs. What are the absolute truths you have accepted about yourself that feel heavy and rigid? Is it the belief that you must always be strong? That you are not creative? That you must conform to a certain path to be loved? Take these beliefs, and like Julian with his knife, gently look beneath the binding. Ask yourself, who wrote these rules for me? What is hidden beneath them? You will often find that your greatest desires, your unique talents, and your true direction have been protected by the very defenses you built to survive. As Julian stares at the map, the realization of what he holds begins to set in. This is not just a piece of paper. It is a key to dismantling the illusions of the Empire. It is a promise of a different world, a map of a reality where the Red Seal does not dictate the boundaries of truth. But with this discovery comes a terrifying responsibility. He cannot unsee what he has seen. He cannot return this book to the shelf and pretend he never found it. He is now a guardian of a dangerous secret, and his life will never be the same again. Let us pause for a moment and reflect on this journey. We have walked through the dark, cold scriptorium. We have heard the fragile rustle of the past, felt the terror of being hunted, and uncovered the map that lies hidden beneath our deepest defenses. This is the journey of every soul that dares to seek the truth. It is a path of shadow, of silence, of near misses, and of profound, quiet revelations. As we close this chapter of Julian and Clara's search, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. The map they hold in their hands is a guide, but it is also a target. The forces that patrol the scriptorium will not remain blind forever. The air in the vault seems to grow colder still, as if the very stones are warning them that their time is running out. In the next chapter, we will follow them out of the shadows of the archive and into the dangerous, open light of the world, where they must decide whether to hide the map forever, or to follow its whispers into the heart of the Empire itself. Prepare your heart, for the journey is about to become far more treacherous. Chapter 5: The Guild of Glass Blowers. Have you ever wondered why certain colors do not just strike the eye, but seem to bruise the soul? There is a shade of red that does not merely represent life, but demands it. It is the color of a fresh wound, of a dying star, of the wax that has sealed the most terrible secrets of our collective history. As we open this chapter of our journey, we must step away from the quiet, dusty archives and venture into a world of blinding light and suffocating heat. We are tracking the origin of the unique scarlet pigment that binds the mysterious Red Seal. This is not our simple quest for a recipe or a chemical formula. It is an exploration of human obsession, a descent into the fiery depths where beauty and destruction are forged in the very same breath. To understand the seal, we must understand the blood of the glass, and to do that, we must travel back to the place where fire was tamed, and where secrets were guarded with the edge of a blade. Imagine walking through the mist of a Venetian lagoon at dusk. The air is thick with salt and the scent of rotting wood, a damp chill that clings to your skin like a wet shroud. But as you cross the water toward the island of Murano, a low, rhythmic thrum begins to vibrate through the soles of your feet. It is the heartbeat of the furnaces. When you step through the heavy wooden doors of the glassworks, the cold night is instantly incinerated. The air here does not flow. It waves, thick and distorted by a heat so intense it feels like a physical weight pressing against your chest. This is a place of shadows and molten light, where men move like spirits in an underworld, their faces illuminated by the orange glow of the open ovens. The roaring furnaces of the Murano glassworks are not mere tools of industry. They are crucible chambers of the human spirit. In the 15th century, to be a glass blower here was to be both a noble and a prisoner. If you tried to escape the island to sell your secrets to foreign courts, the Republic of Venice would send assassins to find you, no matter how far you ran. It was in this environment of beautiful captivity that the scarlet pigment of our seal was born. The glass blowers knew that to create the perfect red, a color that would hold its brilliance even when cooled into solid wax or blown into delicate vessels, they had to dance on the edge of catastrophe. Let us look closely at a moment in time, a cinematic fragment of history that still echoes in the soot-stained bricks of Murano. Imagine a young apprentice named Giovanni, standing before the mouth of the great furnace known as the Dragon. His skin is blistered, his eyes bloodshot from the relentless glare. He holds the long iron blowpipe, at the end of which rests a glob of molten glass, white-hot and shivering with potential. Beside him stands his master, a man whose hands are scarred into leather, pointing toward the glowing crucible. The master does not speak. The roar of the fire is too loud for words. Instead, he uses his eyes to communicate the absolute terror of the moment. The glass is at its critical point. 1 second too long in the heat, and it will liquefy into useless slag. 1 second too cold, and it will shatter into 1,000 sharp needles, blinding anyone nearby. Giovanni coaxes the glass, spinning the rod with a steady, hypnotic rhythm, his entire existence shrinking down to the point of light at the end of his iron wand. In his mind, he is not just shaping glass. He is trying to capture the fire itself, to freeze it in time so that he might finally feel worthy of his master's cold respect. This struggle is not unique to the historical glassworks of Venice. It is a profound reflection of our own inner architecture. The furnace is our subconscious, the roaring, chaotic reservoir of our deepest desires, fears, and unexpressed potential. When we avoid the heat of our own lives, when we run from the intense emotions that threaten to overwhelm us, we remain cold, fragile, and unformed. We are like unworked sand, safe on the shore but lacking any shape or purpose. The psychological dynamic at play here is our fear of transformation. To become something beautiful, to find our own unique expression, we must be willing to enter the fire of self-examination. We must allow the high temperatures of our life crises to melt our rigid defenses, so that we may be reshaped into something stronger, and more luminous. To apply this to your own life, you must learn to stand before your own furnace without turning away. When a crisis heats your life to an unbearable degree, do not panic. Recognize this as the melting phase. The first step is to slow your breathing, just as the master glass blower must maintain a steady, calm breath to shape the molten glass. Step back from the immediate panic and observe the raw material of your emotions. Are you feeling anger, grief, or betrayal? Do not try to push these feelings away. Instead, treat them as the raw sand that must be melted down before it can become clear glass. The second step is rotation. Keep your perspective moving. Do not fixate on one negative thought. Keep spinning the situation in your mind, looking at it from different angles, ensuring that the heat is distributed evenly so that your spirit does not crack under the pressure. As we delve deeper into the creation of this scarlet pigment, we encounter the volatile chemical ingredients needed to produce the blood-colored dye. This was no ordinary mixture of berries and clay. To achieve the deep, haunting crimson of the red seal, the alchemists of Murano had to combine materials that seemed entirely incompatible, even hostile, to one another. They used calcined gold, ground cinnabar, and the crushed bodies of thousands of cochineal insects. But the true secret lay in the addition of a highly volatile, toxic element, arsenic. The chemical reaction required a precise, dangerous equilibrium. If the mixture was off by a fraction of a gram, the fumes produced would suffocate everyone in the room, or the glass would turn a muddy, sickly brown, devoid of any vitality. Consider the story of a secret laboratory tucked away in the dampest corner of the Venetian lagoon. Here, an alchemist named Lorenzo worked by the light of a single tallow candle. His fingers were permanently stained a dark, metallic purple, and his lungs wheezed with every breath he took. On his table lay a small heap of gold leaf, a jar of mercury sulfide, and a leather pouch containing the secret mineral. He knew that the mixture he was about to create was highly unstable. His predecessor had died in this very room, his lungs seared by the vapors of a failed batch. Yet, Lorenzo was driven by a desperate need to perfect the color. He began to combine the ingredients, his heart hammering against his ribs. As he introduced the gold to the boiling acid, a thick, green vapor began to rise, curling like a serpent toward the ceiling. Lorenzo did not flee. He held a wet cloth over his nose and mouth, his eyes watering, watching for the exact moment the green smoke turned to a deep, royal purple, signaling that the gold had dissolved and was ready to receive the scarlet pigment. He was risking his life for a color, believing that if he could only capture this perfect shade, he would unlock the very secrets of creation and prove his own immortality. This dangerous alchemy is a perfect metaphor for the volatile parts of our own psyche. We all carry within us ingredients that are toxic when handled incorrectly: our anger, our jealousy, our deep-seated grief, and our unfulfilled ambitions. Often, we try to lock these dark elements away in the deep cellars of our minds, fearing their explosive potential. But by denying their existence, we rob ourselves of the very ingredients needed to create a rich, vibrant life. The gold of our potential must be dissolved in the acid of our experiences and combined with the heavy, difficult metals of our shadow selves to produce our true, authentic color. Without the integration of our dark side, our lives remain pale, flat, and devoid of depth. To master this inner alchemy, you must first identify your own volatile ingredients. What are the emotions or memories you are most afraid of facing? Write them down, naming them clearly. This is the act of bringing them out of the dark cellar and placing them on the alchemist's table. The next step is dilution and containment. Do not try to experience all your heavy emotions at once. That would be like throwing a lump of pure sodium into water, causing a violent explosion. Instead, introduce them slowly into your conscious awareness. Allow yourself to feel a small amount of your grief or anger in a safe, controlled environment, perhaps through writing, art, or deep conversation with a trusted friend. By blending these difficult emotions with the gold of your conscious awareness, you neutralize their toxicity and transform them into a source of profound personal power and creative expression. This brings us to the most heartbreaking element of our journey, the tragic fate of the master artisan who first created the seal's matrix. His name was Tomarso, and he was a man who lived entirely in the world of light and shadow. Tomarso possessed a rare gift. He could see colors that others could not, detecting the subtle shifts of temperature in the fire by the mere shade of the flame. But this gift came at a terrible price. His obsession with the scarlet seal consumed his mind. He spent days and nights at the furnace, neglecting his wife and young daughter, speaking only to the flames. He became convinced that the perfect red could only be achieved if he infused the glass with his own vital essence. On the night he finally perfected the matrix, his workshop caught fire. Instead of fleeing, Tomarso was found cradling the iron mold of the seal to his chest, his body badly burned, but his eyes wide with a strange, ecstatic peace. He had created his masterpiece, but in doing so, he had destroyed everything else he loved. The tragedy of Tomarso is a sobering reminder of the danger of the creative obsession, a dynamic that plays out in many of our lives today. We often romanticize the image of the suffering artist, the workaholic entrepreneur, or the self-sacrificing parent who gives up everything for their dream. We believe that to achieve greatness, we must destroy ourselves. This is a profound psychological trap. The subconscious mind, seeking to protect us from this self-destruction, will often sabotage our efforts, preventing us from succeeding because it fears that success will mean our death. We must learn that true mastery is not about self-immolation. It is about self-preservation through balance. If you find yourself sliding into this pattern of obsessive self-sacrifice, you must take immediate, deliberate steps to restore equilibrium. The first step is to establish sacred boundaries. Define the areas of your life that are non-negotiable: your health, your relationships with loved ones, and your moments of rest. These are your anchors. When you feel the pull of your work or your passion beginning to drag you away from these anchors, you must actively force yourself to step away. The second step is the practice of intentional detachment. At the end of every day, visualize yourself putting down your tools, your worries, and your projects, leaving them in the workshop of your mind. Remind yourself that you are not your work. Your worth as a human being is not defined by what you produce, but by the depth of your presence in the world. By keeping your fire contained within the hearth of a balanced life, you can shine brightly for a lifetime, rather than burning out in a single, tragic flash. In this chapter, we have traced the origin of the red seal's unique scarlet pigment through the roaring furnaces of Murano, analyzed the volatile chemical elements required for its creation, and wept for the tragic fate of the master artisan who lost himself in its pursuit. We have seen how these historical and physical struggles mirror our own psychological journeys, offering us a map to navigate our own inner fires, integrate our shadow selves, and find balance in our pursuits. But our search does not end here. The pigment is but the vessel. The true power of the seal lies in the message it was created to protect. As the embers of the Murano furnaces begin to fade into the cool gray ash of morning, a new question arises. What was so dangerous about the secret of the red seal that men were willing to burn their lives to ash just to keep it hidden? To find the answer, we must leave the smoking ruins of the glassworks and follow the trail of the scarlet wax into the cold, silent corridors of power, where the true cost of the seal is about to be revealed. Chapter 6: An Invitation from Venice. They say that when the soul is about to undergo its most profound transformation, the universe does not offer a gentle bridge, but rather a sudden, dizzying drop into the unknown. We spend our lives building walls of routine, carving out comfortable spaces where we believe we are safe from the unpredictable storms of fate. But safety is an illusion we spin to keep the dark at bay. True growth, the kind that reshapes the very marrow of our bones, begins only when the ground beneath our feet dissolves, leaving us to navigate a world we no longer recognize. Welcome back, my friend. Take a deep breath, settle into this moment, and let the noise of your world fade into the background. Today, we step together into a realm where the lines between reality and nightmare blur, where every shadow holds a whisper, and every corner conceals a secret. We are entering the labyrinth. We are opening the chapter titled, An Invitation from Venice. Imagine, if you will, the sudden and violent shift in our journey. One moment we were standing on what felt like solid ground, and the next, we are plunged into the cold, damp embrace of a city built on water and size, Venice. To the tourist, it is a dream of stone and light, a playground of romance and art. But to those who carry the weight of a secret, to those who are hunted, Venice is a beautiful trap. It is a maze of dark, treacherous canals, where the water does not flow so much as it waits. It waits to swallow the truth, to drown the cries of those who wander too far into its ancient, brick alleyways. Let yourself feel the damp air clinging to your skin. It carries the scent of salt, wet stone, and the subtle, sweet decay of centuries. The light here is different. It does not fall directly from the sky. Instead, it bounces off the rippling, green water, casting nervous, trembling reflections against the crumbling facades of palaces that have seen empires rise and fall. You are no longer an observer. You are here, walking alongside our protagonist, Julian, feeling the cold flagstones beneath your boots, hearing the distant, hollow echo of your own footsteps. Listen closely to the sonic landscape of this place. The silence of Venice is never truly silent. It is composed of 1,000 small, unsettling sounds. There is the ambient, relentless lapping of the dark water against the moss-covered steps of the palaces, a sound like a tongue clicking in disapproval. And then, from somewhere deep within the misty network of waterways, comes the distant, mournful call of a gondolier. It is a long, low cry, warning others of his approach around a blind bend. In this setting, that call does not sound like a tradition. It sounds like a lament, a warning sent from one lonely soul to another across the shroud of fog. Let us step into a moment of Julian's life to understand the weight of this atmosphere. He stood on the edge of the Fondamento della Misericordia, his coat collar turned up against the biting wind that swept in from the lagoon. The mist was thick, turning the distant street lumps into pale, floating halos. Behind him, the water slapped against the wooden piles with a rhythmic, hypnotic cadence. Slap, slap, slap. It was the heartbeat of the city, slow and indifferent to human suffering. Julian felt a cold dread pooling in his stomach. The sound of the water seemed to be speaking to him, reminding him of everything he had lost, everything he was running from. He remembered the warmth of his former life, the simple joys of a home that no longer existed, now replaced by this watery purgatory. The distant call of the gondolier cut through the fog, a ghostly, disembodied voice that seemed to ask, "Why are you here? Why do you run?" This sonic isolation is not just a setting. It is a profound psychological mirror. Think about your own life. Have you ever experienced a moment where the external world seemed to reflect the quiet desperation inside your own heart? When we are in pain, or when we are lost, the ambient sounds of our lives can become overwhelming. The ticking of a clock, the hum of traffic, the distant laughter of strangers, they all serve to highlight our own isolation. We realize that the world is moving on, completely indifferent to our private struggles. This dynamic matters because it forces us to confront our deepest fear, the fear of being utterly alone in our pain. Our subconscious mind reacts to these sensory triggers by magnifying our anxiety, whispering that we are trapped in our own private labyrinth. But there is a way through. If you find yourself in such a state of emotional isolation, the first step is to stop fighting the silence. Listen to it. Acknowledge the sadness or the fear that the quietness brings to the surface. Do not try to drown it out with distraction. Instead, let the feelings wash over you, just as Julian let the cold mist settle on his face. By allowing yourself to feel the depth of your loneliness, you strip it of its power to terrify you. You realize that you are still here, still breathing, still standing on the edge of the canal, ready to take the next step. As Julian turned away from the water, and made his way back to his rented room in the Canergizo district. The sensory oppression of the city followed him. The air inside his small, high-ceilinged apartment was no warmer than the air outside. He struck a match, the small flame illuminating the peeling wallpaper and the heavy, dark wood furniture that smelled of wax and time. And there, sitting on the cold marble mantelpiece, was something that made his breath catch in his throat. It was a black silk mask, the kind worn during the carnival, designed to cover the upper half of the face, leaving only the mouth exposed. Its empty eye sockets seemed to stare at him with a mocking, vacuous gaze. Resting beneath the mask was a heavy envelope made of thick, cream-colored parchment. It was sealed with a glob of deep, crimson wax, stamped with a design he knew all too well. The red seal. With trembling fingers, Julian picked up the envelope. He did not need to open it to know what it contained. It was an invitation, but in his world, an invitation from the shadow was never a request. It was a summons. It was a threat wrapped in the language of politeness. The mask was a messenger. We see you, we know who you are, but you will never see us. You will play our game, or you will be consumed by it. Consider the psychological terror of this moment. The mask represents the ultimate loss of agency. When the forces that threaten us remain nameless and faceless, our minds naturally project our worst fears onto them. We begin to seek enemies in every shadow, to hear malice in every casual word. The anonymous invitation strikes at our need for safety and control. It reminds us that our private sanctuaries can be breached at any moment, that we are never truly hidden. In your own journey, you may not have received a physical mask or a sealed letter, but you have undoubtedly felt the chill of an uninvited threat. It could be an unexpected medical diagnosis, a sudden betrayal by a trusted friend, or the looming specter of financial ruin. These are the modern masks that haunt our mantelpieces, the silent reminders of our vulnerability. How do we respond when the uninvited threat arrives? The natural instinct is to run, to ignore the letter, to pretend the mask is not there. But avoidance only feeds the monster in our minds. The step-by-step guidance for navigating this psychological minefield is simple yet incredibly difficult. You must look directly at the threat. You must open the envelope. Julian did not set the letter aside. With a steadying breath, he broke the red wax seal. He read the words written in elegant, flowing script. By reading the threat, he brought it out of the realm of infinite horror and into the realm of concrete reality. Once a threat is defined, it can be managed. You can formulate a plan. You can choose how to respond, rather than simply reacting out of blind terror. When you face your fears directly, you reclaim your power. You cease to be the victim of the shadow, and you become the protagonist of your own story. But opening the letter is only the beginning. For Julian, the true torment was just starting. In the days that followed the receipt of the invitation, a slow, insidious poison began to work its way through his mind. Paranoia. Paranoia is not a sudden explosion of fear. It is a slow leak that drains your vitality drop by drop. It begins with a glance. Julian found himself walking the narrow calle of Venice, his eyes darting to every person he passed. Was that old woman selling fruit watching him? Did the priest who crossed the bridge look at him a second too long? Every footstep behind him seemed to echo with a sinister intent. He would stop, pretending to look at a shop window, just to see if the footsteps behind him would stop too. Sometimes they did, and his heart would hammer against his ribs like a trapped bird. He stopped sleeping. The night in Venice is active with the sound of water creaking against boats and the wind whistling through tight alleys. Every groan of the old building was an intruder. Every shadow cast by the moon through his window was a figure waiting to strike. His mind became his own worst enemy, twisting harmless coincidences into a web of conspiracy designed to destroy him. This is the psychological toll of prolonged anxiety. When we live in a state of hypervigilance, our brains are constantly flooded with cortisol and adrenaline. The amygdala, the ancient part of our brain responsible for survival, takes over, shutting down the rational, logical prefrontal cortex. We lose the ability to distinguish between a real threat and an imagined one. Our world shrinks until it contains only us and our fear. This dynamic is incredibly destructive because it isolates us from the very things that could help us. Paranoia whispers that no one can be trusted, that everyone is a potential enemy. It makes us push away our friends, our family, and our allies, leaving us entirely alone in the dark. If you are currently trapped in the grip of anxiety or paranoia, if you feel like the walls are closing in and you cannot trust the ground beneath your feet, let me offer you a soothing, guiding hand. Close your eyes for a moment, if you can, and listen to my voice. You are safe in this moment. The shadows in your mind are just that, shadows. They have no physical form. They cannot hurt you unless you give them your belief. To break the cycle of paranoia, you must practice the art of grounding. When your mind begins to spin a web of conspiracy, stop. Bring your attention back to your physical body. Feel the weight of your feet on the floor. Touch something cold, like a metal key or a stone. Describe 5 things you can see, 4 things you can touch, 3 things you can hear, 2 things you can smell, and 1 thing you can taste. This simple sensory exercise forces your brain to step down from its state of high alert. It reminds your nervous system that you are in the present moment, and in the present moment, you are okay. Julian had to learn this the hard way, sitting in the dark of his room, pressing his hands against the cold stone floor, repeating his own name to remind himself of who he was amidst the swirling chaos of Venice. Let us summarize the path we have traveled in this chapter. We have moved from the illusion of safety into the treacherous, beautiful labyrinth of Venice. We have listened to the lonely sounds of the water and the gondolier, recognizing how our surroundings can amplify our internal isolation. We have faced the anonymous mask and the red-sealed invitation, learning that we must confront our fears directly to strip them of their power. And we have explored the dark valley of paranoia, understanding how our minds can turn against us, and how we can ground ourselves back in reality. Julian's journey in Venice is a reflection of our own struggle with the unknown. We are all navigating canals we do not fully understand, receiving invitations to confrontations we would rather avoid. But remember, the labyrinth is not just a place of danger. It is also a place of initiation. It is only by walking through these dark, winding paths that we discover who we truly are. As the mist begins to thicken once more over the canals, and the pale light of dawn starts to break over the rooftops of Venice, we must prepare ourselves for what lies ahead. Julian has made his decision. He will not run anymore. He will put on his own mask, not to hide, but to protect himself as he steps into the lion's den. He will attend the gathering he was summoned to. But who will he find behind those other masks? What secrets are waiting to be unveiled in the grand, decaying palazzo across the Grand Canal? The water is rising, the tide is turning, and the true game is about to begin. Join me in the next chapter as we step through the heavy wooden doors of the Palazzo di Caio and find out what happens when the mask finally slips. Chapter 7: Shadow of the Inquisition. There is a peculiar, suffocating kind of silence that precedes the arrival of absolute power. It is not the peaceful quiet of a sleeping forest, nor is it the calm before a gentle rain. It is the heavy, breathless stagnation of air in a chamber where a predator has just stepped into the light. We have all felt this shadow at some point in our lives, have we not? That sudden, icy realization that the forces arrayed against us are far greater, far more calculating, and infinitely more ruthless than we ever anticipated. In the grand tapestry of human struggle, we often find ourselves facing an archetype of pure, unyielding authority, a force that seeks not just to defeat us, but to dismantle our very soul. In our story, this force arrives in the form of Inquisitor Nicholas Vance. Let us sit together in the dimness of this memory, letting our minds wander back to the cobblestone streets of Oakhaven, where the damp autumn fog clings to the stone walls like a shroud. The sky is the color of bruised iron. There is an old saying, carved into the lintel of the ancient library of the Red Seal, which warns us that the brightest lights cast the deepest shadows, and when those shadows stretch, they seek to swallow everything we hold dear. The arrival of Inquisitor Vance is the physical manifestation of that warning. He does not ride into the city with banners waving or trumpets sounding. He arrives with a quiet, devastating inevitability of a winter frost, his black coach drawing to a halt outside the magistrate's house, its iron-shod wheels scraping against the wet stone with a sound like teeth grinding in the dark. Close your eyes for a moment and listen to the rhythm of his approach. The carriage door opens, and out steps a man wrapped in a heavy, charcoal coat that seems to absorb the meager light of the afternoon. His boots are polished to a mirror shine, reflecting the gray sky and the wet earth beneath him. Nicholas Vance is a man of precise movements, devoid of wasted energy. His face is pale, almost translucent, as if he has spent his entire existence in the windowless vaults of the Grand Archives, dissecting human weakness. His eyes are not angry. They are worse than angry. They are entirely empty of passion, possessing the cold, analytical clarity of Aristotle. He does not see people. He sees obstacles, equations to be solved, heretic thoughts to be excised. This is the primary antagonist, the shadow that has chased the keepers of the Red Seal across generations. To understand the weight of this moment, we must look at the first key dimension of this confrontation, which is the cold, calculating, and authoritative nature of the Inquisitor's presence. When Vance speaks, his voice is a low, dry whisper that somehow carries to the furthest corners of the room. It has the texture of dry parchment scraping against slate. He does not raise his voice, for he has no need to. He knows that the authority of the state, the weight of the law, and the terrifying machinery of the Inquisition stand behind every syllable he utters. Consider a cinematic moment from his first hour in Oakhaven. He enters the local registry office, where an elderly clerk named Arthur sits trembling behind a mountain of tax ledgers. Vance does not threaten him. He simply sits across from him, places his gloved hands flat on the desk, and says, "I find that men who keep double ledgers often believe they are cleverer than the law. But the law, Arthur, is patient. It has a memory that outlives us all. Now, tell me about the traveler with the red wax on his fingers." The silence that follows is agonizing. Vance does not blink. He watches the sweat bead on Arthur's forehead, calculating the precise moment when the old man's pulse will spike, indicating a lie. Why does this dynamic resonate so deeply within our own subconscious? Why do we shudder at the thought of such cold, unyielding authority? It is because Vance represents our ultimate fear of being seen, judged, and found wanting by a system that has no room for grace, no capacity for empathy. In our own lives, this shadow often takes the form of our loudest inner critics, or the rigid, unfeeling structures of our professional lives that demand perfection while ignoring our humanity. When we face these forces, we often freeze, feeling small and powerless against their cold certainty. To navigate this in your own journey, you must first recognize that cold authority is almost always a mask for a deep, systemic fear of chaos. When you encounter a rigid force in your life, do not meet it with matching rigidity. Instead, breathe. Ground yourself in your own truth, remembering that your value is not subject to their appraisal. You do not have to prove your worth to a system designed to deny it. The stakes of our mission become terrifyingly clear in the second key dimension of this chapter, the interrogation of a minor ally. Let us move deeper into the dark, damp cellars beneath the town hall, where the air smells of wet earth, mildew, and fear. Here, we find young Caleb, a mere printer's apprentice who had done nothing more than help Elias hide a bundle of papers bearing the Red Seal. Caleb is not a warrior. He is a boy of 19, with soot-stained fingers and a heart full of simple loyalty to a friend. Vance sits opposite Caleb, a single candle burning between them, casting long, dancing shadows across the damp stone walls. The Inquisitor does not use physical torture. His methods are far more insidious. He uses the psychological weight of the boy's own love and fear. Vance gently places a wooden printing block on the table, sliding it toward Caleb. He asks, "Do you know what happens to the hands of those who print sedition, Caleb?" "They are not broken. No, that would make them useless to the guild. They are simply pressed against hot iron until the skin melts into the bone, assuring they can never hold a lead letter again. It is a terrible waste of talent. But you are just a boy. You were misled by a man who does not care if you burn, so long as his secrets remain safe. Tell me where Elias is, and you may go back to your ink pots by morning." The psychological tension here is thick enough to choke on. Caleb's inner monologue is a tempest of terror and guilt. He wants to be brave, to be the hero he always read about in the ballads, but the cold reality of the Inquisitor's words strips away his illusions. He looks at his hands, the hands that carve beautiful wooden blocks, and the terror of losing his livelihood, his identity, threatens to break him. This classic dynamic of the vulnerable ally highlights the terrifying truth that our choices do not just affect us. They ripple outward, putting those we love in harm's way. It taps into our deepest fear of being the cause of someone else's suffering. When you find yourself in a position where your pursuits, your dreams, or your truths are causing friction or danger for those around you, the guilt can be paralyzing. It is easy to want to surrender just to keep the peace, to give up your red seal just to protect those you love from the shadow. But the psychological lesson here is profound. Yielding to a tyrant never guarantees the safety of your loved ones. It only ensures that their sacrifice was in vain. To apply this in your own life, practice radical transparency with your allies. Build your support networks not on blind loyalty, but on mutual understanding of the risks involved. Empower those around you by respecting their choice to stand by you, rather than trying to carry the burden of their safety entirely on your own shoulders. Now, let us turn our gaze to the third dimension of this harrowing chapter, the art of hiding in plain sight. While Caleb is being interrogated in the depths of the town hall, our protagonist, Elias, is not miles away in the safety of the woods. He is right there, in the very same building, crouched behind a false lath and plaster wall in the archive room directly above the cellar. Through a small, dry knothole in the floorboards, he can hear the muffled, terrifying tones of Vance's voice and the soft, ragged breathing of his young friend. The suspense is suffocating. Elias can feel the rough wood of the studs pressing into his back. A spider crawls slowly across his knuckle, but he dare not flinch. Every breath must be shallow, silent, taken only when the wind rattles the loose window panes of the archive room. He can smell the dry dust of old paper, the sharp scent of his own sweat, and the faint, copper tang of fear. He knows that if he makes a single sound, if a floorboard creaks or a sigh escapes his lips, the guards outside the door will burst in, and the red seal will be lost forever. This moment of hiding in plain sight is a master class in psychological tension. It speaks to that profound human experience of feeling incredibly vulnerable while surrounded by the very things that threaten to destroy us. How many times have you felt like an imposter? Sitting in a boardroom, a classroom, or a family gathering, feeling as though at any moment the mask will slip and everyone will see your secret fears, your doubts, your inner red seal. The psychological reality of hiding in plain sight is that it requires a supreme mastery over one's own nervous system. It is the ability to find a quiet center within yourself while the storm rages mere inches from your face. To practice this in your daily life, especially when you feel overwhelmed by anxiety or the pressure of being exposed, you must learn the art of somatic grounding. When the panic rises, do not fight it. Fighting only increases the adrenaline. Instead, acknowledge the fear, let it wash over you like a cold wave, and then focus entirely on your physical senses. Feel the weight of your feet on the floor. Count the rhythm of your breath. By anchoring yourself in the physical present, you quiet the frantic noise of the mind, allowing you to remain invisible to the chaos around you, maintaining your composure when the world demands your surrender. As the hours drag on, the tension in the archive room reaches its absolute peak. The interrogation below ends with a heavy door slamming shut and the sound of boots ascending the wooden staircase toward the archives. Elias presses himself tighter against the timber, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The latch of the archive door clicks. The door swings open with a slow, agonizing groan. Through the crack in the partition, Elias sees the hem of Inquisitor Vance's dark coat sweep across the dusty floor. Vance walks slowly, his eyes scanning the shelves of ancient ledgers. He stops right in front of the partition. He reaches out a gloved hand and touches the very piece of wood that conceals Elias. The Inquisitor stands there for what feels like an eternity, his head tilted slightly, as if listening to the quietest vibrations of the room. He whispered to himself, "You are here. I can smell the ink on your fingers, writer. You cannot hide behind your words forever." The silence that follows is so profound that Elias can hear the ticking of the grandfather clock in the hallway, each tick sounding like a hammer striking an anvil. And then, just as the tension becomes too great to bear, a loud crash echoes from the courtyard below. A horse has broken free, shattering a carriage shaft. The distraction is momentary, but it is enough. Vance turns his head, his attention pulled away by the sudden noise, and sweeps out of the room to investigate, leaving Elias alone in the dark, shivering but undiscovered. This narrow escape is not just a plot device. It is a profound metaphor for the grace that often saves us when we are at the very end of our strength. It reminds us that even when the shadow is pressing against our very walls, there is always a way through, a moment of unexpected light, an unforeseen shift in the wind that allows us to survive and fight another day. In summary, this chapter, The Shadow of the Inquisition, teaches us about the nature of the dark forces that seek to suppress our inner truth, represented by the red seal. We have explored the cold, calculating authority of the antagonist, the terrifying stakes of our journey through the interrogation of those we love, and the absolute necessity of mastering our own fear when we are forced to hide in plain sight. As we prepare to leave this dark archive room and step back into the damp streets of Oak Haven, We must carry these lessons with us. The shadow of Inquisitor Vance still looms large over the city, and his hunt for the Red Seal has only just begun. The air is cold, the night is deep, but the fire of truth, once lit, cannot be so easily extinguished. In our next chapter, we will follow Elias as he flees the city gates under the cover of a gathering storm, carrying the secrets of the seal into the whispering wild, where new allies and even deeper mysteries await him in the ancient forest of the silent monks. Keep your breath steady, listener, for the journey ahead is long, and the path is shrouded in mist. Chapter 8: The Crimson Ink Formula. What is a seal, if not a scar left by history on the skin of truth? To bind a document with wax is to perform a ritual as ancient as written thought itself, a silent promise that what lies within remains untouched, unsullied, and hidden from prying eyes. But as we step into the quiet, shadow-draped sanctuary of our 8th chapter, we must ask ourselves what happens when the seal itself is the mystery, when the very substance used to secure a secret is the most profound secret of all. Close your eyes for a moment, and let your mind drift to a small, secluded room outside. A relentless autumn rain taps against the leaded glass windows, a soft, rhythmic patter that seems to isolate this room from the rest of the rushing world. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of aged paper, dried lavender, and the sharp, metallic tang of cold iron. On the heavy oak desk sits a single fragment of deep, crimson wax, catching the flicker of a solitary candle. It does not merely reflect the light. It seems to absorb it, glowing from within with a dull, heartbeat-like pulse. This is the Crimson Ink Formula, and tonight, we are going to peel back the layers of time, science, and the human soul to understand what truly lies beneath its vibrant, disturbing surface. To understand the Crimson Ink Formula, we must first abandon the notion that wax is merely a passive mixture of beeswax and pigment. As we delve into the physical composition of this particular seal, we uncover a truth that bridges the gap between the mundane and the miraculous. The first key revelation of our investigation is that a red seal contains a biological trace element, a cellular signature embedded so deeply within the wax matrix that it acts as an immutable, eternal verification of authenticity. It is not just a stamp of ownership. It is a literal piece of its creator, frozen in time. Imagine a cold, sterile laboratory in the dead of night. Our protagonist, Julian, leans over a high-powered spectrograph, his eyes bloodshot from hours of sleepless analysis. He is a man of logic, a scholar who has spent his life believing that everything in this universe can be measured, categorized, and explained through equations. Yet, as the laser sweeps across the fragment of the Crimson Seal, the monitor does not display the expected chemical curves of vermilion or cinnabar. Instead, the screen begins to resolve into a complex, double helix pattern, interspersed with anomalous peptide chains that should have decayed centuries ago. Julian sits back, his breath catching in his throat, his heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The realization washes over him in a cold wave. This seal was not made. It was born. Whoever poured this wax onto the parchment infused it with their own blood, their own essence, binding their physical life force to the document. The implications are staggering. This biological trace element means that every time the seal was touched, every time it was heated or pressed, a living resonance was awakened. It was a security system of the most intimate kind, one that could recognize the touch of its true master and reject the hand of an impostor with a subtle, biological warning. This discovery leads us to a profound psychological truth about our own search for authenticity. Why do we, as human beings, possess such a desperate, subconscious desire to leave a permanent mark on the world? We live in a digital age of fleeting impressions, where our words are written in light on screens, easily erased and forgotten. We fear insignificance. We fear that when we depart this earth, no one will know we were here. The biological trace in the crimson wax is the ultimate expression of this human anxiety. It is the subconscious mind crying out to be remembered, to carve its name into the very fabric of physical reality so deeply that even time itself cannot wash it away. But when we obsess over leaving a monument to ourselves, we often hold ourselves back from truly living in the present. We become prisoners of our own legacy, constructing elaborate seals to protect a self-image that is ultimately fragile. If you find yourself struggling with this deep-seated fear of being forgotten, or if you feel a constant pressure to prove your worth to a world that seems indifferent, let me offer you a gentle, guiding hand. Take a deep, slow breath, and release the tension in your shoulders. The lesson of the biological trace is not that we must bleed into our work to make it real, but that our authentic self is already present in everything we do. To apply this in your daily life, begin by identifying one area where you are performing rather than living. Are you creating a persona for others to admire, or are you sharing your true, imperfect humanity? True authenticity does not require a complex, unyielding formula. It requires the courage to show up as you are, to let your natural presence be the signature on your life, without the need for rigid preservation. But the physical reality of the biological trace is only the outer gateway to a far deeper, more unsettling chamber of the temple. As we continue our exploration of the formula, we are drawn toward the dusty, forbidden shelves of alchemical history. The second key aspect of the crimson ink formula is its undeniable connection to texts that have been suppressed for centuries, manuscripts that speak of the wax not as a tool of statecraft, but as a key to eternal life. Picture Julian once more, now far from his sterile laboratory, sitting in the vaulted archives of an ancient library where the air smells of dust and dying empires. By the fragile light of a brass lamp, he turns the brittle, vellum pages of a forbidden alchemical codex, its title long scrubbed from the cover by inquisitors. His fingers trace the hand-drawn illustrations of the Ouroboros, the serpent eating its own tail, and beside it, a recipe for what the alchemists called the red elixir. As he translates the archaic, coded Latin, a chill creeps down his spine. The text describes a process of coagulation, where organic matter is purified through fire, combined with a secret salt, and suspended in a medium of pure wax to prevent decay. The alchemists believed that by sealing a portion of one's soul within this protected medium, a person could survive the physical death of their body, existing as a conscious shadow within the seal, waiting to be awakened. Julian realizes with a shudder that the crimson formula was not designed to protect a letter. It was designed to preserve a soul. It was a vessel of resurrection, a physical anchor holding a departed consciousness to the earthly plane. This dynamic of the alchemical quest for immortality speaks to the very core of our psychological architecture. The human psyche is divided between our longing for growth and our absolute terror of change, which is the ultimate form of decay. We cling to old relationships, outdated beliefs, and toxic situations because they are familiar, choosing a slow, frozen stagnation over the terrifying, beautiful unknown of transformation. The alchemist who seeks to live forever inside a block of wax is not a figure of triumph, but of profound tragedy. He has traded the flowing, dynamic river of life for a static, immortal cage. In our own lives, we do this whenever we refuse to let go of the past, whenever we try to embalm our youth, our grief, or our triumphs in the wax of our memories. To break free from this alchemical trap, we must learn the art of psychological dissolution, what the alchemists called the solutio. We must allow the old structures of our lives to melt away so that new life can emerge. Think of an area in your life where you are holding on too tightly, perhaps a past hurt, a career path that no longer serves you, or an idealized version of who you used to be. The step-by-step guidance here is simple, yet profoundly challenging. Write down this attachment on a piece of paper. Look at it, acknowledge the safety it once provided you, and then, in a safe space, burn it, or fold it away with a conscious intention of letting it go. Let the wax melt. Trust that the fire of change will not destroy your essence, but will set you free to grow into the next version of yourself. This brings us to the very heart of Julian's struggle, and perhaps the struggle of every modern listener, the fierce, unresolved conflict between the scientific mind and the supernatural reality. This third key point of our journey is the psychological battlefield where logic meets mystery, where the protagonist is forced to confront the limits of his understanding. Let us return to the scene of Julian's ultimate trial. It is 3 o'clock in the morning, the hour when the veil between what we know and what we fear is thinnest. Julian stands before the crimson seal, which now rests in a vacuum chamber, isolated from all environmental influences. He has calibrated every instrument, checked every cable, and verified every formula. Yet, as he watches through the thick glass, the temperature inside the chamber begins to drop rapidly, defying the laws of thermodynamics. Frost blooms across the glass in intricate, branching patterns that look suspiciously like ancient runes. The air in the room becomes heavy, charged with static electricity, and a soft, humming sound, like a distant choir, begins to vibrate in his chest. In that moment, Julian's rational mind screams for him to turn off the machines, to run from the laboratory, to find safety in the comfortable lies of cold statistics. But his heart, That ancient, intuitive part of him recognizes the truth of what is happening. The seal is reacting to his presence. It is responding to his thoughts, his fear, his awe. He is no longer an objective observer. He is a participant in a cosmic dialogue that science has no vocabulary to describe. This conflict between the rational and the mystical is one of the most significant psychological tensions of the human experience. We have built a world of metrics, schedules, and algorithms to shield ourselves from the vast, untamable mystery of existence. We want to believe that if we just analyze enough data, we can control our destiny and eliminate vulnerability. But our subconscious knows that life cannot be reduced to a spreadsheet. When we ignore our intuition, when we silence the whispers of our heart in favor of cold, analytical safety, we cut ourselves off from the source of our deepest wisdom and creativity. We become spiritually malnourished, wandering through a well-lit but soulless landscape. To find harmony in this conflict, you do not need to abandon your intellect or embrace superstition blindly. Instead, you are invited to cultivate a state of active wonder. This means holding space for both the question and the mystery. In your daily routine, practice the habit of pausing before you analyze a problem. When faced with a difficult decision, don't just list the pros and cons on a page. Close your eyes, place a hand over your heart, and ask yourself what your body is telling you. What does your gut say when you quiet the noise of your analytical mind? By balancing your rational intellect with your intuitive wisdom, you create a powerful, unified consciousness that can navigate the stormiest seas with grace and clarity. As we look back at the journey we have taken through the landscape of the Crimson Ink formula, we see how these threads weave together into a single, magnificent tapestry. We have explored the physical reality of the biological trace, revealing our deep-seated need for authentic expression. We have braved the dusty corridors of forbidden alchemy, confronting our fear of death and the trap of stagnation. And we have stood with Julian in the laboratory, witnessing the beautiful, terrifying collision of science and the supernatural, learning to embrace the mystery of our own lives. The formula is not just a relic of a forgotten past. It is a mirror reflecting our own internal quest for meaning. It reminds us that we are more than just biology, more than just intellect, and more than the sum of our fears. We are a living, breathing formula, constantly changing, constantly seeking to seal our promise upon the world. But our investigation does not end here. As Julian stands in the quiet lab, the frost on the vacuum chamber begins to melt, leaving behind a single, wet trail of red condensation that looks remarkably like fresh ink. The humming sound fades, replaced by a profound, heavy silence that seems to press against his ears. He looks down at the ancient manuscript on his desk, and his eyes fall upon a passage he had previously overlooked, a passage that speaks of a second seal, one that was never meant to be opened, a seal known only as the Black Seal of the Abyss. What is the connection between the Crimson formula and this darker, more ominous mystery? How does the preservation of life in the red wax lead to the ultimate destruction of the soul in the black? As the candle flickers one last time and dies, leaving us in the dark, we must prepare ourselves to step across the threshold into the next chapter, where the shadows grow longer, and the secrets of the Red Seal become deeper than we ever dared to imagine. Chapter 9: Traitor in the Council. Chapter 11. Chapter 9: Traitor in the Council. Trust is the fragile, luminous glass through which we view the warmth of our world. It takes a lifetime of quiet devotion, of shared silences and vulnerable confessions, to craft this delicate lens. Yet, it requires only a single, silent moment of calculation for it to shatter into 1,000 jagged pieces that can never be fully reassembled. When trust is broken, the shards do not simply fall to the ground. They embed themselves deep within our very souls, leaving scars that redefine how we love, how we speak, and how we survive. Let us step together into the cold, candle-lit chambers of the High Council, where the air is thick with the scent of roasted venison, spiced plum wine, and the unmistakable, metallic tang of impending doom. Here, beneath the heavy oak beams of the ancestral estate, the keepers of the Red Seal have gathered. But the warmth of the hearth is an illusion, a mask draped over a nest of vipers. Imagine the scene as it unfolds. Julian sits at the far end of the long mahogany table, his fingers tracing the cold, intricate carvings of the Red Seal resting in his pocket. It is a weight that feels heavier with every passing second. Around him sit the lords of the council, men and women who have sworn blood oaths to protect the realm from the encroaching shadows of the Inquisition. The room is bathed in the amber glow of dying embers, casting long, dancing shadows across the tapestries that depict ancient victories. But tonight, there is no sense of victory. There is only a suffocating, heavy silence, broken occasionally by the artificial clink of silver against porcelain and the hollow ring of polite laughter. This is not our dinner of celebration. It is a battleground disguised as a feast. Every smile is a shield, and every word spoken is a weapon, wrapped in velvet and dipped in poison. As Julian looks around the table, he notices the subtle shifts in posture, the way eyes dart to the doorways, and the lingering, uncomfortable pauses between toasts. The conversation is a masked class in double entendres. When Lord Vane raises his glass to toast the enduring strength of their alliance, his eyes linger a fraction of a second too long on the empty chair at the head of the table. He speaks of loyalty as if it were a commodity to be traded, his voice dripping with an insincere sweetness that makes Julian's skin crawl. The threats are unspoken, yet they hang in the air like a thick, damp fog. They are hidden within casual remarks about the vulnerability of borders, the inevitability of change, and the foolishness of those who cling to outdated ideals of honor. Perhaps you, too, have sat at a table such as this. Perhaps not in a grand stone hall, but in a modern boardroom, a tense family dining room, or a gathering of friends where the atmosphere had suddenly shifted, turning cold and alien. You know the somatic response of your body in those moments. The tightening in the pit of your stomach, the sudden, shallow nature of your breath, and the hyper-awareness of every gesture, every glance, and every silence. The subconscious mind is an incredibly sophisticated radar system. Long before our conscious mind can gather the evidence and articulate the danger, our nervous system recognizes the threat. It registers the mismatch between a person's smiling face and the coldness in their eyes. This cognitive dissonance is incredibly taxing, holding us hostage in a state of high alert as we try to decipher the hidden meanings behind seemingly innocent interactions. Why does this dynamic of passive-aggressive tension and unspoken threat affect us so deeply? Psychologically, it taps into our primal fear of social exclusion and betrayal. In the ancient chapters of human history, to be cast out of the tribe was a death sentence. Therefore, we developed a profound sensitivity to social cues that indicate a breakdown in communal alignment. When we sense that the people around us are wearing masks, it triggers a deep-seated survival mechanism. It forces us to question our reality, leading to a state of hypervigilance that can leave us feeling exhausted and isolated. To navigate these environments in your own life, you must first learn to honor your physical intuition. When your body tells you that something is amiss, do not gaslight yourself into believing you are simply being paranoid. Instead, ground yourself. Take slow, deep breaths to soothe your nervous system, and step back emotionally to observe the situation with the cool, objective eye of a strategist. Refuse to engage in the game of unspoken threats. Instead, maintain your emotional sovereignty by remaining calm, clear, and unshakable in your own truth. As the dinner progresses, the tension in the council chamber reaches a fever pitch. Julian's gaze drifts to the man sitting to his right, his mentor, Lord Alden. Alden is a man of silver hair and wise, sorrowful eyes, the one who took Julian in when he was nothing but a frightened orphan, the one who taught him how to read the ancient texts and how to carry the burden of leadership. For years, Alden has been Julian's North Star, a beacon of integrity in a sea of corruption. But as Julian watches him tonight, he notices a tremor in the old man's hand. He sees the way Alden avoids his gaze, staring instead into the dark depths of his wine chalice. The moment of revelation arrives not with a thunderclap, but with a quiet, devastating realization. Julian reaches into his tunic to pull out a document retrieved from a captured messenger, a parchment bearing the unmistakable, waxen seal of the Inquisition. He slides it across the table toward Alden. The room goes dead silent. The only sound is the crackle of a log shifting in the fireplace. Alden does not look at the paper immediately. When he finally does, his shoulders sag, and the illusion of his strength crumbles away, leaving only a frail, broken old man. The document contains the names of the council members who have been bought by the Inquisition, and at the very top of the list, written in a bold, unwavering hand, is the name of Lord Alden. He had not been coerced. He had not been threatened. He had been bribed. He had traded the lives of his allies, the safety of the realm, and the future of his own protégé for a promise of sanctuary, a chest of gold, and a position of power in the new order that the Inquisition promised to build on the ashes of the old world. The pain of this betrayal is a physical blow to Julian's chest. It is a sensation of falling through infinite space, of the ground beneath his feet turning to liquid. The man who had shaped his mind, the man he loved like a father, had sold him to the slaughter. This is the archetype of the betrayed student, a narrative thread that runs deep through human history and mythology. It is the story of Judas, of Brutus, of every mentor who turned their back on the light they swore to protect. When a trusted mentor betrays us, the damage is profound because it shatters our map of reality. We do not just lose a friend. We lose our orientation in the world. We begin to question our own judgment, wondering how we could have been so blind, how we could have trusted someone so completely who was actively plotting our ruin. This form of betrayal can freeze us in a state of perpetual cynicism, making it difficult to ever open our hearts or trust another human being again. Yet, looking at this through a psychological lens, we see that this painful initiation, though devastating, is often the catalyst for our ultimate maturation. It forces us to reclaim our personal authority. As long as we rely on an external mentor to validate our worth and guide our steps, we remain in a psychological state of childhood. The betrayal, as agonizing as it is, forces us to stand on our own 2 feet, to look within, and to discover that the wisdom and strength we once projected onto our mentor have actually resided within us all along. To heal from such a profound wound, you must allow yourself to grieve the loss of the relationship and the illusion of safety it provided. But you must also refuse to let the betrayer's actions define your capacity for trust. Rebuild your boundaries, recognize your own inner authority, and understand that their betrayal was a reflection of their own weakness and fear, not a measure of your worth. Julian looks into Alden's eyes, searching for some sign of remorse, some hint that this is all a terrible misunderstanding. But he finds only the cold, dead gaze of a man who has already surrendered his soul. "I did it for us, Julian," Alden whispers, his voice cracking with a desperate, hollow justification. "I did it to save what could be saved. The Inquisition cannot be stopped. We must bend, or we will be broken." Julian stands, his chair scraping loudly against the stone floor. "No," he says, his voice quiet but carrying a terrifying, resonant strength that echoes off the walls. "You did not bend to save us, Alden. You bent because you were too weak to stand." The illusion of peace is instantly shattered. Lord Vane signals to the heavy wooden doors, which swing open to reveal a dozen armed guards clad in the dark, iron armor of the Inquisition. The trap has been sprung. Swords are drawn, their steel blades catching the firelight with a cold, lethal gleam. The council members scatter, some crying out in terror, others drawing their own weapons in a desperate bid for survival. With a surge of adrenaline, Julian leaps onto the heavy mahogany table, kicking over the silver candelabras and plunging the room into a chaotic, shadow-drenched darkness. He draws his blade, parrying a downward strike from a guard who lunges at him through the gloom. The clash of steel on steel is deafening, accompanied by the shouts of men and the splintering of wood. Julian knows he cannot fight them all. He is outnumbered, cornered, and surrounded by enemies in the very place he once called home. Guided by instinct and a desperate will to live, Julian makes a run for the far end of the hall. He remembers the hidden passage behind the tapestry of the rising sun, a secret escape route known only to him and, ironically, the man who had just betrayed him. He slices through the tapestry with his sword, revealing the narrow stone archway hidden beneath. As the guards close in, their hands clawing at his cloak, Julian throws himself into the dark opening, sliding the heavy stone door shut behind him just as a spear splinters against the outer rock. He is in the pitch-black tunnels now, running blind, his breath coming in ragged, painful gasps. Behind him, he can hear the muffled shouts of his pursuers and the scraping of iron on stone. He runs until his legs burn, guided only by the faint, cool draft of air that promises an exit. Finally, he bursts through a hidden grate at the base of the cliffs, tumbling out into the wild, rain-soaked night. The cold rain stings his face, washing away the sweat, the blood, and the tears of betrayal. He is alone, hunted, and stripped of everything he possessed, save for the clothes on his back and the red seal clutched tightly in his fist. He looks back at the ancestral estate looming on the hill, its windows glowing with a sinister, distant light. The home he knew is gone. The family he cherished has perished in the flames of deceit. But as he turns his face to the dark, untamed forest ahead, a new, fierce determination takes root in his heart. They have taken his past, but they cannot have his future. This dramatic confrontation and sudden escape represent the vital psychological threshold of the clean break. There are times in our lives when a situation, a relationship, or an institution becomes so toxic, so thoroughly corrupted, that it can no longer be negotiated with or redeemed. In these moments, any attempt to compromise, to stay and argue, or to seek closure is a form of self-sabotage. The only path to survival is a swift, decisive departure. It requires us to abandon the familiar comforts of our old lives and step boldly into the unknown, trusting that our resilience and our inner compass will guide us through the dark. This sudden transition can feel terrifying, like a death of the self, but it is, in reality, a profound rebirth. It is the moment we stop playing the victim of our circumstances and become the active authors of our own destiny. When you find yourself facing a similar crisis point, where the foundations of your life have crumbled due to betrayal or irreconcilable conflict, remember Julian's escape. Do not waste your precious energy trying to fix a structure that is fundamentally rotten. Recognize when the battle has changed, pack what is essential: your values, your self-respect, your inner strength, and make your clean break. Step out into the storm if you must, for it is in the wild, untamed spaces of transition that you will discover who you truly are, free from the expectations and manipulations of those who sought to hold you back. In summary, this chapter of the Red Seal serves as a profound meditation on the fragility of human trust, the devastating impact of betrayal by those we hold dear, and the ultimate necessity of self-reliance and decisive action in the face of crisis. We have explored the tense, masked hostility of the council feast analyzing how our subconscious registers these hidden threats and how we can ground ourselves in our own somatic truth. We have witnessed the painful unmasking of Lord Alden, dissecting the archetype of the betrayed student and finding the hidden path to psychological maturity through the reclamation of our own inner authority. And finally, we have run with Julian through the dark tunnels of his escape, understanding the vital importance of making a clean, absolute break from toxic environments to protect our future. As Julian disappears into the shadows of the whispering forest, the cold rain washing away his past, he knows that the road ahead will be fraught with unimaginable dangers. He is no longer just a protector of the Red Seal. He is a survivor, forged in the fires of betrayal. But where will this dark path lead him? Who can he trust when the very foundations of his world have turned to ash? In our next chapter, we will follow Julian as he seeks refuge in the forgotten corners of the realm, searching for allies among those who have also been discarded by the system, and learning the true, ancient power of the symbol he carries. Keep your ears open, your heart guarded, and your spirit ready, for the journey into the deep wild is about to begin. Chapter 10: The Flight Across the Alps. There is a peculiar, almost holy terror in the middle of things. When you have walked far enough to lose sight of the shore you left behind, but not yet far enough to catch even a glimmer of the harbor ahead, you find yourself in the vast, empty theater of the transition. This is the midpoint. It is the crucible of the human spirit, the place where our illusions of control are stripped away like dry leaves in an autumn gale. In this space, we are forced to ask ourselves the only question that truly matters: who are we when we have nothing left but our next breath? Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, quiet breath with me now, and let your mind drift to the high, unforgiving peaks of the Alps. We find ourselves at the opening of Chapter 10. A pivotal movement in our story entitled The Flight Across the Alps. It is here, among the jagged, silver-gray teeth of the mountains, that our characters must confront not only the elements, but the terrifying realization that they can never go back. The Red Seal, that heavy, waxen symbol of a truth they were never meant to possess, rests like a burning coal in Julian's breast pocket. It is a physical weight, yes, but its true gravity is psychological. To carry the seal is to carry a target, and to carry a target through a high-altitude blizzard is a special kind of madness. Listen closely. Can you hear it? In the background of your mind, let the silence shape itself into the low, rumbling groan of the wind. A mountain blizzard is not merely weather. It is an active, malevolent entity. It is a white wall of sound that erases the world. As Julian and Sophia press their bodies against the sheer rock face, the wind does not just blow past them. It screams. It is a chaotic, howling symphony that fills every corner of the consciousness, drowning out thought, memory, and hope. The snow does not fall. It attacks, flying horizontally like millions of tiny, frozen needles that pelt the skin until it is raw and bleeding. Imagine Julian in this moment. The visibility is less than 3 feet. The world has been reduced to a blinding, swirling void of white. Every step is an act of supreme faith. He raises his boot, thrusts it forward into a drift of unknown depth, and prays that there is solid rock beneath the snow, rather than 1,000-foot drop into the abyss. His lungs burn with a thin, freezing air. Each inhalation feels like swallowing broken glass. In this extreme environment, the howling wind becomes a mirror for his own internal chaos. The storm outside is a physical manifestation of the storm within his chest, the guilt of those he left behind, the terror of what lies ahead, and the deafening noise of his own self-doubt. Why does this dynamic of the external storm resonate so deeply within our subconscious? Psychologists tell us that we are meaning-making creatures. When we are faced with chaotic, overwhelming external environments, whether it is a literal blizzard in the Alps or the metaphorical storm of a sudden life crisis, a divorce, a bankruptcy, or a sudden loss, our minds naturally seek to match that chaos internally. The noise outside threatens to disintegrate our sense of self. We feel small, insignificant, and utterly helpless. The howling wind of the world tells us that we do not matter, that the universe is indifferent to our survival. If you are currently navigating a storm in your own life, if the noise around you has become so loud that you can no longer hear your own inner voice, let me offer you a gentle, guiding hand. The secret to surviving the blizzard is not to fight the wind. You cannot defeat the storm by screaming back at it. Instead, you must practice the art of sensory contraction. When the world is too loud, you must make your world very, very small. Do not look at the entire mountain range. Do not look even 20 feet ahead. Focus entirely on the immediate 6 inches in front of you. Focus on the single step you are taking right now. In your life, this means breaking your overwhelming challenges down into ridiculously small, manageable increments. Can you survive the next 5 minutes? Yes, you can. Can you take one more breath? Yes, you can. By shrinking your horizon, you reclaim your power from the storm. As the hours drag on, the physical toll of this journey begins to manifest in a far more insidious way. It is the quiet, creeping advance of frostbite and absolute exhaustion. Pain, in its initial stages, is loud and demanding. It screams for attention. But when the body reaches its absolute limits, pain gives way to a dangerous, seductive numbness. Julian looks down at his gloved hand. He tries to curl his fingers around the leather strap of his pack, but his hand refuses to obey. There is no feeling there, only a dull, distant sensation of woodiness. His toes have long since lost all warmth, and a heavy, leaden fatigue has settled into his muscles, whispering to him that it would be so easy to simply sit down in the soft, white snow. Just for a minute. Just to rest. This is the great temptation of the midpoint, the desire to surrender to the cold. So fear is suffering even more. Her cheeks are marked with pale, waxy patches of frostbite, and her breathing has become shallow and ragged. She stumbles, her knees buckling beneath her, and for a terrifying second, she begins to slide toward the edge of the couloir. Julian lunges forward, his numb hands somehow finding the strength to grasp her wool coat, hauling her back to the narrow ledge. They lie there together, chest to chest, their breath mingling in a single, desperate cloud of steam. Let us look at this through a psychological lens. What happens to the human psyche when we are pushed to the point of physical and emotional exhaustion? In our modern, comfortable lives, we rarely experience true physical depletion, but we are intimately familiar with emotional frostbite. When we are overwhelmed by prolonged stress, grief, or trauma, our minds protect us by turning down the volume of our emotions. We become numb. We lose our capacity for joy, curiosity, and connection. This numbness is a defense mechanism, a psychological anesthesia. But just like physical frostbite, if we allow the numbness to remain for too long, the tissue of our souls begins to die. The temptation to lie down in the snow of our indifference is the ultimate threat to our transformation. How do we combat this internal freezing? The application is both simple and profoundly difficult. You must actively seek out and court the warmth. When you feel yourself going numb, you must intentionally lean into the things that still hold a spark of life. This requires what therapists call microdoses of vitality. It is the warmth of a hot cup of tea against your palms, the sound of a loved one's voice, the conscious recognition of beauty in a single flower, or the simple act of wrapping yourself in a heavy blanket and allowing yourself to feel the safety of the present moment. You must actively thaw your frozen heart, even if the thawing process is painful. Remember, as the sensation returns to a frozen limb, it hurts intensely. Do not mistake the pain of healing for the pain of destruction. The sting of returning feeling is proof that you are still alive. And it is precisely in this crucible of suffering that the third, and perhaps most beautiful, aspect of the flight across the Alps reveals itself. The strengthening of the emotional bond between our travelers. Before the mountain, Julian and Sophia were allies of convenience, bound together by a shared secret and a common enemy. But as they cling to each other on the frozen ledge, a profound shift occurs. There is no room for pretense here. There are no social graces, no masks, no secrets. They are reduced to their absolute essence. Julian looks into Sophia's eyes, which are bloodshot and wild with fear, and in that gaze, he sees his own vulnerability reflected back at him. He does not see a partner. He sees a mirror of his own survival. Without a word, he unbuttons his heavy wool coat and pulls her close, wrapping his arms around her to share the meager warmth of his own body. He places his frozen hands against her neck, using his own physical heat to ward off the encroaching frostbite, while she presses her face into his chest, listening to the steady, rhythmic beat of his heart. In this silent, desperate embrace, the remaining walls between them crumble into the snow. They are no longer two separate individuals fighting the mountain. They are a single unit of survival. This is the profound psychology of shared trauma and deep relational bonding. Why is it that our deepest relationships are almost always forged in the fires of adversity? In our everyday lives, we wear elaborate armor. We present polished, curated versions of ourselves to the world, terrified that if someone saw our weakness, they would reject us. But when we are forced to navigate a crisis with another human being, our armor is forcibly stripped away. We are forced to be vulnerable. And in that vulnerability, we discover a profound truth. We do not connect through our strengths. We connect through our cracks. It is the shared recognition of our fragility that creates the unbreakable gold of true intimacy. For you, listening to this now, consider the relationships in your life. Are you trying to carry your mountain entirely on your own? Are you hiding your frostbite and your exhaustion from those who care about you because you are afraid of being a burden? The lesson of Julian and Sophia is that survival is a collaborative art. We are not meant to cross the Alps alone. Reach out to your allies. Show them your frozen hands. Allow them to offer you their warmth, and do not hesitate to offer yours in return. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is the ultimate survival strategy. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us look back at the snowy peaks we have traversed. Julian and Sophia have survived the highest pass of the Alps, but they are not the same people who began the climb. The mountain has taken their illusions, their comfort, and their physical strength, but in return, it has given them a raw, unbreakable resilience and a bond that will define the rest of their journey. They begin their slow, painful descent into the valley below, where the air is thicker, the wind is gentler, and the promise of a new dawn awaits. But do not let your guard down just yet, dear listener. For as the snow begins to clear and the path ahead becomes visible, they look down into the valley and see a thin line of black smoke rising from the village where they hoped to find refuge. The crossing of the mountain was only the preparation. What awaits them in the lowlands may require an even greater sacrifice. Join me in the next chapter as we discover what lies at the end of the descent, and what price must finally be paid for the preservation of the Red Seal. Chapter 11: Safe Haven, False Hope. Have you ever noticed how the human heart, when pushed to the absolute brink of exhaustion, will latch onto any promise of shelter, no matter how fragile or fleeting it might be? When the storm is howling and the wolves of our anxieties are snapping at our heels, we do not look for a perfect fortress. We look for any door that is slightly ajar. We seek a sanctuary, a quiet corner where we can lay down the heavy shield we have carried for so long, close our eyes, and believe, if only for an hour, that the danger has finally passed. This is the tragic beauty of our vulnerability. It is our greatest grace, and yet, it is also our most profound peril. In this chapter, we journey to the high, desolate peaks of the world, where the wind whispers secrets of ancient times and the cold bites deep into the marrow of the bone. Here, nestled against the sheer rock face of an unforgiving mountain, lies a remote monastery. To the weary traveler, its stone walls look like the very arms of salvation. But as we step across the threshold, we must ask ourselves a quiet, unsettling question. Is this a place of safety? Or is it merely a beautifully constructed cage of false hope? Picture the scene with me now. The climb has been long, agonizing, and lonely. Your breath comes in ragged, icy gasps that hang like ghosts in the thin mountain air. Behind you lies the dark valley of your past, the chaotic noise of the world, and the relentless pursuit of the Red Seal, that enigmatic force that has driven you to the absolute edge of your endurance. And then, through the swirling gray mist, the silhouette of the mountain abbey emerges. It is a monument of weathered stone and dark timber, clinging to the cliffside as if it were carved by the hands of giants. As you approach the massive oak doors, studded with iron nails that have rusted over centuries, a profound silence washes over you. There is no sound here but the low, mournful sigh of the wind passing through the high stone arches. When those doors finally creak open, they reveal an interior that is both breathtakingly beautiful and strangely hollow. You step into a vast, cavernous hallway where every footstep echoes like a heartbeat against the cold flagstones. The acoustic environment of this abbey is a living, breathing entity. It does not absorb sound. It amplifies it, stretching every sigh, every rustle of clothing, and every whispered prayer into a haunting symphony of isolation. The air is thick with the scent of beeswax, ancient parchment, and the damp, earthy smell of stone that has never felt the warmth of the sun. It feels like a womb, a place protected from the violent currents of the outer world. You feel an immediate, overwhelming urge to slide to your knees, to let the tension drain from your shoulders, and to believe that you are finally safe. But let us slow down our pacing for a moment. Let us pause in this grand, echoing silence and reflect on the nature of this relief. In our own lives, we often encounter these moments of sudden quiet. After a period of intense grief, a toxic relationship, or a grueling professional trial, we stumble into a new environment that seems perfectly peaceful. Perhaps it is a new job that demands nothing of us, a quiet friendship that avoids all conflict, or a comforting routine that keeps us numbly comfortable. We tell ourselves that we have found our peace. But is it peace, or is it merely the absence of immediate noise? We must learn to distinguish between a sanctuary that heals us and a hiding place that slowly suffocates our growth. The silence of the abbey is beautiful, yes, but it is also the silence of a tomb. As you walk deeper into the shadows of the monastery, guided only by the flickering light of a single tallow candle, you are led to the private chambers of the abbot. He sits in a high-backed wooden chair, carved with scenes of forgotten prophets and fading stars. He is an old man, his face a map of deep-set wrinkles carved by decades of contemplation and silent endurance. But it is his eyes that draw your attention, or rather, the lack of them. They are milky, unseeing orbs, clouded by cataracts that have long since stolen his vision of the physical world. Yet, as you enter the room, his head turns precisely toward you, his unseeing gaze locking onto yours with an intensity that makes your breath catch in your throat. This is Father Malachi, a man who has lived in the dark for so long that he has learned to see the things that dwell in our deepest shadows. When he speaks, his voice is not the gentle, comforting tone of a spiritual shepherd. It is a low, dry rasp, like dry autumn leaves scraping across a stone floor. and the words he utters do not offer comfort. He speaks of the red seal. He does not ask you what it is, nor does he ask why you are running from it. Instead, he begins to describe it with a chilling, intimate accuracy. He speaks of its weight, of the way it curls around the soul like a vine of thorns, and of the terrible, irresistible pull it exerts on those who bear its mark. He knows things about your journey that you have never spoken aloud to another living soul. He knows the secret guilt you carry, the moments of cowardice that keep you awake at night, and the desperate, hidden hope that someone will come and save you from your destiny. His knowledge is deep, disturbing, and absolute. Let us look at a cinematic example of this dynamic to truly understand its impact. Imagine a young woman named Clara, who has spent years fleeing an abusive, manipulative mentor who sought to control her every thought and action. Exhausted and terrified, she finds her way to a remote spiritual retreat in the desert, led by a charismatic, soft-spoken teacher who promises absolute protection and unconditional love. For the first few days, Clara feels an overwhelming sense of relief. She sleeps without nightmares, she breathes deeply, and she believes she has found her sanctuary. But one evening, during a private session, the teacher leans in close and whispers a secret that Clara had only ever written in her private diary. The teacher smiles, a gentle, paternal smile, and says, "I know everything about you, Clara. You do not need to think anymore. Just give your will to me, and I will keep you safe forever." In that single, freezing moment, the illusion of the sanctuary shattered. Clara realized that the gates that locked out the dangers of the world were also designed to lock her in. The teacher did not want to heal her. He wanted to possess her vulnerability. This is the profound psychological trap of the false savior. When we are traumatized or exhausted, our critical thinking defenses are lowered. We desperately want to believe in a benevolent authority figure who can take the burden of our lives off our shoulders. We want to regress to childhood, to a state where a wise parent figure makes all the difficult decisions and shields us from the consequences of our choices. Why does this classic dynamic matter so much to our subconscious? It matters because it preys upon our fundamental fear of isolation and our deep-seated longing for rescue. The archetype of the blind seer, like Father Malachi, is a powerful symbol in our collective psychology. He represents the part of us that knows the truth but refuses to act upon it. He represents the seductive danger of spiritual bypassing, the belief that we can escape our earthly struggles, our pain, and our personal responsibilities by retreating into a realm of pure contemplation, rules, or external authority. When we give up our agency to a sanctuary, we are trading our freedom for a temporary illusion of peace. We are letting someone else hold the key to our prison cell, simply because they promise to paint the walls a softer color. So, how do we apply this profound realization to our own lives? How do we navigate the delicate balance between seeking necessary rest and falling into the trap of false hope? First, you must practice the art of radical self-inquiry when you enter any new sanctuary. Ask yourself, is this environment encouraging me to grow? Or is it merely encouraging me to hide? A true safe haven will always act as a hospital, not a home. It is a place where you go to mend your wounds, gather your strength, and prepare to face the world once more. A false sanctuary, on the other hand, will try to convince you that the world outside is too dangerous for you to ever return to. It will foster dependency, making you feel that you are only safe within its specific, controlled boundaries. Second, you must learn to sit with your discomfort instead of rushing to escape it. When we are in pain, our immediate instinct is to find a quick fix, a spiritual band-aid, or a distracting comfort. But true healing is a slow, messy, and often painful process. It requires us to look directly into the blind eyes of our own inner Abbot and acknowledge the disturbing truths he holds. We must own our shadow, our connection to the Red Seal, and our own complicity in the struggles we face. Do not let the quietness of a temporary shelter lull you into a sleep of denial. Use the silence of your quiet moments to listen to your inner voice, not to drown it out with the comforting dogmas of others. As we bring this chapter to a close, let us reflect on the quiet tragedy of the mountain monastery. The stone walls are solid. The abbot is wise, and the peace is palpable, but it is a peace built on a foundation of isolation and denial. The Red Seal cannot be escaped by climbing to the highest peaks or hiding behind the thickest oak doors. It is a part of you, woven into the very fabric of your destiny. To believe that you can hide from it here forever is the ultimate false hope. The sanctuary is not our destination. It is merely a brief pause in a much larger, more dangerous journey. And so, as the candle in the abbot's chamber flickers and dies, casting the room into a deep, velvety darkness, a new sound begins to echo through the stone hallways of the abbey. It is not the wind, nor is it the gentle chime of the evening bell. It is the heavy, rhythmic thud of iron-shod boots marching up the mountain path, the cold, unmistakable sound of the world catching up to your hiding place. The illusion of safety is dissolving, the false hope is fading, and the true test of your spirit is about to begin. Prepare yourself, for the doors that once promised protection are about to be thrown wide open, and the storm you thought you had escaped is waiting just outside, ready to drag you back into the light. Chapter 12: Deciphering the Cipher. We often believe that the greatest secrets of the universe are kept under lock and key, guarded by iron gates and silent sentinels. But the truth is far more intimate, and far more terrifying. The greatest secrets are hidden in plain sight, masked by the very language we use to construct our daily realities. To decode a secret is not merely to solve a puzzle. It is to strip away the illusion of the world we thought we knew, exposing the raw, beating heart of truth underneath. As you settle into this moment, let the noise of your outer world fade away. Picture yourself in a room where time has ceased to behave as a linear progression. The air is thick with a scent of dried lavender, beeswax, and the sharp, metallic tang of ironball ink. A single candle burns on a heavy oak desk, its flame dancing in a draft that seems to whisper from the stone walls. In the center of this small circle of light lies the Red Seal, A viscous, crimson tear of imperial wax holding shut a secret that could dismantle an empire. Listen closely. In the silence of this chamber, a rhythmic tapestry of sound begins to weave itself into your consciousness. It is the audio montage of a mind at war with a mystery. Hear the sharp, rhythmic scratch of a steel nib pen as it dances across rough-hewn parchment, leaving behind trails of dark, liquid thought. Now, layer over that sound the relentless, mechanical heartbeat of a brass grandfather clock standing in the dark corner of the room. Tick-tack, tick-tack. It is a dual pulse, the chaotic, searching stroke of human intellect contrasted with the cold, unyielding march of time. Every scratch of the pen is a desperate attempt to outrun the clock. Let us step into the mind of Julian, our weary scholar, whose fingers are stained with midnight ink and whose eyes are mapped with veins of exhaustion. For 3 days and 3 nights, he has sat in this exact chair, his body aching, his mind hovering on the fragile precipice between genius and madness. He stares at the cipher, a complex grid of letters that seems to shift and shimmer under the flickering candlelight. His inner monologue is a torrent of doubt and determination. He whispers to himself, asking if he is chasing a ghost, or if the red wax is a silent tomb holding the ashes of a truth too heavy for the world to bear. He touches the seal, feeling the cool, raised crest under his thumb, realizing that the key to unlocking it is not physical force, but a surrender of his own preconceptions. Psychologically, this obsession with a puzzle speaks to a fundamental human drive, our absolute intolerance for chaos. When we look at our cipher, our subconscious recognizes a reflection of our own lives. We are all searching for a key to decode the confusing events of our pasts, the painful betrayers, and the sudden strokes of luck. We crave a grand narrative that makes sense of the static. When we deny ourselves the patience to sit with a mystery, when we rush to force a meaning where none yet exists, we trap ourselves in false interpretations. To apply this to your own journey, you must learn the art of the scholarly pause. When faced with a crisis in your life that seems incomprehensible, do not rush to paint it with immediate judgment. Sit with the clutter. Listen to the ticking of your own internal clock. Write down your thoughts, feeling the physical sensation of releasing them onto the page. Let the scratch of your own metaphorical pen soothe the anxiety of the unknown, trusting that the pattern will reveal itself only when you stop trying to force it into a shape you already recognize. As Julian stares deeper into the parchment, the chaotic letters begin to organize themselves, revealing the elegant mathematics behind the polyalphabetic substitution cipher. This is not a simple code where one letter merely stands for another. That would be too easily broken by the crude hands of common thieves. No, this is a Vigen-style matrix, a fluid, moving target where the meaning of a letter shifts based on its position and a secret keyword. It is a mathematical dance of rotating alphabets, a system that requires a key of variable numbers to align the celestial gears of language. Consider the cinematic tension of this realization. Julian's hand trembles as he aligns his wooden slide rule with the cipher's grid. He realizes that the keyword is not her name, nor is it a sacred word. It is a sequence of prime numbers represented by the stars carved into the border of the imperial seal itself. He begins to shift the alphabets. With each calculation, a letter slides into place. The word absolute becomes clear. The word bloodline emerges from the gibberish. It is like watching a photograph develop in a dark room first, vague shadows, then sharp, undeniable lines of a truth that cannot be unseen. His heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird, the mathematics of the code transforming into a living, breathing entity before his very eyes. This polyalphabetic cipher is a profound metaphor for the human psyche. We are not simple, monoalphabetic beings. We do not react to the world in a single, predictable key. Instead, we are complex, multi-layered systems. The way you react to fear today is different from how you reacted 10 years ago, because the key of your experience has shifted. When we try to understand ourselves using a single, rigid rule of thumb, we fail. We call ourselves hypocrites or broken, when in reality, we are simply operating on a higher mathematical order of survival. To unlock your own shifting nature, you must identify your own psychological keys. What is the fundamental value that translates your current chaos into clarity? Is it security? Is it love? Is it a desire for freedom? When you find yourself acting in ways that seem self-sabotaging or confusing, do not judge the behavior. Instead, look for the hidden matrix. Ask yourself what key you are currently using to translate the world around you. By understanding the shifting code of your emotions, you gain the power to rewrite the script of your life. Then, the final letter falls into place, and the shocking revelation is delivered. The seal does not contain a treaty, nor does it contain a treasury ledger. It contains the true, verified lineage of the emperor. The man who sits upon the gilded throne, who commands the legions and demands the worship of millions, is not of the sacred divine bloodline. He is the son of a disgraced provincial scribe, switched at birth in a desperate bid for political survival. The entire empire, with its grand cathedrals, its bloody wars, and its rigid caste systems, is built upon a monumental, fragile lie. Julian collapses back into his chair, the breath utterly stolen from his lungs. The silence in the room becomes deafening, heavier than any sound could ever be. His gaze darts from the parchment to the window, looking out over the sleeping city. He sees the distant, glowing lanterns of the imperial palace. He realizes that this single sheet of paper in his hands holds the destructive power of 1,000 cannons. If he speaks this truth, the empire will burn in the fires of civil war. If he burns the paper, he becomes a conspirator in a lie that enslaves millions. The weight of this knowledge is a physical pressure on his chest, a suffocating realization of the ultimate price of truth. This moment touches the deepest, most secret fear within all of us. The terror of finding out that the foundations of our lives are built on an illusion. Many of us stay in unfulfilling careers, toxic relationships, or outdated belief systems because the truth of their inadequacy is too terrifying to face. We fear that if we admit the emperor has no clothes, our entire world will collapse into chaos. We prefer the quiet, comfortable prison of our known light to the wild, unpredictable freedom of a devastating truth. But you must understand that the collapse of a false foundation is not the end of your story. It is the necessary beginning of your authentic life. If you are harboring a truth that you are terrified to admit to yourself, take a deep breath and look at it. You do not have to burn down your world tomorrow. But you must, like Julian, have the courage to read the message clearly. Write down the truth of your situation in plain, simple words. Own it. Let the shock of it wash over you, and realize that you are still standing, still breathing, and now, finally, free to build something real. As we bring our journey through this chapter to a close, let us reflect on what Julian has accomplished. He has braved the silence, mastered the complex mathematics of the shifting cipher, and looked directly into the blinding light of a world-shattering truth. He has transitioned from a passive observer of history to its most dangerous keeper. The red seal now lies open, its wax broken like a severed artery, its secret breathing in the quiet air of the study. The question that remains, suspended in the cool night air like a promise or a threat, is what Julian will do with this power. Will he seek the safety of the shadows, or will he step into the light to ignite the flame of revolution? As the candle flickers and dies, leaving us in the warm, expectant darkness, we prepare to follow him into the next chapter, where the decoded secret must now face the harsh, unforgiving test of the waking world. Stay with me, keep your heart open, and let us step together into the waiting shadows of what comes next. Chapter 13: The Masked Ball. The philosopher Friedrich Nietzsche once wrote that every profound spirit needs a mask. We spend our entire lives constructing fortresses of identity, building beautiful, elaborate facades to shield our tender, bruised vulnerabilities from a world that so often feels hostile. But what happens when the mask is not just a psychological defense, but the only thing keeping you alive? What happens when you must step directly into the lion's den, dressed in the lion's own golden fur, knowing that a single misstep, a single tremor in your voice, will bring the entire structure crashing down upon you? Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, settling breath, and let your mind drift away from the noise of your present surroundings. Let us step together into the velvet-draped dark of Chapter 13 of The Red Seal, a chapter entitled, simply, The Masked Ball. Imagine, if you will, the sensory overload of stepping through the heavy oaken doors of the Grand Palazzo. Outside, a relentless autumn rain washes over the cobblestones of the enemy capital, cold, dark, and unforgiving. But inside, you are greeted by a suffocating wave of warmth, the rich, heavy scent of melting bespoques from thousands of floating chandeliers, and the cloying sweetness of expensive French perfumes mixed with a sharp, metallic tang of nervous sweat. You are Julian, an infiltrator in a world of predators, and your heartbeat is a frantic drum beneath the stiff, suffocating silk of your embroidered waistcoat. In the background, the faint, Elegant strains of Baroque music rise and fall like a breathing tide. It is a minuet, precise, mathematical, and polite. The harpsichord notes sparkle like ice, while the violins weave a tapestry of artificial joy. This music is not merely entertainment. It is the heartbeat of the trap. It sets a festive, almost manic tone, designed to lull the unsuspecting into a state of false security. Let us pause and listen to that music through Julian's ears. He stands at the edge of the ballroom, his fingers lightly brushing the cold stone of a marble pillar. The music is gorgeous, yet to him, it sounds like a ticking clock, counting down the minutes until his cover is blown. Every crescendo is a threat. Every decrescendo, a whispered conspiracy. Why does this classic dynamic of using beautiful music to mask imminent danger resonate so deeply with our subconscious? It is because, in our own lives, we are all too familiar with the concept of the beautiful distraction. How often do we drown out our deepest anxieties with the background noise of modern life? We fill our silences with endlessly scrolling feeds, with superficial conversations, and with the constant, frantic rhythm of productivity. We use the Baroque music of our daily routines to avoid listening to the quiet, terrifying truths whispering in our own hearts. If you find yourself caught in your own chaotic ballroom, unable to hear your own thoughts above the noise of the world, I invite you to practice the art of selective listening. Just as Julian must train his ears to ignore the bright, distracting melody of the harpsichord and instead focus on the low, whispered murmurs of the guards near the heavy velvet drapes, you too must learn to tune out the external demands of your life. Sit in silence for just 5 minutes today. Let the noise of the world wash over you, but do not cling to it. Listen past it until you can hear the steady, quiet rhythm of your own breath, your own truth, waiting underneath the clamor. As Julian steps forward, moving deeper into the glittering throng, the sheer opulence of the costumes becomes overwhelming. It is a sea of velvet, lace, and gold leaf. But it is the masks that command his attention. There are porcelain faces painted with eternal, frozen smiles, gilded birds of prey with sharp, menacing beaks, and silver foxes that seem to mock the very idea of honesty. The tension of these hidden identities is a physical pressure in the room. Everyone is watching everyone else, trying to read the truth behind the plaster and paint, while desperately hiding their own secrets. Consider Julian's encounter with his primary target, the Marquis of Valour. The Marquis wears a mask of solid gold, molded into the likeness of a roaring lion. When Julian bows before him, he does not see a man. He sees an archetype of absolute power and cruelty. Julian's inner monologue is a torrent of panic. He wonders if the Marquis can see the impostor behind his own silver fox mask. He wonders if his eyes, wide with fear, are giving him away. Yet, he must smile. He must pretend to be a loyal courtier, a willing participant in this decadent theater of lies. This dynamic of the mask speaks directly to our collective struggle with the Jungian persona. We all wear masks. We wear the mask of the competent professional, the happy spouse, the resilient survivor, or this untroubled friend. We wear them so often that we sometimes forget the face beneath them. The tragedy of the masquerade is not that we hide from others, but that we begin to hide from ourselves. We become terrified that if we show our true, adorned faces, we will be rejected, cast out into the cold rain of reality. How do we heal from this exhausting performance? The soothing mentor's hand guides us to a gentle realization. Your mask is not your enemy. It has kept you safe. It has allowed you to navigate a world that is not always kind to your vulnerability. But you must remember that you are the one who wears the mask. The mask does not own you. Today, identify one safe space or one trusted person in your life. With them, practice the immense bravery of lowering your mask. Speak of your fears, your weariness, or your unpolished dreams. You will find that true connection is never born from our flawless facades, but from the beautiful, cracked reality of our shared humanity. Now, the music shifts. The tempo slows to a haunting, melancholic waltz. This is Julian's moment. He must step onto the crowded dance floor, not to enjoy the dance, but to execute the most dangerous part of his mission. He must find his contact, a woman known only as the Lady in the Emerald Mask, and exchange the critical keys that will unlock the enemy's archives. He sweeps her into the dance. Their movements are perfectly synchronized with the rest of the crowd, spinning and gliding across the polished ballroom floor. But while their bodies perform a public ritual of grace, their minds are locked in a desperate, private battle for survival. Listen closely to their quiet conversation, spoken in the brief moments when their faces draw close during the turn of the waltz. Are the guards watching us? Julian whispers, his voice barely a breath against her ear. Only the ones by the West Gallery, she replies, her voice steady but incredibly tense. Keep spinning. On the next turn, slide your hand into my left glove. The key is there. Every touch is charged with electric suspense. Julian's fingers find the cold, heavy metal of the key, hidden against her warm skin. It is a fragile bridge of trust built in a desert of deception. One slip, one dropped key clattering against the marble floor, and their lives are forfeit. This quiet exchange on the dance floor is a profound metaphor for the way we communicate our deepest needs. In a world that often demands we scream to be heard, the most significant changes in our lives usually happen in the quietest, most subtle moments of connection. It is the soft whisper of encouragement from a friend, the quiet realization that we deserve better, or the silent decision to walk away from what harms us. To apply this in your own journey, think about the critical keys of your life, your boundaries, your deepest desires, and your unspoken boundaries. You do not need to shout them from the rooftops to make them valid. Learn the art of quiet assertion. Speak your boundaries softly, but hold them firmly. Like Julian's silent handoff on the dance floor, your power lies not in the volume of your voice, but in the absolute clarity and precision of your intent. As the waltz reaches its sweeping conclusion, Julian steps away from his partner, bowing deeply. His heart is pounding, but his pocket now holds the heavy, cold weight of the key to the red seal, the key to his freedom and the salvation of his people. He has survived the ballroom, but the night is far from over. In this chapter, we have journeyed through the glittering, dangerous halls of the masquerade. We have listened to the deceptive beauty of the Baroque music, explored the exhausting weight of the masks we wear, and witnessed the quiet courage of connection in the face of mortal danger. Now, as the music begins to fade, and the dancers blur into the background, Julian turns his back on the bright lights of the ballroom. He slips through a side door, entering the cold, shadow-drenched corridors of the palazzo's underbelly. The warmth of the ballroom is gone, replaced by the damp chill of stone and the scent of old secrets. Ahead of him lies the heavy iron door of the archives, and the real test of his courage is about to begin. Join me in the next chapter, where we will step out of the light of the masquerade and into the deep, quiet dark where the truth finally waits to be revealed. Chapter 14: Betrayal at the Canal. They say that the deepest wounds are never carved by our enemies, but by the hands of those who once held our trust. Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep, quiet breath with me, and let the rush of the modern world fade into the background. Let yourself settle into this space of deep listening, because today we are entering a landscape of profound shadows, sharp steel, and heartbreaking vulnerability. We are stepping onto the damp, cold cobblestones of the canal. Imagine, if you will, the smell of stagnant, dark water, heavy with the scent of moss, iron, and ancient stone. The fog rolls in, thick and suffocating, clinging to the wool of your cloak like a wet shroud. You can hear the slow, rhythmic drip of water falling from the arch of a stone bridge, echoing in the quiet night like the ticking of a clock counting down to disaster. This is the setting of our deepest reckoning. It is a place of transition, a bridge between safety and the unknown, and it is here that the fragile illusion of security is about to be shattered. At some point in our lives, we all find ourselves standing on a metaphorical bridge, believing we are moving toward a brighter future, only to find that the path has been compromised from within. Have you ever felt that sudden, sickening drop in your stomach when you realized that someone you loved, someone you protected, had led you directly into a trap? That is the human struggle we explore today. It is the archetype of the ambush, the sudden and violent disruption of our reality that leaves us gasping for air in the cold dark. Let us descend into the heart of the conflict. The air is deceptively still. Our protagonist, Julian, walks with a quiet purpose, his boots making no sound on the wet stones. Beside him is Christopher, his companion, his anchor, the one soul who has shared every scar, every secret, and every silent hope since this journey began. They are carrying the red seal, that heavy, mystical burden that represents both their salvation and their doom. But silence, as we know, is often the loudest warning. Suddenly, the stillness is torn apart. The shadows along the canal walls do not just shift. They breathe, they strike. From the darkness of the bridge arches, a dozen cloaked figures emerge with the terrifying synchronization of a nightmare. There is no negotiation. There is no warning cry. There is only the sudden, terrifying rush of wind as steel is drawn from leather. Listen closely. Can you hear it? The sharp, metallic hiss of a sword sliding from its scabbard, a sound that slices through the damp night air like ice. Julian barely has time to raise his blade before the first strike lands. The clash of metal on metal is deafening, a high-pitched, ringing vibration that rattles the bones of his arms and echoes off the stone walls of the canal. Then comes the chaos of the struggle. Feet slip on the wet moss. The heavy, desperate breathing of men fighting for their lives fills the narrow passageway. Every movement is a gamble against gravity and death. Julian strikes out, his mind screaming in denial, his body operating on pure, primal instinct. He parries a blow, the impact sending sparks cascading into the dark water below. And then, the sound of the water changes. It is no longer a gentle drip. It is a series of violent, heavy splashes as bodies collide, tumbling near the edge of the canal. The water becomes an active participant in the violence, splashing up in cold, blinding sheets, mixing with the sweat and blood on Julian's face. The metallic ring of blades, the sloshing of the dark canal, the grunts of exertion, and the terrifyingly fast footsteps create a symphony of sheer panic. In the midst of this frantic dance, Julian hears a sound that freezes the blood in his veins. It is not the sound of steel, but a sharp, choked gasp of surprise and pain. He turns his head, a fatal mistake in a sword fight, but his heart leaves him no choice. Through the swirling fog, he sees Christopher. Christopher is surrounded. 2 attackers have pinned his arms, while a third, a figure whose face is obscured by a deep hood but whose posture speaks of cold, calculated betrayal, steps forward. Julian screams Christopher's name, a raw, ragged sound that tears at his throat, and lunges forward. He fights with a sudden, wild ferocity, throwing caution to the wind, desperate to close the mere 10 feet of stone that separates them. But 10 feet on a wet, embattled bridge might as well be 10 miles. Before Julian can reach him, a heavy blow strikes him from behind, sending him crashing to his knees. The cold water of the canal splashes over him as he hits the ground, his vision swimming. Through the haze of pain, he watches in absolute horror as Christopher is dragged toward a waiting black skiff hidden in the deep shadows beneath the bridge. Christopher's eyes meet Julian's through the darkness. There is no fear in Christopher's gaze, only a devastating, silent apology, and a desperate plea for Julian to survive, to keep going, to protect the seal. With a heavy splash, the oars hit the water, and the skiff vanishes into the thick, impenetrable fog of the canal, carrying away the one person Julian could not afford to lose. Christopher is gone. The silence returns, heavier and colder than before, broken only by the sound of Julian's ragged breathing and the gentle, mocking lap of the water against the stone. Let us pause here, in this heavy silence, and look closely at what just transpired. This is not merely an action scene in a fantasy story. This is a profound, mirror-like reflection of our own subconscious experiences. Why does this dynamic of the bridge ambush and the tragic capture of a companion strike such a deep chord within us? Psychologically, the bridge represents a state of liminality. It is the space between where we were and where we are going. It is our moments of transition, our times of vulnerability, growth, and change. When we are on the bridge, we are neither fully safe in our past nor fully established in our future. We are suspended. And it is precisely in these moments of transition that our deepest wounds, our hidden saboteurs, and our unresolved betrayals rise from the shadows to strike. The capture of Christopher represents the ultimate loss of our emotional safety net. Christopher is not just a companion. He is the externalization of Julian's trust, his innocence, and his connection to humanity. When Christopher is taken, Julian is left utterly alone with the cold weight of the Red Seal. How often have you experienced this in your own life? You decide to make a change, to step across the bridge toward a better career, a healthier relationship, or a true version of yourself. And just as you are mid-crossing, an unexpected betrayal, a sudden loss, or a devastating failure strikes you out of nowhere. The companion of your confidence, your hope, or your self-belief is snatched away, leaving you kneeling on the cold, wet stones of your life, wondering how you could have been so blind. We hold ourselves back because we fear this very moment. Our subconscious minds, desperate to protect us from the agony of betrayal, whisper that it is safer never to cross the bridge at all. It tells us to stay on the damp, familiar shore, even if that shore is dying, rather than risk the violent ambush of the crossing. But how do we move forward when the ambush has already occurred? How do we heal when our closest companion, our sense of trust, has been captured by the darkness? Listen to me closely, as a gentle mentor would guide you through the dark. The first step is to allow yourself to feel the coldness of the stone. Do not rush to stand up. Do not immediately try to chase the boat into the fog. When Julian lies on that bridge, his body bruised and his heart shattered, he must first acknowledge the reality of his grief. You must allow yourself to cry out, to feel the raw pain of the betrayal without judgment. The second step is to recognize that, while they took your companion, they did not take your purpose. The enemy took Christopher, but they did not get the Red Seal. The core of who you are, your ultimate mission, your divine spark, is still intact within you. The betrayal was designed to make you drop your seal, to make you give up on your journey. By holding onto your purpose, even when your hands are trembling and your heart is breaking, you honor the sacrifice of what was lost. The third step is to understand that the fog eventually clears. The captors believe they have won because they have taken your source of comfort, but they do not realize that the fire forged in the aftermath of betrayal is far stronger than the naive warmth of unchallenged trust. You will find Christopher again, but first, you must become the hero capable of rescuing him. You must let this grief transform from a weight that anchors you to the wet stones into a fierce, quiet resolve that guides your footsteps forward. As we bring this chapter to a close, we see Julian slowly pushing himself up from the cold, wet cobblestones of the canal. His hands are covered in scraped skin and dark mud. His sword lies a few feet away, its polished surface marred by the dark, brackish water of the canal. He picks it up, his fingers gripping the hilt with a new, desperate intensity. The silence of the canal is no longer peaceful. It is a heavy, challenging void that demands a response. He looks out over the dark water where the skiff disappeared. The fog has swallowed every trace of Christopher, leaving only the ripples on the surface that slowly fade into nothingness. But within Julian's chest, a new kind of silence is settling in. It is not the silence of defeat, but the quiet, dangerous calm before a storm. He wraps his cloak tightly around his shoulders, feels the hard, comforting shape of the red seal against his chest, and takes his first, heavy step forward into the dark. But the path ahead is not empty. The betrayal at the canal was merely the opening move in a much larger, much more dangerous game. As Julian steps off the bridge and enters the winding, shadow-drenched alleyways of the lower city, he is about to discover that some secrets are far more dangerous than any blade, and that the true identity of his betrayer lies much closer to home than he ever dared to imagine. Join me in the next chapter, where we will unravel the thread of this mystery and face the terrifying truth of what lies waiting in the dark. Chapter 15: The Alchemist's Laboratory. We spend our entire lives building walls, not realizing that the most formidable barriers we create are those designed to protect what we hold most sacred. We lock away our deepest truths, our most vulnerable memories, and our highest potentials behind intricate, self-imposed security systems. We tell ourselves we are keeping the world out, but in truth, we are keeping ourselves locked in. Welcome back, Seeker, to this quiet space of contemplation and discovery. Take a deep, slow breath. Let the noise of the external world fade into a distant hum. Today, we step across the threshold of a place where science and mysticism blur, where the tangible meets the intangible. We enter the heavy, iron-reinforced doors of Chapter 15, The Alchemist's Laboratory. Listen closely. Can you hear the soft, rhythmic condensation dripping from copper pipes? Can you smell the sharp, electric tang of ozone mingled with the earthy sweetness of dried lavender, sulfur, and ancient, crumbling parchment? The air here is thick, warm, and heavy with the weight of centuries-old secrets. This is not merely a room of glass and metal. It is a physical manifestation of the human subconscious. Every dusty shelf, every bubbling crucible, and every faded diagram represents a layer of the mind striving to solve the great riddle of existence. At the center of this dimly lit sanctuary, resting upon a scarred oak workbench, lies the Red Seal. It is beautiful, terrifying, and absolutely lethal. It is protected by an intricate, booby-trapped casing designed to destroy the contents within if approached with brute force. To open it, we cannot use a hammer or a blade. We must find the counter-agent, a substance of perfect balance that can gently dissolve the protective outer barrier without triggering the cataclysmic ruin sleeping beneath. Let us stand beside Julian, our traveler, who has dedicated his entire life to this singular moment. His hands are trembling, not from fear, but from the sheer, crushing weight of anticipation. Before him, the laboratory stretches into the shadows. Glass tubes curve like frozen serpents, carrying glowing, viscous liquids of emerald green, deep amber, and shimmering violet. Some vessels hiss softly, venting thin spirals of pearlescent steam that rise to the wooden rafters. Others sit in absolute silence, holding fluids so dark they seem to swallow the very candlelight. The counteragent Julian seeks is not a single element, but a complex, volatile synthesis. He must navigate this labyrinth of glass and fire, selecting ingredients with the precision of a surgeon. The wrong measurement by even a single drop, the slightest hesitation, or a moment of distracted thought will not only ruin the formula but could cause a chain reaction that would reduce this entire sanctuary to ash. Consider this dynamic of the alchemist's workshop. Why do we find ourselves drawn to such complex imagery? Psychologically, the laboratory represents our internal landscape when we are trying to resolve a deep-seated crisis. The bubbling liquids are our roiling emotions. The glass tubes are the logical structures we build to contain them, and the strange aromas are the persistent memories that we can never quite wash away. When you face a monumental challenge in your own life, a barrier that seems completely impenetrable, your mind often resembles this chaotic, beautiful workshop. You search frantically for the right combination of thoughts, actions, and beliefs to unlock your path forward. But too often, we approach our problems with a sledgehammer, demanding immediate resolution, forcing doors open that were meant to be unlocked with patience. The lesson of the laboratory is one of meticulous reverence. It teaches us that some barriers in our lives cannot be broken. They must be understood, respected, and systematically dissolved. Let us watch Julian as he begins the delicate process of chemical dissolution. He reaches for a vial of pale blue distillate, his fingers tracing the cold glass. He knows that the outer casing of the red seal is composed of a dense, reactive resin that hardens with age and pressure. If he attempts to peel it away, it will trigger an internal glass vial of acid, destroying the ancient parchment inside forever. He must create a solvent that mimics the structure of the resin, bonding with it, neutralizing its defensive charge, and turning it into a harmless, flowing liquid. He pours the blue distillate into a copper beaker, adds 3 grains of crushed pearl, and begins to heat the mixture over a low, steady flame. The liquid changes color, turning from a cool azure to a warm, vibrant gold. The steam rising from it smells of summer rain and pine needles. This is the counteragent. Think about the profound psychology behind this process. The outer casing of the red seal is a metaphor for our defense mechanisms. When we experience trauma, disappointment, or heartbreak, we build a hard, protective shell around our vulnerability. This shell is our ego, our anger, our cynicism, or our emotional detachment. It serves us well for a time, keeping us safe from further harm. But eventually, this protective casing becomes a prison, preventing us from receiving love, joy, or growth. If we try to shatter this defense mechanism overnight through sheer willpower or forced positivity, we often trigger our internal self-destruct sequence. We spiral into anxiety, depression, or self-sabotage because we are tearing away our protection before we are ready. The secret to healing is not to fight your defenses, but to dissolve them. You must find the emotional counteragent. If your barrier is built of fear, the counteragent is not forced courage, but gentle, compassionate understanding. If your barrier is built of anger, the counteragent is the soft solvent of self-forgiveness. Now, let us return to the laboratory, where the atmosphere has suddenly shifted. A low, ominous hum vibrates through the wooden floorboards. The golden liquid in Julian's copper beaker has begun to boil prematurely. The reaction is taking place faster than anticipated. The ambient temperature of the room has caused the chemicals to accelerate, and Julian realizes with a jolt of pure adrenaline that he has less than 2 minutes before the compound becomes unstable and loses its potency entirely. Sweat beads on his forehead, stinging his eyes. His breath catches in his throat. The urgency is suffocating. He must apply the counteragent to the seal now, drop by drop, with absolute precision, even as his hands shake and his heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. Every second is a lifetime. He draws the golden liquid into a glass pipette. The first drop falls onto the red seal. A sharp, loud hiss echoes through the quiet room. A plume of white smoke rises, carrying the scent of burning iron. The resin begins to soften, turning from a rigid, dark crust into a fluid, translucent gel. But the reaction in the beaker is growing more violent. He must proceed, balancing the need for extreme speed with the absolute necessity of flawless accuracy. This moment of extreme urgency speaks directly to a universal human experience. We have all found ourselves in situations where the window of opportunity is rapidly closing. Perhaps it is a conversation you need to have with a loved one before they depart, a decision you must make regarding your career, or a moment of inner clarity that you must seize before the daily grind pulls you back into complacency. This time-sensitive pressure triggers our deepest primal fears of failure and loss. It forces us into a state of hyper-focus where the past and the future cease to exist, and only the raw, immediate present remains. Under this intense pressure, our true character is revealed. We learn whether we will panic and drop the beaker, or whether we can find a quiet, still center within the storm, holding our hands steady even when the world around us is screaming. How do we apply these profound lessons to our own lives? How do we find our own counteragents and navigate our moments of high-stakes urgency? Imagine yourself as the alchemist of your own destiny. The next time you find yourself facing a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, a personal red seal that refuses to yield, do not try to force it open. Instead, take a step back and enter your own internal laboratory. Identify the exact nature of the barrier. Is it a belief that you are not enough? Is it a habit of procrastination that keeps you safe from the risk of failure? Once you have identified the barrier, ask yourself what counteragent is required. Do not meet anger with anger, or fear with frustration. Find the opposite, gentler frequency. If you are overwhelmed by anxiety, the counteragent is a single, slow, deliberate action taken in the present moment. Apply this remedy drop by drop. Do not expect the barrier to vanish instantly. Watch patiently as the hard outer shell begins to soften, accepting that the process of transformation takes time, precision, and an unyielding commitment to gentleness. And if you feel the pressure of time, if you feel the urgency of a life passing you by, do not let panic freeze your hands. Breathe into the urgency. Use that heightened energy not as a source of terror, but as a catalyst for absolute presence. Let the noise fade. Focus entirely on the single drop of action you can take right now. In that space of total focus, fear dissolves, and pure, aligned action takes its place. You are far more resilient than you realize, and the tools you need to unlock your highest potential are already resting on the shelves of your inner sanctuary, waiting for you to assemble them with wisdom and care. In this chapter, we have watched Julian navigate the perilous, beautiful complexities of the alchemist's laboratory. We have felt the heat of the crucibles, smelled the sharp aromas of transformation, and held our breath as the golden counteragent dissolved the protective casing of the red seal. We have explored how our own defense mechanisms require gentleness rather than force to unlock, and how we can find stillness and focus even when pressed by the urgent ticking of the clock. The outer casing of the seal has now softened, its lethal traps safely neutralized by the patient application of the alchemist's art. The path is clear. The barrier that has stood for generations is finally ready to be parted. As the last traces of white smoke clear from the workbench, and the gelled resin drips harmlessly onto the scarred wood, a profound silence falls over the laboratory. The red seal sits before us, exposed, vulnerable, and waiting. In our next chapter, we will finally lift the cover, peering into the long-hidden secrets of the heart, exploring what happens when the barriers we have carried for a lifetime are finally removed, and we are forced to stand face to face with the raw, unfiltered truth of who we are. Stay with me, Seeker, as we step forward into the light of revelation. Chapter 16: The True Identity. We often look to the heavens for the source of our storms, searching for flashing lightning and rolling thunder, completely oblivious to the silent rot quietly eating away at the roots beneath our feet. Why is it that we are so easily blinded by the loud, the grand, and the ostentatious, while the true architects of our destiny remain draped in the shadows of the ordinary? Welcome, dear listener, to a moment of reckoning. Take a deep, quiet breath with me, and let the noise of the outside world fade into insignificance. In this space, we are going to confront a truth that is as terrifying as it is liberating. We are stepping into the damp, chill air of the inner sanctum of the conspiracy, the very heart of the mystery of the Red Seal. Picture the scene with all your senses. The air is heavy, thick with the scent of decaying parchment, bitter beeswax, and the cold, metallic tang of old ink. The floorboards beneath your boots are uneven, groaning softly with every step you take. In the center of this suffocating room, there is no throne of gold, no warlord clad in polished steel, and no high priest chanting dark liturgies. Instead, there is only a battered wooden desk, cluttered with ledgers, and illuminated by the flickering, dying light of a single tallow candle. And sitting behind it, his fingers stained a permanent indigo, is Master Alistair, the scribe. The man who has spent 40 years quietly copying court records, bowing his head to every passing noble, and speaking only when spoken to. He is the mastermind. The realization does not hit like a sudden blow. It settles over you like a freezing fog. How could someone so utterly powerless in the eyes of the world possess the leverage to bring an empire to its knees? Let us pause for a moment to sit with the sheer, crushing weight of this revelation. Imagine Julian, our protagonist, standing at the threshold of this room, his sword drawn, his muscles tense, ready to face a monster. His heart hammers against his ribs like a trapped bird. He has fought through mercenaries, evaded assassins, and crossed treacherous lands, all to confront the shadow. And now, looking at this frail, elderly man whose spectacles are slipping down his nose, Julian feels a bizarre, disorienting vertigo. His inner monologue is a chaotic storm of denial. Surely, this is a trick. Surely, the real power is hiding behind the tapestry. But Alistair looks up, and in his pale, watery eyes, there is no fear. There is only a profound, chilling amusement. He dips his quill into the inkwell with a hand that does not shake, and he smiles. This brings us to our first profound psychological truth: the illusion of authority versus the reality of influence. Why does our subconscious mind instinctively associate power with physical dominance, loud voices, and high status? From a young age, we are taught to fear the king, the boss, the tyrant, yet the deepest conspiracies, both in history and within our own personal lives, are rarely orchestrated by those who wear the crowns. They are managed by the gatekeepers, the record keepers, the silent observers who manage the flow of information. In your own life, think of the times you have feared a major, external obstacle, only to realize that the true force holding you back was a quiet, unnoticed habit, a subtle belief whispering in the background of your mind. To master your own destiny, you must stop looking at the loud distractions and start identifying the quiet scribes of your subconscious. The step-by-step application of this wisdom is simple yet demanding. First, you must conduct an audit of your silent influences. Who are the quiet voices in your life that you take for granted? What are the repetitive, daily thoughts that you barely notice, yet which dictate your entire mood? Write them down. Confront them. Stripped of their invisibility, they lose their power over you, just as Alistair loses his mask under Julian's gaze. Let us return to the cold chamber, where the silence is broken only by the scrape of Alistair's quill on paper. Julian demands answers, his voice echoing hollowly off the stone walls. Why? Why would a humble scribe orchestrate a conspiracy that has cost thousands of lives? Alistair places the quill down with agonizing slowness. He speaks, and his voice is not the trembling squeak of a servant, but a low, resonant baritone that commands the room. He asks Julian who truly builds an empire. Is it the king who signs the decree with a flourish, or is it the scribe who drafts the words, who knows which laws to emphasize and which to conveniently lose in the archives? He speaks of class, of legacy, and of the invisible labor of millions who live and die in the shadows of the great. For 40 years, Alastair watched arrogant lords squander wealth and lives, confident in their inherited superiority. By manipulating the letters, altering the taxes, and forging the red seals, Alastair proved to himself that he, the powerless scribe, was the true sovereign. He did not want a crown. He wanted the exquisite, secret knowledge that he was the puppeteer. Listen closely to the dialogue of this confrontation, for it is a clash of fundamental human desires. Julian represents the search for honor, justice, and transparent truth. Alastair represents the dark, seductive urge for control born from a lifetime of being ignored. The psychological depth of this dynamic is staggering. It touches upon our secret fear of being insignificant. When we feel powerless, our shadow self does not seek equality. It seeks hidden mastery. We sabotage relationships quietly, we withhold affection silently, and we nurse resentments in the dark, acting as the scribes of our own miniature empires of bitterness. How do we heal this pattern? How do we prevent ourselves from becoming, like Alastair, poisoning our environment from the shadows because we feel unappreciated? The mentor's hand guides you here to find your voice in the light. If you feel invisible, the solution is not to build a secret web of control, but to courageously step into the arena. Speak your truth, even if your voice shakes. Assert your value openly, rather than seeking validation through passive-aggressive manipulation. True legacy is not built on secrets. It is built on authentic connection and transparent strength. Julian stands paralyzed. The sword in his hand feels incredibly heavy, yet completely useless. How do you kill an enemy when his weapon is not a blade, but the very system you rely on? Alastair reveals that if Julian strikes him down, the ledgers will still be sent, the lies will still be published, and the empire will still tear itself apart. The machinery of the conspiracy is already set in motion, and it does not require its creator to keep running. This is the ultimate psychological weight of the revelation. It is the realization that the systems of our lives, once created, take on a life of their own. This is why we must be so incredibly careful about what we build, what habits we cultivate, and what secrets we tolerate. As we draw this chapter to a close, let us summarize the journey we have taken together. We have confronted the mastermind, not in a grand palace, but in a dusty archive. We have learned that the most dangerous forces are those that operate in silence, exploiting our tendency to look only at the surface. We have looked into the dark mirror of Alastair's resentment and found a warning about the dangers of hidden power and unresolved insignificance. But do not despair, dear listener, for even as Julian stands in that dark room, facing a seemingly invincible web of deceit, a spark of clarity begins to form in his mind. The scribe's power relies entirely on the shadows. By bringing the truth into the light, By refusing to play the game on the mastermind's terms, the web can be unraveled. As the candle guttering on Alastair's desk flares one last time before plunging the room into absolute darkness, we are left on the precipice of a monumental decision. The true identity has been revealed, the masks have fallen, and the stage is set for a final, desperate struggle for the soul of the Empire. Join me in the next chapter, where we will explore how to find light in the deepest darkness, and how to rewrite the script of our lives when the old pages have been burned to ashes. Stay close, keep your heart open, and let us walk forward together into the unknown. Chapter 17 Under Lock and Key. There is a quiet, devastating truth that we only fully comprehend when the final door is closed and the lock turns with a heavy, metallic finality. It is the realization that we are entirely, utterly alone with our own minds. In this space, the world outside ceases to be a playground of possibilities and instead becomes a distant, fading memory. We find ourselves trapped, not just by physical barriers of stone and iron, but by the sudden, suffocating boundary of our own limitations. Welcome to Chapter 17 of The Red Seal, a chapter entitled Under Lock and Key. This is not merely a story about a physical prison, but a deep, introspective journey into what happens to the human soul when it is stripped of its agency, and the quiet, brilliant spark of resilience that ignites when all hope seems lost. Listen closely. Can you hear it? In the profound darkness of this underground chamber, the silence is not empty. It is a heavy, living thing, punctuated only by the rhythmic, agonizingly slow drip of water somewhere in the deep recesses of the stone. Plip, plip. Each drop is a second of life slipping away, a cold, a different metronome measuring out the protagonist Julian's captivity. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, ancient decay, and the metallic tang of old rust. The walls are not smooth. They are weeping granite, rough and jagged to the touch, pressing in from all sides as if the very mountain is slowly exhaling, compressing the space until there is barely room to draw a breath. To be held captive is to experience a unique form of psychological torture, where the mind becomes its own worst enemy. Julian lies on the cold floor, his cheek pressed against the wet stone, feeling the vibration of the earth. He realizes that waiting for rescue is a slow form of suicide. The Red Seal, that elusive symbol of power and truth that brought him to this dark place, feels further away than ever. But it is precisely here, in the absolute nadir of his existence, that the desperate plan begins to take root. It starts not with a grand gesture, but with a quiet refusal to accept the darkness as his grave. Let us look closely at the first crucial element of this escaper, the sheer, claustrophobic weight of the environment. Imagine sitting in a space so dark that closing your eyes makes no difference at all. Julian reaches out, his fingers brushing against the cold, unyielding iron of the door. This door is not just wood and metal. It is the physical manifestation of his helplessness. In this moment, we see a cinematic picture of a man pushed to his absolute limits. He does not scream. He does not beat his fists against the door until they bleed, for he knows that anger is a luxury he cannot afford. Anger burns oxygen, and oxygen is a precious commodity in this damp tomb. Instead, he forces his breathing to slow. He listens to the dripping water, transforming the maddening sound into a focus exercise, aligning his heartbeat with the rhythm of the falling drops. This moment of extreme sensory deprivation holds a profound psychological mirror up to our own lives. Why do we feel such a deep, visceral terror when we picture ourselves trapped in a dark room? It is because the dark room is the ultimate canvas of our subconscious fears. When the external world is shut out, we are forced to look inward, and often, what we find there is a chaotic storm of unresolved doubts, regrets, and anxieties. We are all, in some way, under lock and key. We are imprisoned by our limiting beliefs, locked in by the expectations of others, and kept captive by the fear of making a mistake. The walls of Julian's cell are no different from the invisible boundaries we construct around our own potential. When we understand this classic dynamic, we realize that the key to any prison must first be forged in the quiet chambers of our own minds. How do we begin to dismantle these walls? If you find yourself in your own dark place, feeling trapped by your circumstances, the first step is to do exactly what Julian did. Stop fighting the darkness and start understanding it. Take a deep, slow breath and catalog your immediate reality. Strip away the panic and the catastrophic projections of the future. Focus only on what is real and immediate. Touch the cold stone of your current situation. Acknowledge its presence, and accept that while you may be confined for the moment, your mind remains entirely free. This is the soothing mentor's hand guiding you through the dark. You do not need to solve the entire problem today. You only need to find the first thread to pull. For Julian, that thread is a physical one. As he sweeps his hand across the dirt floor, his fingers brush against a discarded piece of wire, perhaps a remnant of an old binding or a forgotten tool left by a careless guard decades ago. It is thin, slightly rusted, and incredibly fragile. This brings us to our second key point, the brilliant mental puzzle of the lock itself. In the pitch black, Julian must visualize the interior of the lock. He cannot see it, so he must see it with his mind. He inserts the wire into the keyhole. The metal is cold against his raw fingertips. He feels the first pin. It is stiff, resisting his gentle pressure. In this moment, Julian's world shrinks to a space no larger than a coin. Every sensory organ is hyper-focused on the tip of that wire. He feels the scrape of rust, the tension of the spring, the tiny, microscopic movements of the brass tumblers inside the mechanism. This is a beautiful, suspenseful dance between man and metal. Julian's inner monologue is a whisper of calculations. If he pushes too hard, the wire will snap, and his only chance of survival will be permanently wedged inside the lock. If he is too gentle, the pins will simply slip back into place. He must find the perfect balance of tension and release. Sweat pours down his face, stinging his eyes, but he dare not lift a hand to wipe it away. His fingers begin to tremble with fatigue, but he forces them into a state of absolute, unnatural stillness. And then, after what feels like an eternity of silent struggle, there is a tiny, delicate sound. A click. The psychological depth of this lock-picking sequence is profound. It represents the ultimate triumph of intellect over brute force. When we are faced with massive, overwhelming obstacles in our lives, our instinct is often to throw ourselves against them, to batter the door until we are bruised and broken. But the lock reminds us that the most complex problems in life are not solved by force, but by nuance, patience, and deep listening. The lock is a metaphor for the human heart and the difficult situations we encounter. You cannot force a lock to open by screaming at it. You must understand its design, align yourself with its internal logic, and work with it, not against it. This is how we unlock the opportunities that seem closed to us. We must find the subtle pressure points, the quiet moments of leverage, and the gentle applications of persistent effort. To apply this to your own life, look at the major obstacle standing in your path right now. Stop trying to break it down with anger or frustration. Instead, treat it as a lock to be picked. What are the individual pins of this problem? Can you break the massive obstacle down into smaller, manageable components? Erase each piece with patience and precision. If you apply a little pressure here, does another part of the problem yield? By treating your challenges as puzzles to be solved rather than enemies to be fought, you remove the emotional weight of failure and replace it with the curiosity of an inventor. Now, the tone shifts. The first pin is set. Julian moves to the second. The tension in the air is palpable. The dripping water seems to slow down, as if the universe itself is holding its breath. The vocal energy of our story begins a steady, powerful crescendo. Julian's breathing is shallow, his focus absolute. He feels the second pin click, then the third. There is only one left. The wire is bending now, structurally compromised by the intense pressure. He can feel the metal crying out, on the verge of snapping. He takes one final, deep breath, commits his entire soul to this single movement, and applies the last fraction of force. With a loud, metallic snap that echoes through the cavern like a gunshot, the final pin gives way. The lock rotates. The heavy iron latch falls away. The door is unlocked. But the escape is only just beginning. The physical act of opening the door is merely the threshold of transition. As the door creaks open, revealing a slightly lighter shade of darkness in the corridor beyond, Julian realizes that his freedom is not guaranteed. It is merely permitted. He must now step out of the familiar, safe cage of his cell and into the terrifying, unpredictable unknown of the subterranean labyrinth. His heart pounds against his ribs like a trapped bird. Every step he takes on the cold stone floor is a gamble with death. He hears the distant sound of voices, the heavy footsteps of guards patrolling the corridors, the rustle of leather and the clink of steel. This is the threshold of change, a moment that exists in every human life. It is the moment we finally open the door to our own cage and realize that stepping out is far more terrifying than staying inside. How many of us choose to remain in our familiar, comfortable prisons because the wilderness outside is too unpredictable? We complain about our locks, yet we fear the open door. Julian's journey reminds us that true liberation requires not just the skill to pick the lock, but the immense courage to step through the doorway, fully aware of the dangers that lie ahead. As we bring this chapter to a close, we see Julian slipping into the shadows of the corridor, his silhouette fading into the damp mist of the cabin. He has conquered the stone, he has conquered the iron, and most importantly, he has conquered his own fear. He is no longer a captive. He is an active participant in his own destiny, moving silently toward the light, toward the truth of the red seal that still awaits him in the depths of the mountain. But the shadows are long, and the path ahead is fraught with dangers we cannot yet conceive. As we turn our attention to the next chapter, the question is no longer whether Julian can escape his cell, but whether he can survive the freedom he has so desperately won. Let us follow him into the dark, keeping our footsteps light and our ears tuned to the whispers of the cavern, as we prepare to discover what lies beyond the next turn in the tunnel. Chapter 18: The Siege of the Archives. History is not merely a collection of dates carved into cold marble, nor is it a sterile sequence of events recorded by the victors. No, history is a living, breathing tapestry woven from the fragile threads of human memory, personal sacrifice, and the quiet truths we whisper in the dark. What happens, then, when those who wish to rule the future decide to incinerate the past? Welcome back, dear listener. Take a deep breath, settle into the quiet space of your mind, and let us step together into the suffocating, amber-lit shadows of Chapter 18, The Siege of the Archives. The air in the grand hall of the Imperial Repository is heavy, thick with the scent of decaying leather, dried lavender, and the sharp, terrifying bite of sulfur. For centuries, this cathedral of knowledge has stood as a silent sentinel, guarding the secrets of the Empire, the ancestral lineages, and, most importantly, the singular truth of the Red Seal. But tonight, the silence is shattered. Outside, the rhythmic, metallic clattering of armored boots echoes against the cobblestones, accompanied by the low, guttural roar of a mob fed on lies. Inside, the heat is already beginning to rise. Imagine the scene. The massive oak doors, reinforced with iron bands, groan under the weight of a battering ram. Sparks dance outside the stained glass windows, casting long, monstrous shadows across the towering bookshelves that stretch upward toward the vaulted ceiling. And then, the first window shatters. A torch, wrapped in oil-soaked rags, arcs through the darkness, landing with a soft, sickening thud upon a pile of ancient manuscripts. Let us pause and feel the weight of this moment. This is the beginning of the end, a chaotic, desperate battle to protect the final evidence of a stolen truth from being reduced to ash and silence. The fire spreads with an terrifying, ravenous hunger. It does not merely burn. It devours. It climbs the wooden scaffolds. its orange tongues licking at the edges of centuries-old scrolls, turning beautiful calligraphy into blackened, curling flakes of carbon. The smoke rises, thick and gray, stinging the eyes and choking the throat. This is the destruction of identity. Every ledger that burns is a family forgotten. Every decree reduced to ash is a crime absolved, and every letter consumed is a voice silenced forever. Consider the sheer panic of this environment. Our protagonist, Julian, stands at the center of this swirling vortex of heat and ash. His lungs burn with every breath. He can hear the beams above him groaning, threatening to bring thousands of tons of stone and timber crashing down upon his head. It would be so easy to run. The side exit is still clear. He could slip out into the dark alleyways, disappear into the anonymity of the city, and let the library burn. He could save himself. But Julian does not run. Instead, he lunges toward the shelves. His hands, blistered and soot-stained, pour through the smoke. This is the desperate scramble, a frantic race against time and gravity. He begins pulling heavy, leather-bound volumes from the shelves, cradling them like fragile, newborn infants. Beside him, a few remaining scribes, their faces pale with terror and streaked with sweat, join the desperate effort. There is no time to organize, no time to catalog. They carry armfuls of paper to the shattered windows and fling them out into the damp, cold night air below. Picture those papers falling through the darkness. They flutter like wounded white birds, scattering across the muddy streets, landing in the gutters, caught by the wind and carried into the alleys. To an outside observer, it looks like madness, a futile gesture of desperation. But in truth, it is an act of supreme defiance. If even one page survives, if even one child picks up a mud-stained ledger from the cobblestones tomorrow morning and reads the truth of the Red Seal, then the fire has failed. Why does this struggle touch us so deeply? What is it within our subconscious that recoils at the sight of burning books and crumbling archives? Psychologically, the archive represents our foundation. It is the externalized map of who we are, where we came from, and why we matter. When our history is threatened, we experience a profound existential terror. The burning of the archive is a metaphor for the erasure of the self. In our own lives, we often face our own internal sieges. We experience moments where our personal truths, our memories, and our values are threatened by the chaotic fires of external judgment, societal pressure, or personal trauma. When we allow others to burn our personal archives, we lose our compass. We forget our own strength, our own worth, and the lessons we have paid for with our own tears. To survive the fires of your own life, you must learn the art of spiritual salvage. When everything around you seems to be collapsing, when your circumstances are overwhelming, you cannot save everything. You must learn to identify your own red seal. What is the one core truth of who you are that you refuse to let burn? Is it your integrity? Your love for your family? Your creative spark? Here is your practical guidance for when the fire rages. First, breathe through the smoke. In moments of high anxiety, your mind will scream at you to run. to abandon your truth just to escape the discomfort. Force yourself to pause, to find clarity amidst the chaos. Second, identify your valuables. Determine the 3 non-negotiable truths of your life that you will protect at all costs. Write them down, hold them close to your heart, and let everything else go. The clutter, the expectations of others, the trivial worries, let them burn. They are just dry wood. Save the ledger of your soul. Finally, throw your truth out into the world. Do not hide your beliefs or your lessons out of fear of judgment. Cast them out. Speak them aloud. Share them with those who are willing to listen. Like the papers falling from the archive windows, your truth will find the ground where it is meant to grow. As the roof of the grand repository begins to buckle, Julian reaches the deepest recess of the vaults. The heat here is blinding, a physical wall that pushes him back. Through the haze, he sees the copper casket containing the original Red Seal Covenant, the document that proves the current regime is built on a foundation of betrayal. The wood surrounding the casket is already catching fire. Julian hesitates. To reach the casket, he must reach through a curtain of flame. His clothes could catch, his hands could be permanently scarred, his life could end in this very room. In this split second, Julian undergoes a profound transformation. He ceases to be a man trying to survive. He becomes a vessel for the truth. He realizes that a life lived in safety at the cost of his soul's truth is no life at all. He lunges forward, his hands wrapping around the hot metal of the casket. The pain is immediate, a white-hot agony that screams through his nerve endings, but he does not let go. He wrenches the casket free, turns, and hurls it through the final, a broken stained glass window, shattering the image of the false emperor into 10,000 glittering pieces. In this chapter, we have witnessed more than just a physical battle. We have seen the triumph of human memory over political erasure. We have watched an ordinary man choose the painful, scorching path of truth over the comfortable, silent path of complicity. As we close this chapter, the great library stands as a hollow, blackened shell, smoke rising silently toward the starlit sky. The physical archives are gone, but the truth has escaped. It is scattered in the mud, whispered in the alleys, and held in the scarred hands of those who survived. But the battle is far from over. For as the embers of the library begin to cool, the Empire realizes what has been lost, and the hunt for the scattered pages begins. In our next chapter, we will follow the wind-blown fragments of the Red Seal into the dark, labyrinthine underbelly of the city, where the survivors must learn to piece together the truth before the dawn brings a new wave of hunters. Keep your heart open, steady your resolve, and prepare yourself for the journey ahead. Chapter 19: Breaking the Seal. They say that a secret is a wild animal kept in a cage of wax and paper, feeding on our curiosity, growing heavier with every passing year. To hold a sealed document is to hold a frozen moment of time, a promise that has slept in the dark, waiting for the warm touch of human hands to wake it. Welcome, my friend, to Chapter 19, Breaking the Seal. Take a deep breath with me, and let us step together into the quiet, dust-mote-filled room where the fate of empires and the truth of human hearts lie waiting on a single table. We must first understand the profound weight of this physical act. To open a document and read its contents to the world is not merely to turn a page. It is a ritual of revelation. It is the exact moment when the private becomes public, when the hidden is dragged into the unforgiving light of day. Think of a time in your own life when you stood before a truth you were terrified to know, yet could no longer ignore. Perhaps it was a medical diagnosis, a letter of rejection, or the sudden, quiet realization that a relationship was truly over. The air in the room becomes thick, almost impossible to breathe. Your fingers tremble as they touch the edge of the paper. This is the human condition in its purest form, the desperate, aching struggle between the comfort of our illusions and the harsh, liberating beauty of the truth. Let us stand now beside Julian, a man whose entire life has been a quiet preparation for this single, terrifying moment. He stands in the grand, vaulted sanctuary of the great archive, where the air smells of ancient lavender, dry leather, and the slow, cold march of centuries. Before him lies the document, bound in heavy, weathered parchment, held closed by a thick, circular seal of crimson wax. The seal bears the crest of the forgotten dynasty, a symbol that has haunted his family for 5 generations. The silence in the room is not just empty space. It is a heavy, living pressure, pressing against his chest, filling his ears with the rhythmic thrum of his own heartbeat. He reaches out. His fingertips brush the cold, brittle wax. In this absolute silence, every breath sounds like a windstorm. He slides his thumb beneath the heavy ribbon. And then, it happens. The crisp, sudden crack of breaking wax. To Julian, and to us, that sound is a thunderclap. It is the sound of an old world dying and a new one being born. The seal splits, scattering tiny, blood-red flakes across the dark wood of the table. In that single instant, the illusion of safety is shattered. Psychologically, why does this moment hold such an intense grip on our subconscious? It is because the breaking of the seal represents the end of anticipation. Human beings are wired to fear the unknown, yet we are also deeply tortured by it. We will often choose a painful certainties over a lingering doubt, because doubt is a ghost that haunts every corner of our minds. When we avoid breaking the seals in our own lives, we are trying to protect ourselves from pain. But in doing so, we trap ourselves in a state of suspended animation, frozen in a limbo of what-ifs. The crack of the wax is the psychological threshold where we finally choose to face reality, no matter how much it might hurt. If you are standing before your own sealed truth today, let me offer you a mentor's hand. First, acknowledge the fear in your chest. Do not try to push it away. Instead, welcome it as a sign that you are about to do something that truly matters. Take a slow, deep breath, anchoring your feet to the earth. When you are ready, make the choice to break the seal. Do not hesitate. Let the illusion shatter. It is only in the broken pieces of our old beliefs that we can find the raw material to build a life that is truly authentic. As the wax crumbles, Julian unfolds the stiff parchment. The ink is faded, a pale sepulchre, but the handwriting is bold, written by a hand that did not shake. He clears his throat, and as he begins to read, his voice carries the weight of a world-altering decree. He reads of a debt that has already been paid, of a war that was fought for a lie, and of a freedom that has belonged to the people all along, hidden only by the greed of those who kept the seal intact. Imagine standing in a crowded town square, surrounded by thousands of weary, hopeless faces, and being the one who must speak these words aloud. This is the role of Clara, a young woman who took the decree from Julian's hands and climbed the stone steps of the plaza. The wind whips her hair across her face, but her eyes are clear. She begins to read. At first, her voice is thin, swallowed by the vastness of the sky. But as the words settle into her bones, her voice grows, finding a resonant, musical power that echoes off the stone walls. She reads of the lifting of the ancient taxes, the release of the political prisoners, and the restoration of the land to those who work it. The crowd is utterly still, a sea of upturned faces, catching every syllable like parched earth catching rain. This act of reading aloud is the ultimate assertion of agency. In our own lives, the psychological power of the spoken word cannot be overstated. When we speak our truths aloud, when we declare our boundaries, our worth, and our desires to the universe, we are changing the energetic fabric of our reality. It is one thing to know a truth in the quiet corridors of your mind. It is an entirely different thing to give it a voice. When you speak your truth, you make it real. You take it out of the realm of abstract thought and plant it firmly in the physical world. If you have been keeping your voice small, holding your decrees deep inside your heart, I encourage you to find a quiet space today. Speak your truth aloud, even if you are only speaking to an empty room. Say the words, "I am worthy of love. I release the guilt that does not belong to me. I step into my own power." Hear the sound of your own voice declaring your liberation. Notice how your body relaxes, how your shoulders drop, and how the air suddenly feels lighter. This is how we begin to heal. With the reading of the document, the great historical mystery of the Red Seal is finally resolved, bringing a highly satisfying narrative payoff that washes over us like a warm wave of relief. For generations, the people believed they were cursed, that their suffering was the result of an ancestral sin they could never wash away. But the document reveals that there was no curse. There was only a promise, made by their ancestors, to hold the land in trust until the people were strong enough to claim it for themselves. The mystery is solved not with a blow of violence, but with a revelation of love and foresight. The burden of guilt that the citizens have carried for a century evaporates into the morning air. This payoff is deeply satisfying to our subconscious because we are all searchers for meaning. We look at the struggles in our own lives, the patterns of pain that seem to repeat in our families, and we wonder if we, too, are cursed. We ask ourselves why we keep falling into the same traps, why we carry a sadness we cannot fully explain. The resolution of the Red Seal reminds us that our past is not a trap, but a map. Often, the mysteries of our own lives are solved when we look back with compassion rather than judgment. When we understand why our parents or our ancestors made the choices they did, the anger melts away, replaced by a profound, healing forgiveness. To apply this to your own journey, I invite you to look at one of your recurring struggles as a mystery waiting to be solved, rather than a flaw to be punished. Ask yourself, what is this pattern trying to protect me from? What did my younger self, or those who came before me, believe they had to do to survive? When you look at your history through the lens of curiosity and love, the seal breaks, the mystery is resolved, and you are finally free to write a new story. In this chapter, we have journeyed through the quiet tension of the archive, felt the sharp crack of the crimson wax, and heard the resonant voice of truth echoing across the crowded square. We have seen how the breaking of a seal can heal the wounds of a century. As we close this chapter, let the feeling of relief wash over you. But do not get too comfortable, my friend, for every truth revealed brings with it a new set of choices. As the echoes of Clara's voice fade into the sky, the crowd begins to stir, realizing that the old order has fallen, and they must now build a new world from the ruins of the old. Join me in the next chapter, where we will explore the terrifying, beautiful landscape of what comes after the truth is known, and discover how to walk through the doors we have just unlocked. Chapter 20: The Sovereign's Judgment. There is an ancient saying, whispered by the cartographers of the soul, that truth is like water. It does not seek to destroy, yet it possesses an quiet, inexorable weight that can wear down the grandest stone fortresses of deceit. When we look at the historical and legal fallout of a long-buried secret finally coming to light, we are not merely looking at a political event. We are witnessing the terrifying, beautiful, and deeply human moment where the illusions we have built to protect our egos finally shatter against the bedrock of reality. Welcome back, dear listener, to our journey through the winding, shadowed corridors of the Red Seal. Today, we step into the cold, cavernous space of Chapter 20, titled The Sovereign's Judgment. Picture this scene with your mind's eye, and feel the damp chill in the air. The Great Hall of Judgment is a monument to ancient, unyielding authority. Its soaring, ribbed arches stretch upward into the gloom, like the ribcage of some colossal, petrified beast. The air is thick with the scent of melting bespoks, damp wool, and the unmistakable, sharp tang of collective anxiety. On the high dais sits the Emperor, a man whose entire life has been defined by the absolute maintenance of order. But today, the order is gone. On the long, polished oak table before him lies the broken red seal, its wax fragmented like dried blood, and beside it, the unfurled parchment that changes everything. The truth is no longer a whisper in the dark. It is a physical entity, laid bare under the gray, uncompromising light streaming through the high stained glass windows. Let us pause here and look closely at this dramatic courtroom scene, where the sovereign is forced to face the evidence. There is a profound human vulnerability in this moment. The emperor, who has spent decades projecting an aura of divine, unshakable wisdom, must now look at a piece of paper that proves his entire reign was built upon a foundational lie. He does not yell. He does not rage. Instead, there is a terrible, breathless silence. You can hear the faint, rhythmic ticking of the great iron clock on the far wall, each tick sounding like a hammer blow to his legacy. His hand, adorned with heavy gold rings that once symbolized absolute power, trembles ever so slightly as he reaches out to touch the ink. It is a cinematic realization of our deepest fear. The moment our carefully constructed facades are stripped away, and we are left naked before those we sought to impress. Psychologically, this dynamic represents the collapse of the false self. We all build empires of expectation. We pretend to be stronger, wiser, or more secure than we actually are, hoping that if we project enough authority, no one will look closely at the cracks in our foundation. But when the evidence of our vulnerability is presented, the subconscious experiences a form of death. It is the death of the persona. This matters to us deeply because until we allow the false self to die, we can never step into our authentic power. The emperor's trembling hand is not a sign of weakness. It is the first honest gesture he has made in 50 years. It is the beginning of his liberation, though it feels like his execution. To apply this to your own life, think of an area where you are currently playing the sovereign, pretending to have everything under control while harboring a secret dread of being found out. Perhaps it is in your career, your relationships, or your own self-assessment. The practical step here is not to wait for a dramatic public exposure. Instead, you must hold your own private cot. Sit in a quiet room, light a single candle, and write down the truth you have been avoiding. Look at it. Allow yourself to feel the trembling of the ego, and realize that the sky does not fall when the truth is acknowledged. In fact, the air becomes infinitely easier to breathe. Now, let our gaze shift to the second key point of this great drama: the swift, tragic downfall and exile of the corrupt inquisitor, Lord Malachar. For years, Malachar was a hand of the empire's shadow. He was the one who silenced the dissenters, who buried the bodies, and who convinced himself that his cruelty was a necessary service to the state. But as the emperor reads the scroll, Malachar's power evaporates like mist in the morning sun. The guards who once bowed to him now stand with their halberds pointed at his chest. The transition is instantaneous and brutal. He is stripped of his ceremonial robes. His sigils of office are cast onto the stone floor with a clattering, metallic ring, and he is condemned to walk the outer wastes, never to return. The cinematic detail of Malachar's exit is heartbreaking in its coldness. He does not go out with a defiant speech. Instead, as he is led away, he looks back at the crowd, and his eyes are wide with a childish, bewildered terror. He had believed his own lies for so long that he genuinely thought he was untouchable. His inner monologue in those final seconds is a chaotic spiral of disbelief. How could this happen to me? I did what was required. I protected the order. But the universe does not care about the justifications of tyrants. This is a profound representation of the shadow archetype. Malakar is the part of us that believes the end justifies the means. He is the internal manipulator who tells us that we must lie, cheat, or suppress our feelings to survive in a hostile world. When we witness his downfall, our subconscious feels a mixture of relief and terror. We are relieved because justice has been served, but we are terrified because we recognize Malakar within ourselves. We know the times we have been manipulative or cold to protect our interests. His exile is a reminder that any power we gain through deception is temporary and ultimately toxic. To work through this pattern, you must practice the art of conscious abdication. Identify the areas in your life where you are using control, manipulation, or emotional withholding to keep yourself safe. This is your inner inquisitor at work. Step by step, begin to disarm him. When you feel the urge to manipulate a situation or hide your true feelings, pause. Take a deep belly breath and choose vulnerability instead. Let go of the need to control the outcome. It will feel like you are stepping into a void, but you will quickly find that the ground rises to meet your feet. This brings us to our final, and perhaps most beautiful, point of reflection, the realization that truth, once unleashed, cannot be sealed away again. Think of the red seal itself. Once the wax is melted, once the impression is broken, it can never be restored to its original state. The pieces can be gathered, but the fractures will always show. In the novel, as news of the sovereign's judgment spreads from the great hall down to the cobblestone streets of the lower city, the very atmosphere changes. People speak in different tones. They look at the palace not with fear, but with a quiet, awakening curiosity. The spell of the empire has been broken. Consider this cinematic image. A young scribe, who had spent his life copying the sanitized histories of the realm, sits at his desk. He hears the news of the broken seal. He looks down at the official lie he was midway through writing, dips his quill in the ink, and instead of copying the prescribed words, he begins to write what he actually witnessed. That is the power of truth. It is contagious. It is a fire that catches on the dry tinder of the human spirit. Psychologically, this is the resolution of cognitive dissonance. When we live a lie, we must expend an enormous amount of mental and emotional energy to keep that lie alive. It is exhausting. But when the truth is revealed, that energy is suddenly freed. This is why, even when the truth is painful, it is always accompanied by a profound sense of relief. The weight is lifted. The mind no longer has to fight against itself. The practical guidance here is to trust the durability of truth. We often hide our authentic thoughts because we fear they will destroy our relationships or our careers. But a relationship that can be destroyed by the truth is a relationship that was already built on sand. Trust that whatever falls away when you speak your truth was already dead. What remains will be solid, genuine, and capable of holding you through any storm. As we summarize this pivotal chapter, we see that the sovereign's judgment is not just a historical event within a story. It is a universal map of the human journey from denial to revelation. The emperor's face-to-face meeting with his own complicity, the inquisitor's fall from grace, and the unstoppable spread of the newly liberated truth are all stages we must go through in our own personal evolution. We must face our judges, exile our manipulators, and break our own seals. And so, as the echoes of the emperor's final decree fade into the cold stone arches of the great hall, and as Lord Malachar begins his long, lonely march into the gray mists of exile, a new silence settles over the empire. It is not the silence of fear, but the pregnant silence of a world waiting to be reborn. The old order has crumbled, and the ink is still wet on the first pages of a new history. But what of the survivors? What of those who must now build a life in the ruins of the illusions they once cherished? As the shadows lengthen over the capital, our story turns away from the grand halls of power and down into the narrow, winding alleys where the true cost of this judgment will be paid. In our next chapter, we will follow the whispers into the dark, discovering that when the crown falls, it is the common soul that must find a way to carry the weight of the crown's sins. Chapter 21: A New Dawn for the Empire. There is a strange, heavy silence that follows the fall of an empire, a quiet so profound that it seems to ring in the ears like the aftermath of a great thunderclap. It is the silence of a world catching its breath. They say that the dawn does not ask if you are ready for it. It simply arrives, spilling its golden, indifferent light over the ruins of yesterday and the fragile promises of tomorrow. For our protagonist, standing on the high, shattered balcony of the imperial palace, this dawn is not her moment of wild triumph, but one of deep, aching melancholy. The war is over. The Red Seal, that ancient instrument of absolute power and unspeakable sacrifice, has finally been laid to rest. But as the cool morning breeze sweeps across the cobblestones of a capital city scarred by rebellion, the realization settles in. Winning a war is only the beginning of a far more difficult journey. The struggle to rebuild is a quiet, lonely endeavor, devoid of the adrenaline of battle but laden with a crushing weight of responsibility. Let us look closer at this quiet morning, where the dust of the fallen regime still hangs like a shimmering shroud in the early light. The protagonist, whose name has been whispered in both terror and hope across the provinces, looks down at their hands. There are no weapons there now, only the faint, fading scar where the Red Seal once burned its mark into their flesh. In this moment, we witness a profound human truth. The silence of victory can often feel more isolating than the loudest battle. Consider the story of a soldier who, after years of fighting in distant lands, finally returns to the safety of their quiet hearth. They sit by the fire, surrounded by love and peace, yet their mind remains trapped in the muddy trenches, searching for an enemy that is no longer there. This is the tragic beauty of human resilience. We adapt so fully to the struggle that we forget how to exist in the peace we fought so hard to achieve. Psychologically, this phenomenon reveals a deep-seated fear of emptiness. When the conflict that defined us is suddenly removed, we are forced to look inward, confronting the hollow spaces within our own souls. To heal from this, one must learn the art of active surrender. If you find yourself in such a transition in your own life, sitting in the quiet aftermath of a personal storm, do not rush to fill the void. Allow yourself to grieve the struggle. Take a deep, conscious breath and whisper to your own restless heart that it is safe to lay down your shield. Peace is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of unconditional self-compassion. As the sun climbs higher, casting long, dramatic shadows across the imperial square, a change begins to ripple through the air. Imagine it not just as a visual transition, but as an auditory awakening. In the grand tapestry of our story, a sweeping, hopeful orchestral swell begins to rise from the depths of the silence. It starts as a low, resonant cello, a mourning note for what was lost, before being joined by the warm, soaring embrace of violins and the bright, defiant call of a horn. This musical ascension mirrors the collective heartbeat of a people realizing they have survived the night. We see this emotional release in the eyes of a young mother in the lower districts, wrapping her child in a clean blanket, looking out the window to see soldiers dismantling the barricades. For the first time in a generation, there is no fear of the dark. This moment of transition speaks to a fundamental psychological need, the necessity of collective hope. Without a shared vision of a brighter future, the human spirit withers. The music we hear in our minds during our darkest hours is what guides us toward the light. It is the subconscious mind translating our deepest yearnings into a force that can rebuild civilizations. To apply this to your own journey, you must actively cultivate your own inner symphony. When the weight of your past threatens to drag you back into the shadows, find that one note of hope, however small, and let it swell. Let it drown out the whispers of doubt, and allow yourself to believe, even for a moment, that the best parts of your story have yet to be written. Yet, true peace is rarely absolute, and a master storyteller knows that the world is far too vast to be entirely tamed by a single victory. As the protagonist turns away from the balcony, their gaze falls upon an ancient, leather-bound ledger recovered from the secret archives of the fallen emperor. On its final, yellowed page, under a layer of dust and dried wax, lies a chilling revelation. There is a map, hand-drawn in faded ink, depicting lands far beyond the eastern seas, lands untouched by the empire's laws. And there, marked with unmistakable precision, are 3 faint crimson circles. The red seal was not unique. It was merely one of several sister seals scattered across the dark corners of the globe, waiting for a hand bold or desperate enough to claim them. This subtle, haunting hint reminds us of a profound psychological truth. Our growth is an endless horizon. Just when we believe we have conquered our demons and solved the ultimate puzzle of our existence, life reveals another layer of the mystery. This dynamic keeps our souls alive. It prevents us from falling into the dangerous trap of complacency. The subconscious mind craves the horizon because it knows that absolute safety is a form of stagnation. We are meant to seek, to explore, and to confront the unknown. If you feel a lingering sense of unrest even after achieving your goals, do not view it as a failure. View it as a calling. It is your soul whispering that there are still hidden oceans to cross, still secret seals to find, and still deeper levels of your own strength waiting to be discovered. In this chapter, we have walked through the quiet, bittersweet morning of a new empire, witnessing the delicate balance between the grief of what was lost and the fragile hope of what might be. We have seen how peace requires as much courage as war, and how the horizon always holds another challenge to keep our spirits awake. As the echoes of the Imperial Symphony fade into the warm afternoon air, and the protagonist prepares to face the heavy duties of a peacemaker, we must also prepare ourselves for what lies beyond the borders of this mapped world. For the shadows are shifting, the seas are calling, and the whispers of the other seals are beginning to rise on the wind, carrying us forward into the next, thrilling chapter of our shared journey. Let us take one final look at the golden spires of the capital before we step into the wild, untamed territories of the unknown. The 7-day action plan, the detective's challenge. Let us sit together in the quiet space of this moment. Close your eyes for just a second and listen to the rhythm of your own breathing. There is an ancient, unspoken truth that says the most profound mysteries we will ever encounter are not buried in the frozen soil of distant lands, nor are they locked away in the high-security vaults of clandestine agencies. No, the ultimate mystery, the one that holds the key to your freedom, your joy, and your destiny, is the one staring back at you in the mirror every single morning. We walk through our days like sleepwalkers in a crowded marketplace, surrounded by clues, signals, and hidden messages that we completely ignore. This chapter, the 24th step in our journey together, is your invitation to wake up. It is the 7-day action plan, a challenge designed not just to test your intellect, but to awaken the sleeping detective inside your soul. Consider this your personal initiation into the art of seeing what others only look at. Imagine, if you will, a cold autumn evening in Paris, 1952. A young cryptanalyst named Julian sits beneath a single flickering bulb, his fingers stained with ink. Before him lies a page of seemingly random numbers, a cipher that has baffled the department for months. But Julian does not look at the numbers. Instead, he looks at the blank spaces between them. He looks for the silence, the repetition, the subtle rhythm that every human hand leaves behind, even when trying to hide. Suddenly, the pattern reveals itself. It was not a complex mathematical formula, but a simple love letter written in the rhythm of a heartbeat. Julian realizes that we are all cryptanalysts of our own lives. This brings us to the first 3 days of your challenge: basic pattern recognition and cipher-breaking exercises for your mind. Why does this matter? Subconsciously, we are creatures of habit, trapped in neural pathways that we carved years ago. When you train your brain to spot patterns in external puzzles, You are actually training your mind to recognize the toxic patterns in your own behavior. How do we do this? On day 1, I want you to look at your daily routine as if it were a coded message. Write down the first 3 things you do when you wake up and the last 3 things you do before you sleep. Do not judge them. Just observe them. On day 2 and 3, deliberately disrupt these patterns. Drink your tea with your non-dominant hand. Work a completely different route to work. Solve a simple word cipher or a logic puzzle before you touch your phone. By forcing your brain out of its comfortable, automated grooves, you are breaking the invisible chains of cognitive blindness, paving the way for true mental agility. Now, let us move deeper into the shadows of human interaction. Imagine standing in a quiet courtroom. A witness is testifying. Her voice is steady, her posture is upright, and her eyes never waver from the judge. To the untrained observer, she is the very picture of truth. But look closer. Notice the tiny, almost imperceptible twitch of her collarbone when she mentions the date. Notice how she subtly pulls her hands back into her sleeves, a subconscious gesture of hiding. She is not lying to protect herself, but to protect someone she loves. The truth is always there, whispering in the micro-movements of our bodies and the slight hesitations in our speech. On days 4 and 5, your challenge is to learn the art of spotting deception, not to become paranoid investigators, but to cultivate a deep, protective empathy. We live in a world saturated with noise, false promises, and curated personas. The psychology of deception is fascinating. People rarely lie out of pure malice. They lie because they are afraid of rejection, shame, or vulnerability. By learning to detect these inconsistencies, you are actually learning to see where people are hurting. How do you practice this? For these 48 hours, become an active listener. Do not just listen to the words people say, but notice the alignment between their words and their body language. When someone says they are fine, but their shoulders are hunched and their eyes look down, do not ignore it. Soften your voice and ask them, "How are you really?" And more importantly, apply this lens to yourself. When you tell yourself that you are happy with a situation that is slowly draining your spirit, look at the physical toll it takes on your body. Spotting deception is the first step toward living an authentic, unfiltered life. Finally, we arrive at the culmination of our week, days 6 and 7. I want you to imagine walking into an old, abandoned attic. The air is thick with the scent of dust and cedar. In the corner, there is a heavy iron chest. You open it to find a collection of old photographs, a faded diary, and a hand-drawn map. This is not just trash. It is a legacy. It is the proof that someone lived, loved, struggled, and survived. But what happens if that chest is lost? What happens if the stories of your ancestors and your own precious milestones are swallowed by the digital void? The tragedy of our modern age is that we document everything but preserve nothing. We take thousands of photos that sit in a cloud database, never to be seen again, vulnerable to a single system crash or a forgotten password. On days 6 and 7, your task is to archive your own family history and secure your critical personal data. This is an act of profound self-love and respect for those who came before you. Psychologically, anchoring yourself to your history provides a sense of belonging and resilience. When you know the struggles your grandparents overcame, your own daily anxieties begin to shrink. And by securing your personal data, your passwords, your legal documents, your most precious digital memories, you are building a fortress around your life. You are telling the universe that your existence, your creativity, and your legacy are valuable enough to be protected. Write down the stories. Back up the files. Print the photos that make your heart ache with joy. In this short week, you will have transformed from a passive passenger in your own life into an active, vigilant investigator. You will have decoded your habits, listened to the silent truths of those around you, and built a sanctuary for your legacy. This is the heart of the Red Seal. But do not rest just yet, my friend. The detective's work is never truly finished, and as the sun sets on this seventh day, a new mystery begins to take shape in the twilight. We must now turn our magnifying glass toward the most elusive target of all, the silent saboteur that lurks in the quiet corners of our grandest ambitions. Let us step forward together into the next chapter, where we will uncover the secret blueprint of the subconscious mind. Summary: the epilogue of the Red Seal. We have walked a long and winding road together, through the damp, shadow-draped corridors of history, guided only by the faint, flickering light of a single candle and the persistent whisper of those who came before us. If you close your eyes now, you can almost smell the sharp, metallic tang of the ink, the rich, earthy scent of aging parchment, and the heavy, sweet aroma of melting crimson wax. We stand together at the quiet end of a grand tapestry, looking back at the 265 minutes of narrative that have brought us to this moment. It is in this stillness, when the echoes of swords, conspiracies, and hushed betrayals finally begin to fade, that the true work begins. There is an old, forgotten proverb that says the seal does not merely close a letter, it locks away a soul until the rightful hand releases it. For hours, you have been that hand, reaching across the chasm of time to touch the cold wax of the Red Seal. Now, as the final chapter closes, we must ask ourselves what we are truly holding in our hands. Is it merely a story of kings, clerks, and fallen empires? Or is it a mirror reflecting the deepest, most secret chambers of our own hearts? The human struggle has never truly changed. The garments we wear may alter, the language we speak may evolve, and the cities we build may rise to touch the heavens, but the quiet, desperate longing to be known, to be safe, and to be true remains entirely untouched by the passing of the centuries. Let us begin our final descent into the heart of this lesson by looking closely at the first great pillar of our journey, the fragility of power. We often mistake the loudest voice in the room for the strongest, and we confuse the heavy hand of authority with enduring strength. Throughout our narrative, we watched as grand institutions, built on stone and backed by armies, trembled at the mere whisper of a single, hidden truth. To understand this deep psychological vulnerability, let us step back into the cold, drafty chambers of the Imperial Archives in the winter of 1572. Imagine a man named Charles, a high keeper of the seal, whose entire life had been dedicated to the preservation of the state's grand illusions. Charles sat at a desk of dark oak, his fingers stained with ink that would never truly wash away. He possessed the power to ruin lives with a single stroke of his quill, to elevate beggars or to condemn noble men to the gallows. To the outside world, he was an immovable force, a pillar of absolute certainty. Yet, in the quiet hours of the night, when the wind howled through the stone battlements and the embers in his hearth died down to gray ash, Charles was paralyzed by a profound, suffocating terror. He knew that the entire grand apparatus he served was built upon a lie, a forged document sealed with the sacred red wax to legitimize a stolen crown. Every step he took, every decree he signed, was a desperate attempt to keep the sky from falling. His power was not a shield. It was a cage. He could not trust his friends, his wife, or even his own shadow, because he knew that the moment the truth was whispered in the streets, his grand fortress of paper and wax would vanish like mist in the morning sun. This classic dynamic matters deeply to us today because it reveals a profound truth about our own subconscious minds. We often build our own version of Charles's fortress. We seek power, control, and perfectionism because we believe they will protect us from our deepest fears of insignificance and vulnerability. We attempt to control our environments, our relationships, and our careers, believing that if we can just make ourselves indispensable, if we can just hold the seal of authority, we will finally be safe from the unpredictable storms of life. But this pursuit of control is a trap. The more power we seek to wield over our external circumstances, the more fragile we become on the inside, because we live in constant, subconscious terror of the moment our control slips. It holds us back from experiencing true connection, which requires us to lay down our armor and admit that we do not have all the answers. To break free from this pattern and guide yourself forward, you must practice the art of conscious surrender. This does not mean giving up or succumbing to weakness. Rather, it is the courageous act of acknowledging what you can and cannot control. Start by identifying one area of your life where you are gripping the reins too tightly. Perhaps a relationship you are trying to force into a specific mold, or a career goal that has become an obsession. Close your eyes, take a deep, slow breath, and mentally open your hands. Say to yourself, I cannot control the wind, but I can adjust my sails. By relinquishing the illusion of absolute power, you reclaim your energy, your peace, and your capacity to adapt to whatever the river of life brings your way. Our second pillar is the persistence of truth, a force so quiet yet so relentless that it behaves like water flowing through stone, eventually wearing away even the tallest mountains of deception. Truth does not scream. It does not need to. It simply waits. To see this in its most cinematic light, let us imagine a small, forgotten attic in a coastal village during the height of the Great Purge. a young woman named Clara, whose family had been silenced for speaking out against the corrupt regime, spent her nights stitching a secret diary into the lining of an old, heavy winter coat. She knew that if she were caught, her life would be forfeit. She had no printing press, no army, and no influence. When she died of illness in the bitter winter that followed, the coat was sold, passed from person to person, eventually ending up in a dusty chest in a second-hand shop. For 70 years, the truth lay dormant, stitched into the dark wool, while the empire that had silenced her family flourished, rewrote the history books, and declared themselves the eternal saviors of the land. But history has a long memory. A young student, searching for warmth on a rainy afternoon, bought the coat, felt the strange stiffness in the lining, and carefully snipped the threads. As the yellowed pages fell into his hands, the voice of Clara, clear, vibrant, and filled with undeniable truth, spoke across the decades. Within months, her words were printed, distributed, and became the catalyst for a peaceful revolution that dismantled the very empire that had tried to erase her. This story illustrates why the persistence of truth is so vital to our psychological well-being. When we suppress our own truth, when we live a life that is not aligned with our deepest values, our subconscious mind rebels. We may try to bury our authentic desires, our grief, or our anger beneath a facade of pleasant compliance. But these hidden truths do not die. Instead, they ferment within us, manifesting as anxiety, depression, physical fatigue, or a persistent, haunting sense of emptiness. We cannot outrun our own truth, and the energy it takes to keep it buried is the very energy we need to live a joyful, creative life. To apply this to your own life, you must begin with radical, compassionate honesty with yourself. You do not need to shout your truth to the world immediately, but you must find the courage to speak it in the quiet sanctuary of your own mind. Ask yourself, what is the one thing I am pretending not to know? Is it that a relationship has run its course? Is it that your current career is stifling your soul? Write this truth down on a piece of paper. Look at it, and let yourself feel the grief, the fear, and the immense relief of finally acknowledging it. This is your first step toward alignment. Once you have acknowledged your truth privately, you can begin to make small, gentle adjustments in your daily life to bring your external world into harmony with your internal reality, knowing that the truth, once accepted, is not a destructive storm, but a guiding light. This brings us to our third and perhaps most haunting pillar, the cost of silence. Silence is often chosen as a shelter, a way to avoid conflict, to preserve our safety, or to keep the peace. But silence is a hungry guest. It eats the soul of the one who harbors it, leaving behind a hollow shell of regret. Let us look at the story of Thomas, a brilliant architect who designed the great aqueducts of the capital city. During the construction, Thomas discovered a critical flaw in the foundation of the primary reservoir, a flaw that had been introduced due to the corruption of the contractors who had purchased cheap, substandard stone. Thomas knew that if he spoke up, he would lose his position, his family would be disgraced, and he would likely be imprisoned by the powerful men who benefited from the corruption. So, he chose silence. He convinced himself that perhaps the stone would hold, that it was not his place to cause trouble, and that his primary duty was to protect his own household. The aqueduct was completed, a magnificent marvel of engineering praised by the king himself. For 10 years, Thomas lived in luxury, but every time it rained, his heart hammered against his ribs. Every time he heard a distant rumble, he broke into a cold sweat. One warm summer evening, without warning, the reservoir burst, sending a wall of water rushing through the lower valley, destroying hundreds of homes and claiming countless lives. Thomas was never accused. His name remained untarnished, but he spent the rest of his days wandering the ruins of his own conscience, realized that the silence he had purchased so dearly had cost him his humanity. The psychology of silence is deeply tied to our evolutionary need for belonging. To speak out, to stand against the group, or to challenge a dominant narrative triggers our primal fear of exile and abandonment. We remain silent to keep ourselves safe within the tribe. However, when we remain silent in the face of injustice, or when we fail to speak up for our own boundaries, we commit a form of self-betrayal that shatters our self-esteem. We teach our subconscious mind that we are not worthy of defense, and that our voice does not matter. This creates a deep, lingering shame that erodes our confidence and leaves us feeling powerless in our own lives. To break this cycle, you must practice the courage of small steps. You do not have to become a martyr overnight, but you must begin to reclaim your voice in the everyday moments. The next time someone crosses a boundary, or when you feel strongly about an injustice in your immediate environment, pause, take a breath, and speak up. You can do this gently, without aggression, but with absolute clarity. Use I statements, such as, "I feel uncomfortable when this happens," or "I cannot agree with this decision because it goes against my values." As you practice this, you will find that the sky does not fall when you speak your truth. In fact, you will feel a sudden rush of energy and self-respect returning to your body, filling the hollow spaces that silence had carved out. As we look back at the historical tapestry of the Red Seal, we must acknowledge that while the names of Charles, Clara, and Thomas may be fictional, the settings, the struggles, and the systemic pressures they faced are rooted in the absolute accuracy of our shared human history. The corrupt empires, the hidden diaries, and the compromised structures are not mere plot devices. They are the very soil from which our modern world has grown. By understanding their stories, we understand ourselves. We must now transition our voices, letting the dramatic, sweeping tones of the storyteller soften into the warm, familiar embrace of a companion who has walked this path beside you. Look at how far you have come. You have sat with the pain of the past. You have looked into the dark corners of human ambition, and you have not turned away. You are stronger now, wiser, and more deeply connected to the eternal thread that binds all human experience together. The red wax has melted, the seal is broken, and the message inside is simple. You are the author of your own epilogue. As we prepare to step away from this chapter, let the quiet warmth of this journey settle over you like a soft cloak. We are moving forward now, not with fear of the shadows, but with a deep, unshakable confidence in the light we carry within us. In our next chapter, we will begin to explore the practical, everyday tools that will allow us to take these profound historical lessons and weave them into the very fabric of our modern lives, turning ancient wisdom into daily strength. Sleep well, breathe deeply, and prepare your heart for the beautiful horizon that awaits us just beyond the turn of the page. Leaving your mark. Imagine, for a moment, that you are standing at the edge of a vast, silent forest just as the sun begins to dip below the horizon. The air is cool, carrying the scent of damp pine, ancient earth, and the faint, sweet trace of wood smoke drifting from some distant, unseen hearth. Behind you lies the path you have traveled, a winding trail marked by your own footprints, some deep and clear in the soft mud, others barely visible where the ground grew hard and unforgiving. Before you lies an open expanse, an unwritten landscape waiting for your next step. This is the precise threshold where story meets reality, where the echo of a voice in your ears must transform into the steady, purposeful beat of your own heart. It is the moment where we ask ourselves a fundamental question that has haunted philosophers, artists, and wanderers since the beginning of recorded time. What do we do with the things that move us? Do we let them evaporate like mist over a morning lake? Or do we gather them, shape them, and use them to leave our own indelible mark upon the world? We have journeyed far together through the pages of the Red Seal. We have walked the shadowed alleyways of Prague, felt the cold spray of the Venetian lagoon against our skin, and peered into the dusty, forgotten corners of the human psyche where secrets are kept locked away behind wax and ribbon. You have not merely been a passive observer in this journey. You have been an active participant. Your imagination has breathed life into these words. Your emotions have given color to these scenes, and your own silent struggles have mirrored the conflicts of the characters we have encountered. Now, as this chapter of our shared experience draws to its natural pause, we find ourselves at a critical crossroads. This is not just a call to action. It is an invitation to convert the profound emotional energy you have gathered along this journey into something real, something tangible, and something that ripples outward into the wider world. To leave your mark is to acknowledge that you have been changed, and in turn, to choose to change the environment around you. It is a quiet rebellion against the ephemeral nature of the modern digital age, where content is consumed in a mindless rush and discarded just as quickly. The first, and perhaps most immediate, way you can manifest this change is through a simple yet deeply meaningful act, leaving a star rating and a heartfelt review on the listening platform that brought us together today. Let us step into a story to understand the true weight of this request. Picture a small, dimly lit workshop tucked away in a quiet corner of Prague, just off the old cobblestone path that leads up to the castle. Inside, an elderly watchmaker named Tomas sits hunched over a wooden workbench, his eyes shielded by a magnifying loupe, his delicate fingers manipulating gears so tiny they seem almost microscopic. For decades, Tumars has crafted exquisite timepieces, each one a masterpiece of precision and silent dedication. He works in near-total isolation, surrounded only by the steady, rhythmic ticking of 100 different clocks, a symphony of passing time that only he truly understands. He does not know where his clocks go once they leave his shop. They are packed into wooden crates and shipped to distant cities, bought by strangers whose faces he will never see and whose names he will never know. Sometimes, in the quietest hours of the night, a cold draft of doubt slips under his door, whispering that his work does not matter, that he is merely carving away his life in service of a silent, ungrateful world. But one rainy Tuesday afternoon, the bell above his shop door chimes. A traveler enters, shaking the water from their coat. They do not come to buy a watch. Instead, they pull a worn, brass pocket watch from their pocket, its casing scratched from years of travel. The traveler looks to Mars in the eyes and says, "I wanted to find the person who made this. Years ago, during the darkest winter of my life, when I was completely alone and lost in a foreign land, the steady, warm ticking of this watch was the only thing that kept me anchored to sanity. It felt like a heartbeat when mine was failing. Thank you for making it." The traveler leaves, but the workshop is no longer the same. The cold draft of doubt is gone, replaced by a profound warmth that fills the room and fuels Tumars's hands for years to come. That simple, honest validation did not change the mechanics of the watch, but it completely transformed the spirit of the maker. When we analyze this interaction through a psychological lens, we uncover a fundamental truth about human connection. We live in a world that often feels vast, disconnected, and chillingly indifferent. Creators, authors, and artists pour their deepest fears, their most vulnerable dreams, and countless hours of silent labor into their creations, sending them out into the digital ether like messages in bottles cast into a dark, stormy sea. When you take a moment to leave a star rating or write a review, you are not just interacting with an algorithm. You are breaking the silence. You are the traveler walking back into the workshop, looking the maker in the eye, and saying, "I heard you. Your work reached me, and it mattered." Psychologically, this act of feedback satisfies a deep, subconscious need for reciprocity that is hardwired into our species. When we receive value when a story comforts us, challenges us, or simply keeps us company during a long commute or a sleepless night, our psyche naturally seeks equilibrium. By articulating your experience in a review, you close the loop of creation and consumption. You elevate yourself from a consumer to a patron of the narrative arts. You also guide other lonely travelers who are searching the vast, crowded marketplaces of the digital world for a story that can heal them or spark their imagination. Your review becomes a lighthouse, casting a warm, steady beam of light that says, "Anchor here, there is shelter and truth in these words." To practice this, I invite you to take a deep, slow breath right now. Let your mind drift back over the hours we have spent together. What was the exact moment in this narrative that made you catch your breath? Was there a phrase, a character's decision, or a sudden realization that felt as though it was written specifically for you, speaking directly to a hidden part of your own life? Hold that feeling in your mind. Do not let it slip away. When this chapter ends, go to your listening platform. Do not worry about writing a polished, literary essay. Simply let your fingers type the raw, honest truth of what this journey has meant to you. Whether it is a few sentences or a single, glowing star, let it be your authentic signature on the canvas of this creation. But our journey does not have to end with the closing of this book, nor should it. The world of the Red Seal is vast, rich, and filled with intricate details that cannot always be fully captured by the spoken word alone. This brings us to our second point of connection: joining the author's newsletter to gain exclusive access to high-resolution, beautifully illustrated cartographic maps of the very streets of Prague and Venice we have traversed. Let us lose ourselves in another scene to feel the magic of this offering. Imagine a young cartographer named Elena, living in Venice during a time when the city was a thriving, chaotic hub of merchants, spies, and poets. Elena spends her days climbing the highest towers to study the layout of the canals, and her nights hunched over thick sheets of vellum, drawing intricate lines with a fine quill dipped in iron gall ink. To the untrained eye, her maps are beautiful decorations, showing the elegant curves of the Grand Canal and the arched bridges that span the water. But to those who know how to read them, Elena's maps are something far more valuable. They are blueprints of survival. She marks the secret doorways that lead away from the Inquisitor's path, the hidden courtyards where lovers can meet in secret, and the precise tides of the lagoon that can carry a boat to safety under the cover of a moonless night. One evening, a desperate man knocks on her door. He is fleeing for his life, pursued by powerful enemies who wish to silence the truth he carries. Elena does not speak. She simply hands him a small, rolled parchment tied with a thin red string. He unrolls it in the moonlight and sees a map of Venice unlike any other, detailed with tiny, hand-drawn symbols that reveal escape routes hidden behind seemingly solid walls. Armed with this map, he navigates the labyrinthine city, avoiding the traps set for him, and escapes into the open sea, his life and his secrets preserved. He realizes that, without that map, the city would have been a beautiful graveyard. With it, it became a landscape of liberation. This story highlights a profound psychological dynamic: our deep-seated need for structure, visualization, and guidance when navigating both physical and emotional landscapes. A map is not merely a representation of geography. It is an externalization of our desire to make sense of the unknown. When we read or listen to a story, we build a mental map of the world in our minds, but our imagination often craves a physical anchor. By joining the author's community and downloading these high-resolution maps of Prague and Venice, you are bridge building between the abstract world of the story and the tangible reality of your physical senses. You are allowing your eyes to trace the very paths your mind has walked, visualizing the dark canals and the historic, winding streets where our secrets unfolded. Psychologically, this acts as a powerful anchor for your memory and your emotional integration. It transitions the experience from a passing auditory sensation into a permanent visual and physical artifact in your life. It is an act of joining a select fellowship of listeners who do not wish to remain on the surface, but who desire to dive deeper, to explore the subtext, the history, and the hidden architecture of the world we have built together. To take this step, consider it as a gentle hand reaching out to guide you into a deeper sanctuary. It is simple to do, yet it represents a conscious choice to stay connected. Visit the link provided in the show notes or the book's description, enter your email, and let us send these maps directly to your digital doorstep. Hang them on your wall, keep them on your device, or simply study them while you listen to the chapters. Let them be a visual reminder that even in the most complex, labyrinthine moments of your own life, there is always a map, a design, and a way through the dark. And finally, we come to the seal itself, the ultimate symbol of our journey, and the phrase that will forever bind us together as guardians of these stories. As we sign off, I leave you with a charge, a mantra to carry in the quiet chambers of your mind. Keep your truths secure, and never break the seal. Let us witness the power of this philosophy in one final story. Imagine a young messenger named Gabriel, tasked with carrying a vital treaty across a war-torn continent. The document is rolled tightly and secured with a thick dollop of crimson wax, stamped with the signet of a seal that represents peace, honor, and the lives of thousands of innocent people. Throughout his perilous journey, Gabriel is hunted, tempted, and tested. In dusty taverns, mysterious strangers offer him fortunes in gold just to let them peek at the contents of the scroll. In cold, lonely nights, his own curiosity tempts him, whispering that no one would know if he simply softened the wax, read the words, and sealed it back up. But Gabriel looks at the red seal and sees more than wax. He sees his own integrity. He understands that some things are sacred, that some truths must be protected at all costs from the corrupting noise of the world, and that the moment a seal is broken for convenience or greed, the magic and the trust it represents are lost forever. He braves the freezing mountain passes, the hunger, and the fear, delivering the document to its destination with the red seal perfectly intact. His steadfastness preserves the peace, not because of the words inside the document, but because he proved that there are still people in the world who can be trusted to guard what is sacred. This brings us to the profound psychological heart of our entire journey. The red seal is a metaphor for your own inner temple, the sacred space within you where your core values, your deepest truths, your authentic emotions, and your creative spirit reside. We live in a world that constantly demands that we break our seals. It asks us to compromise our values for quick gratification, to broadcast our most private thoughts for public validation, and to dilute our unique, authentic truths to fit in with the noisy, chaotic crowds of modern society. When we break our seal, we suffer a quiet, internal fracture. We lose trust in ourselves, our boundaries dissolve, and we become vulnerable to the shifting winds of external opinion. To keep your truths secure is a psychological act of radical self-respect. It means knowing who you are, what you stand for, and what parts of your soul are not for sale, not for show, and not for compromise. It is the realization that your inner life is a treasure to be guarded with fierce, quiet dignity. As your mentor and guide through this narrative, I urge you to apply this philosophy to your daily life. Identify your own red seal. What is the truth about yourself that you must protect? Is it your creative dream, your personal boundaries, your peace of mind, or your integrity? When the world presses in on you, demanding that you compromise, close your eyes, picture that crimson seal of wax, and remember Gabriel's journey. Stand firm in your quiet power. Keep your truths secure, and never break the seal. We have reached the end of this chapter, but not the end of our path. We have learned that leaving our mark is not about loud, grand gestures, but about the small, deliberate actions we take to honor our emotional experiences. It is found in the review that validates the creator, the map that guides our visualization, and the personal seal that protects our inner truth. As the echoes of these words begin to settle in the quiet room around you, let the anticipation build. For just beyond this threshold, in the very next segment of our journey, we are about to break open a new envelope of mystery. We will delve into the hidden archives where the true origin of the Red Seal is kept, revealing secrets that will challenge everything you think you know about the characters we have grown to love. Keep your senses sharp, let your curiosity burn bright, and join me as we step forward into the shadows of the next chapter. As the final echoes of our tale fade into the quiet of the room, I want to take a moment to step out of the shadows of the story and speak directly to you. Thank you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for walking alongside me, step by step, through the intricate twists and deep emotional valleys of the Red Seal. To share a story is to share a piece of one's soul, and your presence, your silent attention, and your willingness to listen have been the greatest companions a narrator could ever hope for on this journey here at Stories of Crime. If this journey has touched your heart, if it has made you ponder the beautiful mysteries of the human spirit, I warmly invite you to become a permanent part of our gathering. Please consider subscribing to Stories of Crime and leave a like on this video as a gentle nod of appreciation for the timeless art of storytelling. I would love to read your thoughts in the comments below, for your insights are the very light that illuminates these dark tales. And if there is someone in your life who appreciates the quiet beauty of a deep mystery, please share this video with them. Let us grow this circle of thoughtful minds together. In the end, the Red Seal reminds us that the deepest mysteries are rarely found in the physical clues left behind, but in the fragile, complex tapestry of the human heart. Like a seal pressed firmly into hot wax, the choices we make, the truths we defend, and the compassion we show leave an indelible, permanent mark upon our lives and the lives of others. May you carry the wisdom of this story with you into the daylight, remembering that even in the darkest corners of human nature, there is always a glimmer of grace waiting to be uncovered. Until our next story begins, sleep well, stay curious, and carry the light. This is Stories of Crime, wishing you peace and a beautiful journey ahead.